Good morning. I should have played different theme music today. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at my job. It's Friday. I'm already mailing it in. This can't happen. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I got my Max and Jim Cornette t-shirt on today.
Your dad.
I love that. My dad's shirt. Welcome to the program. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. You know what? Here, it's never too late.
Really?
Hold on.
Okay.
It's never too late. Here we go. I just got to make sure I don't play the one that gets you popped.
Did we get popped yesterday for lunch?
No, just Ass Man.
Well, that's worth it then.
We
right?
only got popped for Ass Man. I should have played this one given yesterday's events. I forget that this is the same one I used for the Bret Hart one. I got to give it 5 seconds. Here we go. There we go. Good morning, everybody. It's it's a YouTube-friendly Shawn Michaels theme song. Shawn Michaels went into Montreal and he screwed the hitman again. We'll talk about the Ray Devito interview yesterday. That seemed to be an out-of-the-park home run for the Steel Toe Show. That was, from what I'm hearing, it was, let's see, the reviews were in. One of them said chef's kiss. One of them said you won in a no-win situation.
Yes.
The other one said you have made all the right people go insane. In other words, everything I'm hearing, all the right people are upset. And Ray and I had a wonderful time, shared a bunch of laughs, and I think crushed everybody's expectations of how, Ray's got Aaron on. We're gonna fuck this guy up. Guys, it's the internet. I've been trying to tell you. You're not going to fuck anybody up. You're not going to destroy or kill anybody. We sat there, we took everything you had, we laughed at you, and it was great. We're going to talk about the interview eventually. I'm a radio guy. We're going to let it build to a nice rolling boil. I don't want to blow it at 6 in the morning. I don't want to blow it right away when nobody's here. We're going to wait until it gets, as Angelo Dundee said about Sugar Ray Leonard and Thomas Hearns, we're going to wait till it gets good and juicy. Wait until it gets good and juicy and then cut into it. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I've been wanting to do, I think April can attest to this, I've been wanting to talk to Ray for a long time.
Super long time.
I've really wanted to be on Ray's show. I like Ray. I think he's a funny guy. I like how he stands up to all the, I'm not going to say bullying because he's a grown fucking man, but I like how he stands up to all the pressure of people. Ray's surrounded by people who want him to think the way they think, and Ray doesn't think like they do. Ray is an innocent. And I think Ray really does just want to work on his craft and work on, getting good at what he does and everything else. So I've wanted to be on Ray's show for a long time. With our schedule, it's really, really hard because if we're not doing the show, we're busy doing other shit. So I did the Ray interview yesterday. I thought that, how do I put this? And we'll get into it full later. And every time I say we'll get into it full later, I always end up getting into it accidentally. I promise I'm not going to do that today.
Okay.
I thought, seeing as it was Ray's show, Ray should have been it should have been left up to Ray more how the show went.
I agree to that.
Because I believe Ray had a better show planned. And I personally, I believe that there was a, well, here, I'll just say it. I think Joe got what they call chat cancer. And I think Joe read the chat. Ray's softballing. Come on, we want to destroy Aaron. We want to get him. And I think that panicked Joe a little bit. And he felt like he needed to barge in to the interview. And if I could give him one piece of advice, it would be, dude, sometimes you got to let shit breathe. You got to not be such a slave to your format. Or not your format, because it wasn't
not
a format.
the format.
It wasn't the format. He's like, Ray and I would get into like a groove, a conversation. Ray would ask a question. I would start talking about it. Ray, we got to read these super chats. Ray, we got to read these super chats. And it's not my show, so it wasn't my place. But I would have said, hey, shut the fuck up. We're doing a show. We'll get to these fucking super. If we read 90 of them at the end, we'll get to the fucking super chats.
That's how I felt. And then
Right.
after you were done with the super chat segment, Ray would audibly, like, annoyingly say, he was annoyed.
Right.
Like, and so, well, is that it? Is that all the super chats? Can
He's
we
like-
talk now?
He's like, yeah, I got a bunch of stuff I want to
And-
talk about. I
Oh,
think
I don't know. They're going to keep coming.
I think that format on YouTube will. I think they'll fix that eventually. I think
Yeah.
it's new for a lot of these guys. You can't make your whole show reading people's super chats. It's remarkably boring.
It was very nice when you and Ray started actually getting into stuff. And
Ray had some good
annoying
stuff.
to be interrupting that constantly. We'll get to the super chats.
We'll get to, but we'll get to talking about the whole interview. I just think that maybe there was a little inexperience there on the producer part to go like to interrupt. Like, I've never had a producer. I've always run the board myself. Personally, you don't need a producer. Look at me. If you're doing a show, you don't need a fucking producer. All right. It's an unnecessary position unless you got somebody who needs to answer phones, book guests,
Right.
stuff like that. Okay. But, you can send out your own emails on StreamYard or Zoom links. You can run your own board. You can bring up your own shit. I don't think it's necessary. But certainly, if you have a producer, you need to talk to that producer and let them know what their job is. And let them know, look, my show, I'm in charge. I'll do my fucking show how I want. You just be there to facilitate whatever it is I need. That's your job. Your job isn't to, in the middle. Could you imagine if in the middle of Opie and Anthony, they're in the middle of a riff, they're going great. E-Rock comes in and he goes, oh, guys, we got to get to these calls. Can't do that. It ruins a show. But we'll get to all of it a little bit later. I want to make sure we catch up. We always start the show. We check in with the audience, see what's up with them. We have to talk about the Trump thing today. We have to talk about 900 other different things that are coming in. I just read a study. It was a news story, and it comes from the World Health Organization. And I'm still worried that we're going to get popped on YouTube for it.
Oh.
The World Health Organization.
Fourth.
I'm excited to talk about the Ray thing. I can't lie. The World Health Organization has now come out and said that healthy children. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm reading it right. COVID vaccines are not needed for healthy kids and teens, according to the World Health Organization. Another thing that we all knew, another thing that we all thought, was kind of obvious.
Tried to talk about it.
But then every time you talk about it, somebody loses a Twitter or somebody loses a YouTube, somebody gets suspended. And now it's, some other group, some official group says it. And now I guess it's okay.
The official group says it.
Yeah. I don't know. Brandon Can't Lose says the producer tried to take over and make the chat priority over Ray. I'll say this. I think that guy, he did have the guy, a lot of people hated him. I didn't. A lot of people really disliked that producer guy. I didn't. I thought, as long as you're honest about why you're doing what you're doing, I'm usually fine with it. One of the problems I have with the people who don't like this show is they kind of invent criticisms because they hate the show. Whether the criticisms are valid or not, they come off as very disingenuous. And I told Joe this the other day, yesterday on the show. I said, a lot of the criticism comes off as disingenuous. And he kind of played it dumb. And he's like, well, what if it's legitimate? What if it's... I go, it's legitimate when you come in and you say, hey, all due respect, I think this is shit. I think this is weird. I think this is off. I think this is bad. When you've already stated, when you're kind of trolly and you're like, I hate this fucking show. I hope this show goes away, blah, blah, blah. And then you say things kind of dishonestly. There's a difference. I mean, the fact that people play dumb and act like there's not a difference
Right.
is kind of shitty and dumb. Because, everyone knows what I'm talking about right now. But the ones who are disingenuous will go, what? what do you mean? It's like, come on, guys. We're in our mid-30s here. Let's level.
He very much told us all, though, why he was doing and saying the things he did.
He said it, and I heard from a couple of other people kind of some more behind that, and then I got it. It was like, this is a guy who doesn't like you. This is a guy who wanted this interview to go a certain...
He likes people who you think have... Or he thinks you have wronged.
Right, which
is completely stupid.
But I think this is what happened with him. He worked himself into a lather about what this interview was going to be.
Yes.
And I think Ray and I kind of worked everybody. I think Ray and I kind of worked the people who were frothing at the mouth unknowingly. I don't think we knew that we worked everybody, but we did. Ray and I have been talking for months about setting this up. Ray has never shied away from the fact that he's a steel toe fan. I'm getting into it already. I have to stop. We'll get to it after the Trump thing, I promise. Mad Max Mardigan says, sorry, I'm late, Mein Fuhrer. I was catching up on Red Bar, offering anyone all the money he has if you're permanently eliminated. See, if I could give anybody any advice, it would be if you do a show, don't ever say shit like that because it sets you up to look like the guy who took the L.
That's a pretty permanent end game, too. Like, so now you just exist to make sure somebody else doesn't.
And not only that, it never happens.
Right.
So now if that doesn't happen, you look like a dick.
You've put all your eggs in that basket now.
Don't do that. Say you hate the guy. Say you think his show sucks, and then make fun of his show.
Hate's a strong word.
Right? You can do that forever. But if you go, you got to be permanently eliminated, and then you're like, well, even if I have 5 listeners at the end of the day, your whole thing still hasn't come true.
And we don't exist to make sure you don't.
Right, exactly. It's just...
we have things going on here.
It's kind of a weird prediction, or however you would put it, to make. All right, we got to get to this stuff. Veldrain with $5 says, I'm a keyboard warrior. I can destroy anyone only using the WASD keys. New boot goofing. Yeah, I know you're goofing, but there are some people who actually... And not only... think that, but live their lives that way. And I think those are the people that Ray and I kind of worked over yesterday, which is good because they kind of deserve it. 335, by the way, is our final goal of the week. That's it. 335, and it's another successful steel toe week. Thank you guys very, very much. Somebody said, Labglass said it, and I think this might be the new name of the show.
Okay.
Morning Dick and Gash.
I mean, it's pretty to the point. I like it.
Let's continue on. We'll read the race stuff later because I'm already getting way too close.
I thought you said race stuff. I'm like,
we'll get to the race stuff too. No, I want to read Ima Richards' comment. He says, dude, I like your show, but you had no problem with Joe yesterday. As a matter of fact, you were praising him. I have, and I think I said now, I have no problem with Joe. I think Joe was very honest. My criticism is not that Joe's a bad guy or he's a terrible person. That show should have gone differently. Like, it shouldn't have been interrupted, and there was no flow to that interview, and Ray tried to have a flow going.
Let Ray take the reins of his own show.
Dave Dorr says, nothing funnier than Chad having another meltdown. I'm hearing from a lot of people that there were a lot of meltdowns happening, and it was all the right people. And that's what made me really happy with the interview was that Ray and I were looking at all these super chats of like really desperate, shitty people, and we were laughing at them. And again, anyone who's done, amateur psychology knows you laugh at people like that, it drives them crazy.
Yes.
So hearing that from people was great. So everything that was going to get, I didn't even. Before Chad tries to take down Steel Toe, he should try to take down his own weight. He's getting to be a really big boy.
Is he? I haven't seen him lately.
Oh, I watched a Carl clip yesterday.
Okay.
Ooh, boy. Continuing on here, I got to try and catch up as best I can. Yeah, the Potato was streaming Chad, streaming Ray. So there were like 6 channels streaming that. There was me, there was Ray and I, and then there was a channel restreaming that, but then a channel restreaming the guy restreaming, and I think it was a chain of like 6 or 7 channels, including Cardiff and some others.
Yeah, I got an invite to one of those.
Oh, that's right. We can say that. Cardiff
tried to invite me along. Obviously, my studio is preoccupied.
Cardiff wanted you to come on and talk about it.
I do think that's kind of funny.
Yeah. Let's see. Derek Chauvinist says the haters are afraid because they fear what you will become. They go hard against you because they want to throttle you in the YouTube cradle. I think he means strangle, but yes. Oh, welcome, Cockdiff. Good morning. Cockdiff is here. Dave says, funny how everyone who said Steel Toe is a small show nobody watches, we're all watching and streaming the interview.
They're all hypocrites, like over and over.
Yeah, it was,
sure.
Like I said, I don't think it could have gone better than it did yesterday.
Right.
Yosemite Sambo says, Ray should have read the chats once in the middle and once again at the end, ROTC style. I think I was just going to bring that up. I think Revenge of the Sis does the donation and super chat stuff better than anybody. I think they've got a great format nailed down. Galloway Farm says, I honestly think a Pat Steel Toe sit down would be healthy and good.
Ooh,
we don't
healthy.
We don't talk about the guy.
I don't know about that.
He kind of latched on to us, so if that's the dynamic he's looking for, he can go ahead and have that dynamic. I don't
know if that could be healthy when only one side of things has a stable mind over here who doesn't think about the other one.
Not only that, it's kind of like Apollo Creed when he's flipping through those opponents. Here's how I kind of feel about him. I look through and I go, I don't feel any heat from these guys. So it's kind of
very basic.
Yeah, so it's I don't
ultra basic.
I think a sit down. Here's the problem: a sit down does a lot for him, nothing for me.
Yes,
like I gain no numbers off of that, none. Scarface says, outside of Stut Joe trying to hijack the interview, great show with Ray. Stut Joe, Stuttering John. I don't know who you're talking. I get confused because everybody's Stuttering John now.
Yeah, I gave up on that.
That guy's Stuttering John. This guy's Stuttering John.
I do not pay attention to that. I don't.
Yeah, I think the Stuttering John thing was so good to so many people's algorithms that they need to have another Stuttering John because they know now Stuttering John isn't coming back. Like,
which, by the way, he won.
They're saying, no, Joe is Stut Joe. Oh, Stut Joe. Oh, Sorry. Cream of Green says, April is growing on me, but not you so much, Aaron. Oh, join the fucking club. Are you kidding me? The fans of this show? That's the only reason they're here. Veldrain says, only one person should be a guest on this show. The OG who destroyed this show without effort. The one and only Wrestling Otaku.
I agree.
Oh,
did you ever reach out to him?
Yeah, he reached out back.
You didn't tell me this?
I forgot to tell you.
What happened?
I forgot to tell you.
Is this an on the mic or off the mic?
This is an on mic conversation. I did hear back from Wrestling Otaku. I get so excited when I talk about Wrestling Otaku. He said it might be time for me to make an appearance on your show. And I haven't heard back from him since.
You didn't want to tell any of us that? That's kind of a big deal.
In my defense, it happened like Friday.
Yeah.
After the show. So I've been holding on to it since then. I forgot about it.
That is just some bullshit.
Yeah, he got back to me on Twitter. Where's your boy? Here we go.
I thought his Twitter was down. I tried to follow him once and it said that he had violated Twitter's guidelines or whatever. So he wasn't there.
Friday at 6:45 p.m. Yeah, we're playing with the kids and shit. I'm not thinking about talking about Otaku. He says, yes, I've seen it. Talking about our the video we did on him on the Dabblerverse and all that. Yeah. He says, yes, I've seen it, and yes, perhaps this can be worked out in the future. Me making an appearance, I mean.
Well, yeah, we're not going to work things out, apparently. He owns us. So.
Right. He owns our show. So.
But wow,
yeah.
That'd be exciting.
Derek says, Otaku is the Thanos of the Dabbleverse, bend to his power and gravitational pull. Honestly, I think I kind of felt Thanos-like during the Ray DeVito interview yesterday because here's all these people, and it's their big day. They've been talking about this for a week. It's their day to finally get Steel Toe. And this is where they screwed up. They thought that, I would shut off the interview and run away crying, and then I laughed at them, so that made them crazy.
For inaccurate super chats?
Yeah, and then I laugh at them, and they get mad. It's like, guys, you worked this up in your head. You built this up in your head to be this big thing. It's not my fault it didn't go the way you wanted it to. But I did kind of feel like all this stuff was being thrown at me, and we just kind of went like that, and they all just kind of turned to dust. Rage
It is kind of funny to think that they're all just jacking themselves to like watching that stream of you and Ray yesterday, and you never get to finish because you never get what you wanted.
But then you get like, here's what I don't understand.
You're just sitting there raw and sad.
Here's what I don't understand. They work themselves up to an expectation.
Oh, yeah.
They don't get what they want. Ray and I have a good time, and they get mad. If you follow the course of this whole thing, they all made themselves upset.
That's all they do. If it's not this show, it's another one they're upset about.
You made yourself angry in the middle of the day. You chose to make yourself upset. I don't know why you put that on me. I can't help you.
I was explaining that to somebody yesterday. It is very much just unhappy people that need you to be unhappy.
Yeah, we'll get there. All right, I'm going to get through these. We're going to talk about Trump, then we'll get to the Ray thing. Veldrain says Wrestling Otaku is a lol cow, or so everyone thought. And then his outsider take on everything was pretty accurate. That's why you got to stop with the this is a lol cow and this isn't. If they talk into these, they're all lol cows. You're all open to criticism. One man's brilliant, amazing show is another man's lol cow. That's just the way this whole thing works. Yosemite Sambo says Corey streamed last night, and he made me laugh more in the first 10 minutes than he has since I found Steel Toe combined. He really came out of his shell. I'm convinced Corey secretly hates but respects Aaron. I think you're reading too much into that, but maybe you're right. Upset Duck says, podcasting is serious. Right.
I mean,
I think that's why they get mad at the word fun so much.
I do believe that it is all that they have.
Yeah.
Like once the shows are off, like there's nothing else after that for them. So it is important.
I can't figure out for the life of me why someone would get angry at the word fun. I mean, fun is wee.
Because they don't have it.
You're going down a slide as a kid. Wee.
You know how people don't like change.
I guess so. All right, so people did like Corey's thing that he did last night. Good. I hope that they enjoyed it. I think a lot of the stuff Corey wants to do solo just doesn't work for a morning talk show. So I'm glad he gets to do that on his own. It wouldn't work here. It just wouldn't work with what we do. So I'm glad that he gets to do things the way he wants to do them. All right. Let's start with the Trump stuff, then we'll talk about Ray. I want everyone to get here. We're only 20 minutes into the show. We're not going to bury the lead in the first 20 minutes of the show. Let's get to this Trump stuff. I want a nice, you know what I want? I want a nice, intact 20, 30-minute Ray DeVito interview chunk that I can cut out and put up on YouTube. No, because I didn't get half my thoughts out on the whole thing. Well, I want to walk through the entire thing piece by piece and analyze chunk by chunk and then get everyone's thoughts on it.
Sure.
So the Trump thing yesterday. This whole thing, it feels like one giant, I don't want to use the word psyop because I don't think that's what I'm trying to say, but it feels like one giant mindfuck.
Oh, yeah.
Because last Monday, 2 Mondays ago, it was Trump's going to get arrested on Tuesday. He's getting arrested on Tuesday. There's going to be a perp walk. Everybody should protest, this, that, and the other. And then we find out the Biden-China billions of dollars thing, and they drag the Trump story out all week.
And
then nothing happens. And then this week, they tell us, well, the grand jury, they're going on a pre-scheduled break. They're going on like a hiatus. Yeah, they're going on a pre-scheduled hiatus. So they're all going to take a vacation. They're going to come back in the next week or two here, and then they're going to hear the hammer's coming down. They'll do the indictment. Then last night, yesterday afternoon, I should say, out of fuck nowhere, Donald Trump has been indicted. Ah! I get messages. Dude, there's going to be a civil war. Are you going to talk about this tomorrow? I'll tell you one thing.
Goodness.
I think that this Alvin Bragg in New York City, settling his personal political vendetta here. Mm-hmm. I think from what I'm reading from a lot of people who were on the fence about Trump, I think they may have just made him the nominee in 2024.
Many people have said this, and I agree. Like, are they basically trying to get him elected? Because this is what it looks like.
We have presidents who have firebombed children.
Yeah.
Who are responsible for obliterating villages in the Bush administration, the Obama administration, probably the Trump administration. We have had presidents who have signed off on drone strikes at people's weddings where fucking innocent people were killed because we wanted to get one guy.
Yep.
They've done that. And there was no declaration of war, nothing, and they've never been brought up on war crimes charges. It's never even been conceived that these people should be charged with anything. But Donald Trump pays a hoe for fucking him, and now there's like 34 charges against him. And not only that, how about the fact that Donald Trump is the first president in history to pay the hoe he's fucking instead of killing her?
Right.
And now he's getting indicted.
I really do think that because it's Donald Trump, these people that are doing this to him are just crossing their fingers that the stupid people out there that don't think are just going to get lost in the, oh my God, big bad Trump is being arrested. What a terrible guy. He must have done awful things. And they forget to look at what he's being arrested for. They don't care. It's just, oh, big bad guy got arrested.
It is.
Oh, boy.
It's
boogeyman.
I just look at the stuff that politicians get away with every day and presidents get away with every day. And the shit Trump got away with every day while president. Like just the shit presidents do that should not only be illegal, but it should be like a one-way ticket to hell when you die.
Well,
and no charges, no nothing. But they go, hey, you paid your lawyer after he paid off some skank you banged. 30 counts. We're going to jam up the courts with this.
Even the Mar-a-Lago raid, because he might have had like sensitive information at his house. Like he got a fucking raid, and then people go politely knock on Joe Biden's door. Do you think you could double check and see if you have any of that in your home?
It wasn't even knock on the door. It was they just went in the garage and popped the trunk on the Camaro. And then all of a sudden, oh, look, just shitloads of documents. And remember, the Trump thing, oh, those documents, oh, they raided Mar-a-Lago. Oh, my God, he's going to get arrested. He's done. And then they went, we looked into it. Turns out every president does this.
By the way, I don't even consider this sucking Trump's dick, like, at all. It's just the difference in how he's being treated versus everybody else is pretty insane.
I don't think Trump has behaved better or behaved worse than anyone else who's done the job he's done.
No.
I just think he's being held to a different standard, and it's stupid. Like, it's just... And again, he's like being... I want to use the word helped. He's kind of being helped by it.
I hope he can see that. I'm sure he does.
Like they're doing this to him because they're like, we're going to get him. They're so afraid of him becoming... Here's a great way to put it. They're so afraid of him becoming president that they're going to make him president. Mm-hmm. That is an odd, and that happens in life all the time. You get so afraid of this thing happening that you do that thing.
You're manifesting it, Daniel.
You look to the right of the road because you want to avoid that thing to the right, and you start veering to the right.
I always remember that from fucking driver's ed. They're always like, if there's a bicyclist on the side of the road, don't look at him because you're going to start veering that way. Just look ahead of you.
Yeah.
Just go that way. It's true.
I think with the Trump indictment now, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm like, if you don't fucking bury this guy, if you don't get him on something that puts him in jail through the election, I think you may have just handed it to him. The country is in shit shape. It's falling apart.
Yeah.
The president, you and I just saw a newspaper in the gym as we were walking by. I had to take a look at it. Joe Biden has his lowest approval ratings ever. He's in the 30s. And, the guys that they're thinking of replacing him, if they don't run him again, the guys they're thinking of are the guys who are running like fucking California, which is a shithole.
Which all of us can, people that live there can see that's a shithole. Okay. People are leaving.
So. Yeah, I hope so. So honestly, I think they're so afraid of Trump that they're going to get Trump.
You just spoke about him like he is Joe Pesci from Casino. Like, if you don't bury this guy right now, he's coming back.
If you come at him, if you beat him with a gun, then you'd better kill him because he'll keep coming at you. Yeah, he's Tony the Ant Spilatro. Let's go ahead and watch this stuff because I can only tell you so much. I'd rather have the reporters tell you the facts of the case. This was CNN yesterday. Let's see if Wolf Blitzer jizzed on the air.
CNN breaking news.
We have major breaking news, indeed historic breaking news right now. CNN's Kara Scannell is in New York for us covering this story. What are you learning, Kara?
Well, Wolf, three sources tell me, and my colleague John Miller, that a Manhattan grand jury has indicted former President Donald Trump in connection with the hush money payment scheme. This indictment is under seal, according to sources, and the exact charges are not yet known at this time. But this investigation has been going on for a long time. The decision to move and seek and get an indictment of a former president is the first time that has been done in U.S. history.
Think about that.
Think of some hush money.
Think of the people who have done the things they've done and not been indicted.
Think of worse places that hush money has been sent to.
Yes.
Than a fucking woman.
I guess when you're president and you send the hush money to a fucking the beneficiary of a coup d'etat and you send him $150 billion in boom boom, that's okay.
Yes.
You know, so that he'll do your bidding and he'll drain the Russians for you. That's okay. But if you pay a whore $150,000 to not tell anybody about your dick, then this is the Republicans' Clinton.
Worse.
Like Clinton.
I'd say worse.
Bill Clinton lies about a blowjob. He should have never been talking about the blowjob. Nobody should have been asking him about the blowjob. It wasn't important. Lied about that. Women come forward. They say, he did this to me without my consent. He used his position of power. If Bill Clinton got accused of what he, back in 92, 93, 94, if he would have been accused of that today, they would have thrown the R word behind his name. Because now if you use that position of power to have sex with an underling, they say, well, that's an unfair balance of power. And that's the R word now. You know, it's like when a teacher has sex with an 18-year-old student.
Yep.
There's nothing illegal about the act that took place and the age that they are. But
technically.
Right. But they say because you are in a position of authority, there's a perceived limit to how much the student can say no. So we're going to press charges. If what happened to Clinton happened to him today, his career would be destroyed. It would be over. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump pays a porn star $150,000 in shut the fuck up money. Yeah. And now we're dealing with 30 charges.
And what year was that?
2014.
I bet she didn't have a problem with it when she got the $150,000.
She didn't have a problem with it until he became president.
Nope.
And you know, I wonder this. I wonder if any of this is happening if gas is at $1.50 a gallon and the Dow is at 40,000.
And people are happy.
Yeah. Like if eggs are $1.50 a dozen.
I'll cry the day I get that again.
And gas is $1.50 a gallon. And the Dow is at 40,000 and everyone's 401k is great and they haven't been having to use their credit cards to live their lives the last year or two.
Right.
I wonder if Trump gets indicted. I feel like he doesn't.
I don't know. He's been just this big, bad, ugly dude to a lot of people for a long time. But he was also, God, we talk about the economy before the pandemic all the time. Like, it was so good.
It's great.
Guys, that was magical, damn near, compared to today.
The life was the best it had ever been in February of 2020.
Yeah.
And then
no kidding.
And then just shit.
Just a shitstorm.
Shit. I mean, ugh, like the worst shit you can imagine. So let's go to this indictment news. Let's hear the rest of it. I think they've unsealed it since then. I've got another story after this. So
this could have a significant impact on the presidential campaign. But as I said, we do not know the exact charges yet. We expect those charges to be made public in the coming days. And at some point in the near future, former President Trump will have to come to this courthouse and be arraigned. Well,
all right. So he will have to report and do the whole, I'm not guilty. This is a travesty of justice, that whole deal. But I don't know, man. This reeks of politics. This reeks of, somebody do something. We're really in the shitter here. And this guy might come back again.
This guy looks like somebody that's riding in on a white horse to save everything.
Yes.
And they're afraid of it.
Clinton paid Paula Jones over $800,000. Damn. Didn't Stormy admit like 4 years ago she didn't fuck him? I don't know. I believe that he fucked her. He fucked her.
She probably quick said that because she was ashamed that he, because he's such a big bad guy. I would never.
ironically, she owes him $300,000 now. Yeah, she lost some kind of judgment against him where she has to pay
People
up.
are still going for this angle. Oh, you paid a porn star to be quiet. Oh, God.
Well, have you ever not paid them? They won't shut the fuck up.
I don't think I'd want a porn star talking about me either. I don't know.
I mean, I would, but
You probably would.
that's only because I've got a dick that hangs to the floor.
You and your Jim Cornette shirt.
Me and my Jim Cornette. She's exposing the goddamn business. You
go.
pay your money for your sex. You get fucked by the rats. You service the rats. And then they go and yap to you. They're exposing the goddamn business. There's no fucking honor in this business anymore. And it's all horseshit. I'm going to go get some Wendy's. I should put my Jim Cornette up here and then.
Do you want to try the other Wendy's and see if it was better?
Don't you fucking tempt me.
I don't like Wendy's.
Don't you tempt
me. I think it's funny to tempt you.
Last night at sparring, I sweat out a pound of Chinese food. And you know what's amazing? What's incredible is, because I'm like the old vet, the old veteran on sparring night. And they just kept sending guys in. And I went like 8 or 9 3-minute rounds in a row, and they just kept bringing guys in. I felt really good. My cardio's in a really crazy place.
That Chinese food.
Best it's ever been. I had Chinese buffet for lunch, and I felt like dog shit the entire day. Headaches, sweats. I took a nap. I woke up in a pool of my own sweat.
Gross.
It was disgusting.
Gross.
I go to boxing. I have one of my best days ever. I'm worried that Chinese food might be the elixir.
Yep,
I'm
I'm afraid to hear that. I had a dynamite workout last night, too. I'm feeling it today, though.
It might be that Chinese food.
I don't know if I'm going to the gym today.
No, I'm not going to the gym
Might
today.
be a rest day.
But I might try that other Wendy's. Perhaps.
We could eat Wendy's and then go sweat in the sauna.
I really like the idea of Wendy's. I just need to find a good one.
Oh, God, I don't like it.
Let's continue on here with people's thoughts on the Trump deal. Tiggle Biddies says Trump is just another shiny object while they prepare your new food and energy tokens for the summer. That's what I mean. If it was $1.50 gas, $1.50 eggs, $40K Dow, I don't think this happens.
Dude, there was a time I couldn't wait to look at our retirement accounts, like when there's an update.
I haven't looked at them in years.
I haven't looked. I don't want to look. I'm scared.
I get a call from our guy every once in a while, and I go, yeah. Yep.
I remember,
Okay.
my last conversation we have the same guy, obviously. My last conversation with him went about like, oh yeah, let's probably not really focus on much right now, but let's do this going down the road a little bit and maybe check back in here for this and this.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
That's about
that's how good it is, huh?
I sweat. Oh, God. Jesus, Michael B. You are an animal. Skeezy says, yes, the old 52-second 0-2 boxing veteran. 1-1, and you know it, Skeez. Wander This World says you felt like dog shit because you probably ate dog. Fair enough. I'm eating my words from yesterday. Yosemite Sambo says, I thought MSG doesn't give you headaches, Aaron.
Yeah. See,
Okay.
that wasn't my take.
Okay. MSG doesn't give you headaches. You know what does? Rotten meat. Rotten meat and goo gives you headaches.
I still stand by what I said yesterday. Whether it's MSG or just normal ass salt, it's going to give you a headache.
Ass salt? I've never had ass salt before.
What did I say when we drove into the parking lot yesterday? I think I said to you, do you think they cook cat here for real?
She was worried.
Because that's been like the rumor
She was worried about
for
that.
years and years. Amen.
No, Cream of Green. Steel Toe is not always winning. You didn't see me after the Chinese food yesterday, sir.
In fact, I want to look this up sometime. There was an article once about cat at that place.
Was it really?
Yeah, really.
At the place we go to? Mm-hmm. When were you planning on telling me
this? A really long time ago. I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin a good thing.
You think they fucking stopped?
Yes. I think once you get caught, they got busted with like a bunch of that shit too. Like I think a lot of cat. And I think once you get busted for that, I think you throw out the cat.
I don't think you do. I didn't know this, that they were...
Try to look it up quick. Do the restaurant cat meat.
Have you ever noticed that their chicken is quite stringy?
And dark.
Yeah.
Dark of color.
Shit.
It's colored chicken.
Oh, man. Derek Chauvinist says, and just like that, no one remembers the hate crime in the Tennessee school. I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It is. Yep. Every time somebody like a Derek Chauvinist brings that shit up, it's like, you know what? Yep. Because
that other one went away pretty quick.
It's one domino after another, and the next domino is always bigger somehow.
Michael B says, was the server wearing a fur coat? Oh, shit.
I'm telling you, we should look that up. I know you don't want to because you're afraid, but
Sure.
I do believe that's a real article.
All right, well, we can check it out. Guys, we are 3:35 away from banging it out for the rest of the week. There's the Streamlabs and PayPal. Let's everybody feel a little generous today. Let's everybody chip in a little bit. Let's knock that out and call it another successful week for Steel Toe. At the very least, let's make sure we get that under 300 by the end of the hour. Make sure you hit the like button. We'd like to get to 200 by the end of the hour, but 100, 150, whatever. Everybody hit the thumbs up. We've got a great show coming up today. Welsh Republic is here. I haven't seen him for a while.
Wow.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
So yes, here's the details on the Trump. There were updates coming in on this Trump indictment thing all night last night. Trump is facing more than 30 counts related to business fraud and is expected to be arraigned on Tuesday.
Okay.
A Manhattan grand jury has voted to indict former President Trump on charges involving an alleged 2016 hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels, who claims they had an affair together. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has been investigating Trump for hush money payments leading up to the 2016 presidential election. These include the $130,000 payment made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels and the $150,000 payment made to former Playboy model Karen McDougal. Trump fucks?
This seems like an idiocracy type thing to me. Like, the porn stars and all the Playboy models and the money.
The fact that we've had
it's so stupid.
The fact that we've had to learn a name, Stormy Daniels,
It's so dumb.
is stupid to
And
me.
haven't we looked, and it's not one that you.
She's not the best.
I don't want to
Look,
talk out of school.
Trump's
She's
not-
not the best.
Pornhub's not sending their best. All right. Some of them are skanks. Okay. Some of them are whores.
I don't remember.
Some of them, I'm sure, are decent people.
What does Karen McDougal look like?
The
Is she
Playboy
good?
model. I think she was all right. I think Karen McDougal was okay.
Stormy Daniels had like them big squared off like swimmer shoulders, if I remember right, and like weird tits. I don't know.
She got weird tits.
Yeah.
Karen McDougal. American model. Yeah, she's kind of cute. She's got kind of a...
There's something up with them eyes.
the
but-
insurance salesman's wife from Mad Men thing going on, kind of.
What?
Beetle. What's her name?
Beetle.
Oh, Alexis Beetle. Whatever her name is
Beatles.
in the face. Yeah, she's
I don't
all
know.
right.
She's okay.
Better than Stormy
You know what? For
Daniels.
Trump, I think that's good
Yeah.
because he's not the cutest thing.
How hard are they going to? Hard are they? They are going after Trump. Is pulling me over to his side, says Electric Shoes.
Right.
Why be so against him unless he's that big of a threat to how they like to run things? And that's, I don't know. I think that's the big mistake they're making here is that they're in a hole and they just keep digging. I think people were starting to turn towards DeSantis and they were going to go, I think it's time for somebody new. Let's try Ron DeSantis. And that was going to be the guy you were going to run against. And now you're doing this, and that's going to kill DeSantis's momentum because people are going to go, well, I'm voting for Trump now because this is kind of fucked up.
Yes, I think this seems fucked up to many people, and it'll get worse.
Right. I don't see this going well for the people accusing him because either you're now going to get second-term Trump or you're going to, if you end up making it so Trump can't run, you're going to get DeSantis. He's going to use this as a rallying point, and you're going to lose anyway. So
Right. I can just see him standing up at podiums now. Like they try to arrest the person trying to save this country and all that stuff. Like, oh, God.
Actually, DeSantis came out yesterday and said, we will not be assisting you in the extradition of Donald Trump. Florida will not
Well, good.
help you on this one. He says the weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It is un-American. The Soros-backed Manhattan district attorney has consistently bent the law to downgrade felonies and to excuse criminal misconduct. Yet now he is stretching the law to target a political opponent. Florida will not assist in an extradition request given the questionable circumstances at issue with this Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda.
I do like that Ron doesn't do shit he doesn't want to do, that he doesn't believe in.
I mean, but this is also, this is one of those moments where you're like, uh-oh. Like you listen to those Civil War people and you're like, guys, stop it.
I know.
That's silly.
I know.
But then maybe not Civil War, but you feel that string that connects, people who disagree.
It's wearing thin.
You feel the string being pulled tighter and tighter and tighter, and the tension gets tighter and tighter. And you're like, well, the next thing after this is going to tighten that string even more. And then the thing that's going to happen after that, it's going to make it even worse than that.
It's like watching a good cheese pull get thinner.
Yeah, I don't. This isn't good. This is, all the way. This is bad, and I don't think it ends the way that the people who are doing this think it ends. They name one thing they've gotten right. Name one thing that they haven't fucked up already. I saw a government organization did some research, Stanford University did some research, and they came out with a study whose conclusion was, hey, your electric vehicles, don't charge those at your house.
Oh, good. Why?
Yeah. The risk of fire.
Oh, like it might burn down our house?
Yeah, they said people shouldn't charge electric cars at their houses. That's what a Stanford study said.
Well, shit, where am I going to do it?
Well, and I'm sitting here going, now, wait a minute. Aren't there some states that, like, in the next 5 years, they've got to be working on nothing but electric cars? Mm-hmm. That's a little troubling.
We got fucking electric scooters with the same batteries blowing shit up and all that shit in New York, remember? Like whole apartment buildings.
That was just e-bikes.
Right, same battery though.
E-bikes.
Same type of battery.
We're lighting city blocks on fire. It's bananas.
5 alarm fires.
5 alarm fires from a fucking bike battery. And there are states that want to be running their whole thing off of this in the next couple of years. Oh boy. Kyle King says over on Rumble, by the way, thank you Rumble. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up and all that stuff.
Hell yeah.
Kyle King says, I'm not sure what Wendy's you guys went to, but I went to the one by Home Depot last Friday, and it was horrible.
Yep.
Burger was dry as hell. Took forever to get my food. People were walking out. Okay, yeah, that's the one we went to.
Buddy, that is the same one. And if you look at the outside of it alone, it kind of looks abandoned.
Yeah, it looks shoddy.
The one on Highway 10 at least looks kind of like a new, shiny restaurant. Like people actually work there.
Yeah.
This one is like weird brown tones and like dead looking.
It looks like shit, and it is shit.
It looks like it was abandoned in like Jurassic Park or something.
Yeah, I guess maybe we should have known. I guess that maybe a part of that is on
that our
us.
fault?
Part of it's on us,
And
yeah.
then the cough when we pulled up to the part where you ordered, they're just hacking into the microphone.
The drive-through person is just going, they turn on their headset and they go, I'm like, uh-oh.
I looked at Aaron like, you still want to eat here?
That is the first, that's the moment where I went, oh boy, I'm having second thoughts. This Steve L guy thinks we're blocking him in the chat. No, Steve, look, there's a lot of chats during our show. We can't read them all. We get to them when we can get to them. Half the show, buddy, we aren't even looking at the chat. We're doing the stuff for the show. He says but he's written this like 4 times. The Federal Election Commission already investigated this and found nothing illegal occurred. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, I think that's...
Are we good now?
Most people see this.
Yes, that's. I hope you're happy, buddy. We strive, just like Wendy's. We strive to make you happy. All right, 3:35 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, let's do that. It's the last one of the week. It is the stretch run, the final number. As that number continues to go down, it's the final countdown. Oh God.
Okay.
God. It's the final countdown of the week. Return Trip says, and they totally investigated it good. Yeah, well, there we go.
That's exactly how it sounded, too.
Precisely. All right. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll try another Wendy's today. I'm not sure. I do know this. Somewhere around 7 o'clock, we're going to get to the Ray thing. I promise.
Okay.
Let's talk about this lady. The problem I have with this next video, this is a woman's TikTok that went around the world yesterday. The problem I have with this is that this woman used to be like a character. This woman used to be an exaggeration of, crazy, self-obsessed white girls.
Okay.
Crazy, self-obsessed, pretty white girls. You know the caricature we always made that was like, oh my God, I'm literally shaking right now.
I just can't even.
I can't even. That was like a gimmick, right? That was
Yeah.
like, oh, we're fucking with you. We're goofing around. We're exaggerating what a mess you are. We can't exaggerate anymore. Because, as Janine would say in Ghostbusters, we got one. I want you to watch that. There is this thing that, and I see it mostly with white women. Don Lemon Zades. I almost passed out. Yeah, if I hear a woman say I almost passed out, I'm like, well, that
While
character's
she's doing
dead.
this.
Oh, my God. So, this woman is a nightmare to any guy. I don't care how pretty she is. In fact, the prettier she is, the more dangerous she is.
Okay.
Any woman who behaves this way, you need to run away immediately. And you're not going to believe it. But the way she talks, the way she references this, I believe this pretty white girl is a single mother.
Yay, let's pile
So imagine
on.
that. But this video that I'm about to show you is that pretty white girl who thinks that everybody's trying to fuck her. Every guy who says hello. There was a 78-year-old man at the grocery store today, and he held the door open for me, and I was like, ugh, gross. I'm not going to fuck you. It's like, yeah, he's
awful.
He's a Vietnam veteran who just wanted to be nice to you because he doesn't have a lot of human interaction anymore.
Chivalry isn't dead in his mind.
Yes.
Okay.
I can't remember what comic it was. It might have been Chappelle who said, chivalry is dead, and women killed it. It was either Burr or Chappelle. I can't remember.
That is true. We're unappreciative.
Yeah, unappreciative broads. So here's one. Her name is Living Transparently on TikTok. Here we go. First of all, let's get a good look at her.
So this is a waste of good looks.
There you go.
Is what you're saying? Because she is cute.
Now, is this a mirror image or is that her left hand?
I think usually when you're filming, it's a mirror image, right?
No, but the steering wheel is on this side, isn't it? Oh, no, it's on that side. So she is married. So that would be her left hand over here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because if the steering wheel's over here, then this whole thing is flipped. So this is not her left hand.
Right. When it's a camera, it's a mirror image.
No, like if we're on camera,
to them, I'm showing up in your right, but in real life, I'm on your left.
But this is my left hand, and that looks like my left hand on... I'm so stupid. Yeah. See? Yeah, fucking A.
No, why don't you keep going?
Honestly, this is the most embarrassed I've ever been on this show. I literally just tried to figure out camera. I was fucking cameras. How do they work on the show? So is that her left hand or is that her right hand? Because if I'm looking at her normally, that's her left hand.
I think that's her left hand.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Right.
I don't feel stupid.
You are right because the steering wheel cannot be on that side of the car.
Well, then if that's the case, I think this would be her right hand because it would be
No,
flipped.
because if she's sitting at the steering wheel, that's going to be her left hand. Come on.
Yeah, but this looks like the passenger side.
God damn it, Aaron.
What I'm saying is the car is reversed.
No, it's not. Like in the camera it is, but that's going to be the left side of the car, making that her left hand.
But if you're in the car and you're driving, your left arm is facing the door.
Right, that would be her left hand.
No, then
Wait.
that would make this her right hand.
Oh, you're right.
God damn it. I'm just going to go to
Somebody help us.
I want to go to the chat for a second just to see if anyone's used the R word yet. I just want to see.
Stupid.
Michael B says lean into the bit. Tom says get the fuck over it. That's her left hand, you dumbass.
Okay.
I don't think that's her left hand.
I'm saying it's her left hand.
I don't think it is.
No. I will settle this right now. If you are at a steering wheel like she is in that goddamn video, your left hand is going to be on the left side of the fucking steering wheel.
The left hand is going to be closest to the door.
You've got a point. I don't know.
Yeah, they're saying the camera is reversed. That's my whole point.
Okay, that was my original stance, and I didn't stick to it.
No, guys, we can't watch the video yet because we're fucking stupid.
Why did you bring this up? Because you're looking for a wedding ring? Is that what you were doing?
So I think
Can
she
you
might
just
be
watch
married.
if she's got a fucking diamond ring on?
But she does. But she has it on what looks like her right hand. But if it's a flipped mirror image, then it would be her left hand. She indeed is married. Rexdart parody account. Plot twist. She's in England. Start over.
That would be so shitty.
Cynically insane. Says, I think Mensa is knocking on your door. Oh, well, then I should go answer it. Hold on a second.
Okay, SC Motorsports is saying Aaron is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So
I didn't get there from a pretty place, but I got
you know
there.
what? I'm seeing it now. I've got this because you're right. The left hand has to be closest to a door.
That's all I'm screaming.
I have a clear vision of how this is working now, and
I can
that
see
is the correct take.
clearly now the tart is gone. All right. The flying minister says she just has a ring on the fingers of both hands. Move on. They're just going to say, Aaron, who gives
They're
a
just
fuck?
making
Just
one.
go. All right, guys, here we go.
No,
This
there's no
is-
ring on that one, so it's got to be the other one.
Thank you. All right, let's watch the pretty white girl. The crime a man committed is he spoke to her.
Uh-oh.
I'm literally shaking right now.
Not a bit. Not a bit.
Okay,
She is the literally I'm shaking right now, girl.
I've been in situations where I might have been shaking. I still didn't say that.
No.
I'm literally shaking right now because I just had a man approach me in a parking lot and it went fine. And I'm going to tell you why it went fine and how to address it because it was in a book I read and this is how you're supposed to address it, but it scared me.
By the way, the book was called How to Be a Cunt So No One Will Love You.
It clearly didn't go fine if you're shaking like a
Yes.
chihuahua.
Guys, I read this book that told me how to deal with people trying to talk to you in real life, and it went really well. Cunt, fuck, piss. Like she's having a Tourette's tick. She's like,
Oh my
guys,
God.
this person tried to talk to me, and I dealt with it. What? Like, I don't understand. How did it go well? All right, I want to get to Ryobi real quick here before we
Really?
lean into this story. Yeah, he called. I want to see.
Okay.
Ryobi, what's going on?
Well, Jesus, don't start me on a downer. No, I was just going to make fun of you guys because you don't know your right from your left and say that. I mean, I know this lady. I saw her at a tournament. It's not table tennis, but ping pong, and
God damn.
she's a fucking stupid. You're not going to play along.
Where was the ping pong tournament that you saw her at?
Not in the States, so it was confusing as to which side of the.
Yeah.
It's what confused me with the steering wheel.
Mm-hmm.
It was in Hong Kong.
Oh, wow. Hong Kong at a. Did you say a ping pong tournament?
Yeah,
Wow.
it was
How
really confusing.
Yeah, how was that? How was the ping pong tournament? What'd you see while you were there?
Nothing much. She didn't win, but there was a guy that beat the fuck out of her. He was seeded first and went all the way to the championship. It was Hong Kong,
It was Hong Kong?
Fuck, I wrecked my own bet. Goodbye. I wrecked my own bet.
Bye.
Fuck.
The only thing worse than him calling and doing that was the fact that he fucked it up. He didn't even do the goddamn bit right.
Is our friend still here?
No, he
I
hung up.
desperately needed a tissue.
He hung up as he fucked up the bit.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, poor guy.
He said, "Oh man, you wouldn't believe who was there. Hong Kong." I'm like,
Oh.
now, if anybody had any balls, they would keep this bit going by fucking up long jokes. That
Yeah,
would be the new.
You
bit
might as well
today.
keep calling.
Oh man. Actually, I met a Chinese guy at the restaurant yesterday at the China Star Buffet. I was
you
talking to
really?
the Chinese guy, and I was going to get a beverage, but he said, "No, don't take that beverage." And I said, "Why not?" He goes, "Well, I'm Chinese, and I played a joke, and I went pee-pee in that Sprite." So I didn't get it. I got a Coca-Cola instead.
I didn't like it.
Every time, by the way, watched Mad Men for the third time ever recently. Last Mad Men reference for a while. Am I the only one, and this may be massive autism, but am I the only one who, when I think Coca-Cola now, I say it in Jim Hobart's voice in the final season?
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola. And I can't get Jim Hobart's Coca-Cola out of my fucking head.
Who says the cola part? It's just Coke.
Coca-Cola.
What is a Coca-Cola?
But do you know why he's emphasizing that? Because Don's always wanted to work on Coca-Cola.
Good job, Aaron.
So he was looking at Don.
You know what? I had no idea that he was doing it for dramatic effect.
Buick. Ortho Pharmaceuticals. Nabisco. Coca-Cola.
I understand why people think we're gay.
All right. Can we watch this bitch?
No.
Here we go.
I'm literally shaking right now because I just had a man approach me in a parking lot and it went fine. And I'm going to tell you why.
Oh, she came. That's why she's shaking right now. She had a thunderous orgasm.
Yeah, don't we all do that?
I went fine and how to address it because it was in a book I read and this is how you're supposed to address it, but it scared me. I'm literally shaking. So this guy, I'm alone with my son by myself, a woman, and a male approached me in a parking lot. He's, "Excuse me, miss," and I don't know why in the hell he was approaching me or what he was trying to do.
Well, that's kind of what the "excuse me, miss" is for. He's trying not to startle you so he can tell you something.
It sounds polite. You didn't come up and say, "Yo, bitch."
Yeah.
Give
Yo,
me all your
bitch.
money.
Yo, you white hoe. Turn your fucking monkey ass around right now, you fucking motherfucker.
Ryobi, is that you?
You pimp popple mother puppet pig looking ass bitch. Anyway. So remember, she read this in a book that this is how you're supposed to deal with. And this is going to be a continuing problem because of the internet, because of social media. This is a young woman who has literally forgotten how to behave in public. She's literally forgotten how to interact with real human beings.
You know what I also don't like about this now?
What?
She just said that she was alone with her son.
Yeah.
That means her fucking kid is sitting in the backseat of this car right now watching his mom have a fucking panic attack for TikTok.
For TikTok.
Your son's in the backseat.
You've got your son in the backseat and you're making a TikTok because a man 30 feet away from you went, "Excuse me, miss." And you apparently, eviscerated him? You took out a katana and you gutted him and left his entrails out on the parking lot? Well, the book told me to do it. What was the book? Did Charles Manson, was it Helter Skelter? Is that what book you were reading?
How vanilla is this going to be, by the way, whatever he said?
Well, just because she's white, doesn't mean we have to
Okay.
use racially charged terms.
Why in the hell he was approaching me or what he was trying to do. And before he was probably 30 feet from me when he said, "Excuse me, ma'am." And I turned around and I literally yelled at him and I said, "Do not approach me."
Bitch.
He was 30 feet. Do you know how far 30 feet is?
That's a fucking long ways. It's way farther than this room here.
Yeah. 30 feet is a long fucking distance. He's like, "Excuse me, ma'am." You know what he was probably asking for? Can I use your shopping cart?
30 feet's like about 5 of you.
Yes, I am a long man. Some men are longer than others. Your mother's been telling stories about me again. So a guy's 30 feet away and he says, "Excuse me, miss." I don't know what book you were reading. It could have been Being a Cunt for Dummies. Could have been the book.
Honestly, do you understand how cunty that is to just yell and scream at somebody?
But if someone's 30 feet from you, let's rewrite the book. If someone's 30 feet from you at a store and they say, "I'm 30 feet away from you," "Excuse me, miss," how do you respond?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh.
Or just, yeah.
Oh, you mean you don't throw a spaz fit at them and then start shaking in your car and make a TikTok?
No.
Oh, it seems like a slight deviation from the way she handled it.
I have been socially accustomed to conversing with others.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She makes TikToks with her kids in the car about how much she's shaking at the mall.
Doesn't that bother you that behind this person there's a kid just watching their parent shake?
Right. And she
for
is married.
TikTok?
She's got a ring on, so somebody's plowing her. But apparently, somehow...
We obviously know why he's doing that, right?
Right. He doesn't do it... he doesn't...
It's not for substance.
When she gets home, he has to be careful. He has to approach her from the right side. He has to notify her that there is an approach incoming and that he means her no harm.
Can you imagine if you came up behind me in the kitchen while I'm doing dishes like you do sometimes?
Yeah.
And I
start humping your butt.
Yeah, and I fucking screamed at you, "Don't you approach me."
What you have to do...
I need a written letter request form.
I need to get my megaphone back. I need to go get one of those megaphones.
Ooh.
I got to... I grab my megaphone when she comes in the door and I go, Excuse me, honey. Permission to approach. We're very happy that you're home, but we don't want to make you uneasy. Is it all right to approach you?
And then I actually have a set of red, yellow, and green lights, and I have to flip one of them however I'm feeling.
How many times has her husband been maced for coming up to the door too soon and too fast?
Too many.
And he immediately started going in the other direction, and I just kept saying it over and over and over. I said, do not approach me. Do not approach me. And he, of course, got what the F? He started.
Yeah. He's 30 feet away from someone, and he wanted to ask you something, and then you went mental on him, so he went, what the fuck is your problem?
Can you imagine how much better she'd feel if she had just let him ask whatever he was going to ask?
Even if, let worst case
Even if
scenario.
he was hitting on her.
Right, 30 feet away. Worst case scenario. Let's say he goes, excuse me, miss. And she went, yeah, what do you need? He's like, I was just wondering how that booty tastes. Okay, then you get in your car and you go home. And that's really gross. And you can make your TikTok then if you want to. But to have a guy 30 feet away, the way you have to talk to get to someone 30 feet away. Excuse me, miss. He can literally do you no harm. Unless he Billy the Kid pulls a fucking 6-shooter and goes like that. There's nothing.
Good luck.
Yeah, there's nothing this guy can do.
The odds of that are next to none.
If he says, excuse me, miss, and you turn around and a tumbleweed blows through the parking lot, all right, fair enough. Maybe you should get the fuck out of there.
What if she fucking forgot a bag or something?
Right. Or she stole.
Or she's stolen, and then, wow, she's stolen.
Yeah.
She's trying to make this angry TikTok like he's the bad guy.
Exactly.
Cussing and yelling what's your problem? And I looked at him, and he actually then crossed a couple cars down from my car, and he didn't come anywhere near me.
Wow, imagine that. He didn't come anywhere near you after you blew a gasket on him. What an asshole. So in her mind, this is the saddest part. In her mind, this was the right decision and it worked.
The only time I would even consider behaving the way she is, maybe, and this is a maybe, is if somebody came up behind me and grabbed my arm or something.
Right, they touched you or something
that seems like you're invading a personal space now.
Yeah.
Crossed a couple cars down from my car and was like, what's continuing to cuss and say, what's your problem? And I said, you do not approach women in a parking lot. I just kept saying, do not approach me. You do not approach women in a parking lot. Yelling it. No male.
Now you're embarrassing this poor guy. He's done nothing wrong. You're embarrassing and humiliating him in the parking lot, and you're following him, screaming at him. I'm sorry, who's harassing who here?
Yeah, this could have been... It always does get me, the interaction could have been over already.
Yeah.
Whatever it was going to be, it could have been over within, a 10 to 20 second period, a time span there, and she's extending it.
No offense to the 7% of this audience that is female, but this is a product of women's empowerment. This is a product of feminism, is being a miserable old hag and thinking it's power.
Yes.
Being a miserable old spinster in her 20s and thinking that you've gained some kind of upper hand or you've shown the patriarchy.
She very much sees what she did here as a power move.
Yes. And she thinks it's good and that she's the noble one, and she thinks she's thwarted some pervert or some sex pest.
If somebody somewhere found a video of me doing what she's doing here, I would be thoroughly embarrassed.
This is the world I would like to go back to. Where women couldn't vote. No, but this is the world I'd be happy with. And, this will reveal a lot about me. And I know this sounds horrible.
It's a big reveal here.
I would love to go back to a time, and it's probably about 30 years ago, 30 to 40 years ago. I would like to go back to a time where she gets home, the husband sees this, and he makes her delete it.
Yeah, because you're embarrassing our family now.
I would like to go back to the time where, husbands don't have to be dominant. I'm going to beat the shit out of you, broad, where's my dinner? We don't have to go back to that. But to have a masculine leader in the household who makes decisions like that, who goes, hey, fuck kids in the car, you're acting like a lunatic, delete that fucking TikTok right now. Delete it.
This isn't setting a good example for anyone.
No.
Especially not your kid.
Yelling it. No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot. Ever.
What the fuck are you talking about? Even if a guy sees a woman he thinks is beautiful and she's single and he wants to say hello to her and see if he can strike up a conversation, it's still okay to approach someone in a parking lot.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, like an unplanned interaction I've had with some people, like when I'm just out and about, sometimes that'll just make somebody's day. Like just being said hello to, or hey, have a great day. Like a funny, you hold the door for someone and there's confusion and there's a wacky interaction. It's funny. I don't know. Like human interaction makes people smile, but the thing is like she's sitting here pretending every man in a parking lot is an assailant.
Well, she's one of those pretty white girls who thinks every guy wants to fuck her.
Right.
And that might be one of the most annoying types of person in the world.
Very narcissistic.
Yeah.
For sure.
Incredibly. And it's also how you end up interacting with humans when you're doing this all day.
Yeah.
Scroll. Okay,
when all you see is that bad stuff.
Scroll. TikTok. Okay, that's it. Scroll. You end up being that way. You don't know how to interact with human beings.
No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot. And if a male does approach you, you need to turn around and use the strongest voice that you can possibly use with them. Don't be polite. They need to literally screw off. No male should be approaching you in a parking lot.
I mean, we shouldn't be literally screwing off.
No, I mean, you get arrested for that. But, oh my God.
Wow.
I couldn't imagine dealing with a human being like that.
No.
I couldn't imagine being that way.
Like I said, if she had just said, like if the guy had said, excuse me, miss, and she just went, yes, and let him say whatever he was going to say, no matter if it was crude or not, it'd be over by now.
All that had to happen for that was her to go, yeah, what do you need? And then whatever he says, that's the end of it.
The reason this is carrying on for her is because in her sick brain, she's carrying on about all the bad things he was going to do to her.
Yeah. Ryobi with $20 says payment for a fuck up. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Cody 33C with $4.99 says you must always make a TikTok when something normal happens.
That is how some people work.
That's about how it goes. 3:20 away from knocking it out today, guys. It is our final goal of the week. If you feel like contributing, Streamlabs and PayPal is the easiest way to do it. Streamlabs, PayPal. Also, you can do super chats, memberships, Rumble rants, the whole deal. Thank you guys very much for your support this week and every week. Brett with $20. Thank you very much, Brett, over on PayPal. Appreciate that. And there you go. Into the 7 o'clock hour. You guys have hit the 300 mark. Perfect. All right, let's keep knocking it down. If you want to become a Steel Toe VIP, we'll go over how you do that later. It involves getting all of our merch, 2 tickets to every show, $250 in 1 week period, and we'll let you know the full VIP scope a little bit later. Should we do the Ray Devito thing now? 7:15. I
know you're chomping at the bit. Let's get going.
I think we can probably. I think we can probably talk about the Ray DeVito interview. So yesterday, I finally got to be on Ray DeVito's show, Rock Bottom with Ray DeVito. Mm-hmm. And Ray and I have been talking about doing this for a long time. I like Ray. Ray's a fan of this show. I like that Ray is a good, innocent fish in a pond of scummery. And that Ray is able to stay true to himself with all this ugliness going on around him.
You could hear that when he started the show yesterday.
Right. I love that about Ray DeVito, is that he doesn't bend to other people. He seems like a guy who could be easily manipulated or easily swayed, but looks are deceiving. He is not that kind of a guy. And so Ray DeVito had me on his show yesterday, and we'd been talking about it all week, and apparently everyone else had been talking about this all week. Apparently Steel Toe is the most talked about thing out there. I am the most interesting figure you could possibly have, because this was, in that whole universe, this was the most watched thing of the week.
Yes.
Was Ray, with all the different streams watching it, you combine all that up, it blows everything else out of the water.
They have made you very popular.
Immensely popular. And I have to say thank you for that. Subs are at an all-time high. Thank you guys very much. So I do Ray's show. And for a week leading up to it, people are like, Ray, you gotta get him. Get what? I don't know. I have no idea what the get 'em is.
The boogeyman.
The boogeyman. Aaron's the boogeyman.
God, you were awful.
I hate to break down the fourth wall. I hate to give up the gimmick here. I am a radio host doing a show, entertaining an audience. After this show is over, I am a guy who has a life and a family, and I go and I live that life. I don't watch a lot of stuff. If I watch stuff on YouTube, it'll be like one of the videos I watched yesterday. What if Apollo Creed would have lived in Rocky IV?
I've said the same thing.
I watch stupid shit.
I watch stupid shit too.
I watch what if videos and things like that. So I get reports, I guess you could say, from other people who say, oh, they said this and they said that. And I laugh at all of it. Like, I get it. I'll show April. I'll go, Jesus Christ, could you fucking imagine
being
person. That way? So Ray has me on his show, and Ray and I are talking beforehand. People are saying, Ray, you got to fucking get steel toe. They wanted Ray to do everything to me that they don't have the courage to do.
Okay.
Like all of these people
Which
who wanted
is?
Ray to destroy me and make me cry, I guess. I don't know.
I think that would be their ultimate climax, is watching you cry.
Right. Contact me. Say you want to be a guest on the show. We'll hook you up with a StreamYard link. And then you can come on and you can try to make me cry. You'll be a guest. You'll have a channel. You can show up and do the whole thing. They can't do that. They don't want to do that. So they go, Ray, do it for me. Come on, Ray. Finish this guy. Fuck him up, Ray. Go get him. And I knew that was kind of the play. And Ray was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I like this guy. I'm a fan of what he does. I like his show. And so Ray and I are talking back and forth leading up to the interview. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm impressed with how you're handling this. I am, and I was really impressed with how Ray stood up to this weird obsession that people have where they're like, and I don't want to use the word afraid, but I don't know what word to use for people who do not want to come at me themselves, but they want to use and push around this other guy to do their bidding for them. Do your own fucking dirty work. I don't have people running around doing my dirty work. Do your own fucking dirty work. I feel like Ace Rothstein in Casino when he confronts Lester Diamond and he goes, you go, hey, next time, be a man. Don't be a pimp. And Ray was a man. Ray was not a pimp.
Right.
So we're going to do this interview and people have been asking me, did you get paid? Did you get paid? I don't believe in paying guests. So Ray said, hey, we'll give you half the super chat money. I said, fuck no.
Being a guest is promotion.
I'm not going to get half your fucking super chat. Those are your super chats. Those are your super chats. You take them, you keep them. That's your money. You've earned it.
I don't put that show on.
Paying guests, I don't believe in it. In paying guests. A guest is a guest. They're there to promote their shit. We did the 21 Guns show. That's going to be up on Compound Media today at noon.
Love those guys.
Go to Compound Media, either get a free trial and try it out. Anthony's show, Gino, Chrissy, they're all great. The 21 Guns, those guys were awesome.
Frank was very fun.
Kevin and Frank were awesome.
Kevin, Frank, and Jeremy.
Kevin, Frank, and Jeremy on 21 Guns. Another great show on Compound. That's going to be up at noon Central Time today. 11 o'clock Central Time today, noon Eastern.
Okay.
That one's going to be up. E-Rock sent me that yesterday.
Yep.
So I'm writing with Ray back and forth. I'm like, I don't need any of the money. This is going to be fun. I kept telling him, I go, Ray, this is how I envision myself. I'm Shawn Michaels walking into Montreal, Canada. Montreal, Canada, where Bret Hart, the local hero, got screwed, and Shawn Michaels is looked at as the worst guy in the world. He's terrible. He's awful. And the whole crowd is going to boo him and throw shit at him. I'm Hulk Hogan dropping the leg on Macho Man Randy Savage and turning NWO. I said, Ray, I'm going to heel it up. We're going to go like this to the audience the entire time, and we're going to laugh at him. Ray wanted to do an interview, which was great. I thought that was awesome. He had a bunch of questions. Ray was incredibly prepared. I'm really happy with the job he did. So we start the interview, and we're busting on Chad, and we're talking about the show, and we're talking about how, it's amazing the life of its own this interview has taken on. and how all these people have used it as like a projection mirror for themselves of what they want it to be. Like whatever is inside themselves, they projected it out onto Ray and said, they convinced themselves, this is what this is going to be. Ray and I always knew from the beginning of this interview that we were just going to be talking about the shit we do. It was going to be a show.
Well, that's the great part about being in your position versus the foaming at the mouth incels on the internet, right?
Right.
The people that are trying to make a show of something and it's not their show.
Yeah. I honestly, and we'll get to the chat a little bit later here, but I'm going to stop it right about there.
Okay.
I go on the show. Ray and I start talking. It's a lot of fun. I'll get to like audience conspiracy theories that they have on this whole thing that I don't tend to believe in.
Conspiracy theories? Oh boy.
Yeah, there were some conspiracy theories. We'll get to it. And then Ray and I are having a great conversation. It's going very well. And I talked to the producer Joe before the show, and he and Ray and myself, we were all having a great time. We were laughing. We were telling jokes, this and that. I had no idea that this Joe guy was not a steel toe guy at all. I know.
Sure, I'd never heard of that.
He didn't say that before the show. He had plenty of opportunity to. We spoke. He didn't say that. He's very welcoming. Whatever. Nice enough guy. The interview starts, and now that I'm looking back on it, I think from Jump Street, this Joe guy was nervous. I think this Joe guy, I don't know much about him. I don't know if he's new to broadcasting or whatever. Maybe he's not. But this guy, Joe, seemed nervous from the outset. Like he had an expectation. This is going to go a certain way. And then he's reading the chat the entire time, looking for the super chats and stuff and things like that. And he sees people who, again, Thanos walked in. Fucking Shawn Michaels walked into Montreal. We're going to get this guy. Ray and I, we're having a great time. This Joe guy is reading the chat and he's seeing, people like, Ray, this is softball. Ray, this is this. What they were basically trying to say was, Ray, you're not doing what I want you to do.
Be aggressive.
And that's what I love about Ray. People can sit there and yell at Ray and tell him what they want him to do. And he goes, fuck you, I'm going to do it myself. I like that. So this Joe starts jumping in. And Joe starts asking me questions. And they're questions that I was glad he asked them, because I was then allowed to clarify all of my answers and all of my positions and did, I've been doing this long enough to know, did a great job with it. Did a wonderful job handling Joe and his questions. And Joe was not, people wrote me and they said that Joe's a piece of shit, that Joe was trying to sabotage the interview, I don't agree with that. I don't think Joe was trying to sabotage the interview. I think Joe got a little bit of chat cancer and he didn't want the chat right and that Ray's softballing or whatever. So he felt like he had to interject. I promise he didn't. It would have been fine if he hadn't interjected. But I can see where he felt he needed to. And I don't think he was being disingenuous. I think everything he didn't like about me was genuine. I think he genuinely doesn't like what I do. Mm-hmm. He got a little cunty about it at the end, but I think that's just because I handled his questions a little bit better than he thought I would.
Right, most of these things.
Yeah, he got a little cunty at the end. He says, just because you do a shitty morning show doesn't mean I hate you. And it's like, now don't be a fucking baby. So Joe interjects. Ray gets a topic going. Ray and I are having a good conversation. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, and Joe's off camera, I just hear, Ray, we got to get to these super chats.
And all of us listening are like, no, they're on to something here. Let them finish. Right. Goddamn.
And there were all these people restreaming, and I'm getting these DMs from these people restreaming, and they're going, this is killing the flow of this show. We tuned in to watch you and Ray together. Yeah. What's with all this super chat shit? And the super chats are about the nastiest, grossest, like lowbrow,
incorrect,
shitty human being stuff you can write. And from the very outset, from the first one, I just went, this is exactly how I thought it was going to be. It's almost like I knew there was a trap set and I sprung the trap.
Right.
And I just, multiple times in the interview, I go, guys, come on, you do better than this. Come on, let's do it. Come on, let's do something. Ray and I are laughing. The super chats come in. We make fun of the person sending the super chat. We have a great laugh, so on and so forth. All right, good. Took care of the super chats. Ray goes, all right, now I want to talk about Corey Adam. or now I want to talk about the radio, or now I want to talk about this or that. And I get into an answer and it's going well. Ray and I we had good chemistry. We had a good rapport.
Yes, you did.
Ray, we got to get to these super chats. Like towards the end, Joe was almost in panic mode. He was interrupting all the time about these fucking super chats. I hate to pull my professional broadcaster card, but a little piece of advice. Doing the show only for the super chats is not entertainment.
No, there's a time for them.
Right. It's not a good show. You got to watch Mersh and Royce do it. You got to watch, us do it. When it comes to people donating and contributing to your show, get through what you're doing. Do your segment. Do what you've prepped out. And then after that, between that and the next one, pick a few out, knock them out, save the rest for later. It totally ruins the flow of any kind of show you're doing if you're just interrupting all the time and going, get to the super chats, get to the super chats. It's Ray's show. Ray should have been allowed to run his show. I don't dislike Joe. I think Joe, like I said, I think his criticisms were fair and honest. And I got to call him out on a few things and say, what you just said there, that was actually horseshit. Here's what happened. And I think Joe was satisfied with the answers. Joe, didn't get real snippy or, until the end with a little tiny comment, not even a big deal. Didn't really get cunty or snippy or anything like that. And I did get him to admit, he's like, no, I just don't like your show and I'm not a big fan of yours. Like, I know, look, everybody who hears you asking these questions
knows
you're not a big fan of mine. Like,
right,
I don't know.
The club.
I don't know if Joe thought he was being sleuthy.
I don't know.
But
right, it wasn't very sleuthy.
We all kind of got that vibe. And Stevie Lou and some other people were writing me. And they said, yeah, the more Joe kind of interjected on Ray's interview, the more the chat kind of turned against him.
Okay.
And yeah, that was the weirdest part to me. The Joe stuff was the weirdest part because the super chat thing was killing the vibe of the show. Like it was, here you got all these people watching to see what Ray and Aaron do. And you're kind of like shoehorning this other thing in there. And it's just people sending in like $2 at a time saying the same shit. And Ray and I laugh and we're like, oh God, could you imagine being this guy? I don't think it could have gone any better than it did. I thought it was a fucking home run for Steel Toe. I'm hearing from other people that Chad was losing his mind. This was not going the way he wanted. That on MLC, they kind of lost their mind about the interview. So that makes me very happy.
Sure.
Other people were saying, oh, the conspiracy theories. Oh, Joe sent Shuley to do his dirty work. Shuley wanted this to be a hatchet job on you, and Ray wasn't doing it, so he sent Joe. Guys, I can promise you, Shuley did not do that.
No, Joe just doesn't like him.
Joe doesn't like me. It's not illegal for him not to like me.
There can be instances where it's just a simple explanation. Right. Not everything is complex.
And as much as he doesn't like me, he was very respectful in his questioning. My only criticism would be the way he paced the show as a producer, but that's his prerogative. But as far as his, what do you call it? As far as his like issues or whatever with me or his questions with me,
his criticisms.
Yeah, I thought those were totally fine. I didn't think those were out of line at all. In fact, it set me up nicely. If you're a conspiracy theorist, you would think Joe set it up so that I could look good in responding to these criticisms. Like he brought up these criticisms so I could swat them away. I promise that didn't happen.
Right. It can't just be that he brought them up and you answered.
Right. Shuley did not do this as a way to get Aaron. You know what Shuley likes? Shuley likes
being profitable.
He likes being profitable. No,
views.
Well, she said that, Shuley. She said the Jew thing. I didn't say the Jew thing first.
I don't even remember that he's Jewish, honestly.
How can you not? No. It's the only thing I see. Shuley, you know what Shuley likes? Trouble.
Oh, trouble? Okay.
Innocent trouble. I say trouble like this because it's like innocent, fun, like
being naughty.
Going to the playground and going, did you hear what this guy said about you? Like, yeah, that's kind of shit. You know what Shuley is? Shuley's like the three-way calling sting in Mean Girls.
Oh, God.
Where he's like, yeah, I guess it was pretty bitchy, and I guess she just likes the attention. And then Shuley goes, hey, did you hear that, Ray? She said she's not mad at you. And like, I can't believe you think I like attention. And Shuley just sits there going, oh, this is wonderful. That's what Shuley likes. Shuley wasn't like, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to use Ray Devito and Joe as my proxy to get this steel toe fella. Shuli was promoting the shit out of the interview. I don't think Shuli was out there to get anyone. Again, I think everyone had their conspiracy theory. Everyone had their idea of how this Ray thing was going to go. Mm-hmm. Ray and I were the only two people who knew, because we'd been talking to each other,
right?
That sorry to let you down, boys and girls. Sorry to ruin your recess time, snack time tantrum.
Gossip.
Ray and I are going to have an interview. I watched as this thing got big. It was so hard to keep my mouth shut. Because as I watched this thing get bigger and bigger and people's expectations get bigger and bigger, and this is it, we're going to fucking get this guy. I was like, I laughed every time because I'm like, they don't know that Ray, or they don't care. Ray and I are discussing this.
It's more like they don't care.
Ray and I are planning a very good show. Ray and I know that you guys are going to be very upset. And we're going to have a great time with it.
These people very much have like blinders on, where you could have like on the outside of the blinders, it's, oh, Ray and Aaron talk. Ray and Aaron are good. You know, they're going to do an interview. Oh, things are going to go well for them and stuff. And they got blinders on all. They're like, no, they're going to be upset. I've got him. Yeah, it was really, I had a really great time. It was fun doing that show with Ray. I had a good time with Joe too. I don't want any, because there's people on both sides like, Joe carried it. Well, no, Joe did what you wanted Ray to do. And I don't even think that. I don't think Joe was aggressive at all. I thought he was more than respectful. And he said numerous times, he goes, I got to say, you got balls for coming in here. I didn't feel like I had balls for coming in there. I will say that. It felt easy to me. That was easy work yesterday. I mean, Aaron didn't come off that show and come upstairs to me all exhaused or anything. Right. He's just like, oh, that went well. Yeah, I was like, that went really well. That was fun. And all the texts and DMs I'm getting, they're like, a couple people using the term chef's kiss. I had people messaging me telling me how good you did. Yeah. Because they couldn't talk to you during the show. Like, wow, he's really doing well right now. He's really fucking... Well, it's not that difficult. A, you answer Ray's questions. B, you have your back and forth with Joe. And then after that, you laugh at the people who are foaming at the mouth trying to get you. This is why you can't make your goal to be, I'm going to end this person. Because if they laugh at you, now you look twice as retarded for being so serious. So, fun interview, great time. I didn't watch any of the reactions. I didn't watch any of the stuff to the stuff to the stuff. We had a full day. I probably won't watch any of that stuff, but I'm glad that I got to make a lot of people a lot of money yesterday. Yes. I got to make a lot of people very happy yesterday, and the thing I'm happiest about is the amount of people I made miserable yesterday. That made me feel good. It felt like being troublemaker radio guy all over again. I liked it. So I loved the Ray interview. I had a great time. I hope you guys had a great time checking it out. Let's go to you now, and let's talk about this. Hold on. This is a phone call that I wanted, actually. We'll go to the chat in a second. I want to throw a thank you to Ryobi with $20. Thank you. Ryobi says, Aaron's still feeling guilty. I shouldn't have interrupted. I'm sorry. Just don't be mad, Daddy. Don't call me Ryan the garbage man. Oh, no. Now, I would never do that. You don't bring me delicious moonshine. It's okay. We also got $4.99 from, I think, Wayne something. I'll get to that in a little bit. I think we're at $2.80 right now. Stevie Lou, how are you, sir?
Hey, guys. Aaron, April, looking fabulous. How are you doing? All right. Well, what did I miss? What did I get right? What did I get wrong? Well, so, listen. This wasn't just like something that happened. This was a happening. Oh. Whoa. Yesterday, maybe it wasn't as entertaining as people wanted it to be at like a base level, but everybody's going to remember where they were when this interview went down. That was Shuli's tweet yesterday, and I agree with that. Right. Looking back now, there seem to have been like these lead up of marquee interviews. You go back, you had the Corndiff and Zumach interview from a few weeks ago. Then you had the Cardiff and the Attacker interview that caused a lot of like drama. And now this was the one to end all interviews. I want to say that Ray DeVito and Aaron from Steel Toe.
Whoa!
Sorry.
Oh my God! The Reddits are right. Stevie Lou is working against the Steel Toe show.
Steel Hoe?
Listen,
What?
You're gonna have to up my moderator pay if this is gonna go.
Why? You're just gonna turn on me anyway, you know?
Yeah,
I know, we heard that. But here, no, you were right, man. Like, people, I think, were trying to use Ray DeVito like some sort of rock'em sock'em robot.
Yeah.
You know, but this is what happens when the robot, talks back and has his own ideas. And I thought me and Ray have had some issues recently, which I'll leave to the side. But I was actually kind of proud for the take charge nature that Ray put out there.
Yeah. I liked the way Ray handled it. And I know I'm friends with numerous people who don't like. I know Gino's no big fan of Ray, and even Gino was texting yesterday. He goes, "That was fucking great. That was amazing. That was awesome." You saying you've had issues with Ray? I'm sure you do. I'm sure you've dealt with him more than I have.
Well,
I just admire what Ray did in the face of everyone that didn't have the balls to do what he did, but wanted to try to use him to do what they would have done in that situation.
Yep.
I'm glad he did it his way.
Yeah, well, listen, Gino is also very upset with me right now too. So
God damn it!
everybody.
Can everybody just fucking? You guys we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, and some of us are 60s. Enough.
Have you not seen the end of Reservoir Dogs? We've all got the guns to each other's heads at all times. It could go off like that any second. But let me just say, you're right. I hate to get really into it, but I think this whole thing with producer Joe having to jump in to save the interview, I hear that. That is what the kids call a cope. Okay, I hate to use the parlance of our time.
Yeah, I think it's the bad thing about cope is it's kind of been overused. Mm-hmm. It's like
lost its value.
It's lost its value. It's like the word troll or things like that. When a word gets popular, it loses its pop. But I understand what you're talking about. I called it chat cancer. He had the chat was kind of egging him on, or they didn't like what Ray was doing. So Joe felt he needed to step in.
Yeah, and I know you said you didn't want to listen to the restreams, and I don't think you really need to. But I will say that my buddy Obnoxious John and I were listening with Carlos Danger, and while we were watching live, when Joe was jumping in, we were both kind of like, "Whoa, this is getting weird." And you know me, I'm a Steel Toe supporter. I think Obnoxious John is more of a impartial. Middle ground guy, and even he could jump in on that, And let me say too, I know that you don't want to throw Shuley too much under the bus here, but that's where I come in. I feel like it was kind of an indirect long troll that they're doing to Ray here on the Shuley Network. They don't promote his show. There was questions about pay coming back his way recently, and that's a rumor. That's not nothing I know anything about, but there are these little tiny clues that kind of show that Ray's show is kind of like this second-class show on the Shuley Network, and I'm glad that he felt that and kicked back a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, that was nice. That was good. Ray's a good guy. I know you've had your problems. My dealings with him, Ray's been a good guy, but I don't know.
Really quick, go ahead. So really quick, sorry. You said that the Ray is a good guy. Ray thinks that everyone is a good guy. Yesterday, he said that he thinks that Jake Hudson is a good guy. He has said on record that his ex-roommate, who is a murderer, he is in jail for murder. His ex-roommate was a good guy, though. He said that live on there.
Shit.
So I love Ray, but he's got to check his thermometer, I feel, sometimes.
Okay. But I thought it went remarkably well. You said that when Joe started jumping in too much, that the chat started to turn on him. Whose chat started to turn on him?
Yeah, I don't want to sound impartial here, but watching the live chat, I could see that it wasn't just the super chatters. And that's the brilliant thing about YouTube. You can go back and watch the live chat. Yeah. And a lot of people were starting to turn on Joe. Okay. Now, I think Joe, and I don't know that much about the guy, but I think he's one of these old school dabbler anonymous guys from Reddit.
Oh, okay.
And I think that he's one of these people that still have a bit of a bone to pick.
Because I kind of goofed on how lame that was. Yeah.
Right. And we've moved on from that, folks. The internet cycle is short. We've already moved on from that storyline.
Yeah, guys, it's dead.
But they haven't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that shit I don't even remember.
I will say with the Joe thing, I don't really feel any animosity because like it's so rare on the internet to find a guy who is genuine and not being disingenuous. And his criticisms, while he did say things that were factually incorrect, like with the Bob stuff, I was able to, set that straight. He wasn't coming at it from a disingenuous place. He said later, I don't like your show. I'm not a big fan of yours. But I could tell that in the way he was asking the questions. I could tell that. And he was, you mentioned the Reddit thing, and there were a few talking points in there that he was kind of going with. But I don't fault him for that because I don't think he was being a dick. I think he was nervous. I think with a lot of the super chatters and Joe and everyone else, it wasn't going the way they were expecting it to. They kind of looked at me and I think they were screaming, "Hey guys, he's getting away." And they felt that they needed to do something about it. At least that's my take on the whole thing.
Well, yeah, shit, that's a great point. Like, you guys remember the old Ollie G show?
Yeah.
On HBO with Sacha Baron Cohen, and like 95% of the time, those interviews went the way that Ollie G wanted it to go.
Right.
And it was a disaster and it was hilarious. But there was like 5% of these interviews where the interviewee didn't really got so bad.
Right.
And it just kind of still made it air. And it wasn't as good, but it still had its merit.
Yeah.
And you didn't have your Ollie G moment yesterday. All those folks that wanted it.
Yeah, so, and I think you're right. Carlos Danger has never been a real big steel toe guy, but I again, it's that Don Draper thing. I don't really think about Carlos Danger. Like if he shows up, if I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick, but if he shows up on a show he's watching, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a guy. And then after that, I don't really think about Carlos Danger too much. But so there was him, there was you, but then there was Obnoxious John, who is kind of neutral on steel toe, but he had been writing me after the show. He's like, "Wow, you fucking nailed that. That was really good." Like, so if you turn a guy like that, that's kind of that impartial third judge that kind of determines how things went, and that was nice to hear.
Yeah, I think I could tie this up nicely with the bow now. With Carlos Danger, he is actually remarkably good with Ray when those two are together. When he is Ray's straight man, they're an incredible duo. So maybe this is what comes out of all this, that Ray could bring in a guy like Carlos Danger instead of Joe to be his side guy, and I think it was a lot better product.
I think you're right. But again, I don't think it could have gone any better. I don't think the thing could have worked out any better than it did. I think, for me, I should say, all the people that were hoping this would be like the get 'em moment are very upset. And I think that's a good indicator of how well it went for us. And I had a lot of fun and I got to laugh at some people. So I like I said, I feel like I went into Montreal. I walked out of Montreal. And before I dropped the microphone, I went, "Hitman, I screwed you once. And I'll screw you again." So I felt good. It was, to use another movie line, it was that scene in Ali during the Rumble in the Jungle, just before the fight, where he goes, "I know you got him picked. I know you think you got me. I know you think this is the end of Muhammad and the myth of Muhammad's going to fall, but you got the wrong guy. He's scared of me. You misjudged. You got it wrong." And you know what, Stevie Lou, I'm gonna have my post Rumble in the Jungle moment. Ready? Here we go. April, you and Stevie Lou just start talking. Just start babbling. Go ahead.
All right, Stevie, what are you doing this weekend?
All right, I want everyone to be quiet now. Attention. I told you when I whooped Chad Zumock, I told you that I'm the greatest of all times. And I proved to you once again with my interview with Ray DeVito that this is turning into Dusty Rhodes a little bit.
Okay, all right.
That if you believe in steel toe, you can even make Joe and Kevin and all the rest of them look like a baby.
All right, I got to say, and so if that was your Montreal screw job, is Kevin Brennan, Vince McMahon getting spit on by the Bret Hart, Chad Zumock right now, and we don't see that off
screen?
Wait
a minute, is that? I didn't watch anything. Was he upset?
No, I was being extra.
Oh damn, we were trying to fill all the roles. Okay.
I think my time is up here. I hope you guys have a very good weekend.
Honestly, Stevie, I just would like to find a way to make Kevin Earl Hebner.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
All right.
Hey, if folks can maybe go check out the Ski Mask Collective YouTube channel. We're almost to 1,000 subscribers. If we can get just a few more folks to go subscribe, it's Ski Mask Media, one word. Ski Mask Media on YouTube. If folks can go subscribe.
Go watch yesterday's Sad Chat. It's very good. They did a little Steel Toe parody on there. It was very funny.
Oh my God! Don't even. Oh God! I'm sorry we did that too.
That was very funny. I took that as a slight towards the people who were upset about it more than a slight towards our program.
Exactly. I hope that you saw it that way. I hope you guys have a great weekend.
Thank you, Stevie Lou. All right. Well, Stevie Lou was part of all those restreams that were going on, so I wanted to take the temperature of what they were thinking. All right. I have people that want to talk about this. I have, the super chats coming in. So let's wrap this segment up with getting the audience's thoughts.
See, this is how a show goes. You do your shit.
And then you go to your audience.
Then you go to the chat.
The chat and the super chats should be the radio equivalent of going to the phones.
Yes.
We'll go to the phones, and then we'll move on. Derek Chauvinist says, Joe got instructions from the higher-ups. He's a Muppet who was reading from a sheet with prepared talking points. I don't believe that.
No, I just think he genuinely didn't like Aaron.
He just doesn't like me, and that's fine. I don't mind if people don't like me. It's when it gets into the weird shit that I'm like, I'm not fucking around with that kind of a person. Like, that's ugly, gross, weird shit. That's not like broadcasting and doing a show. That's just a guy who's out of his mind and lost. That's a lost boy, if you will. And Joe is not that. Somebody said it was about poor old Bob's feelings. You know, the guy that's never done anything wrong in his life and acts like a drama queen. I didn't feel that any of that was about Bob, personally. Shouting at Cloud says, this is a pretty professional, polished morning talk show. What's not to like? It's not, I can't imagine hating this show. I can imagine going, look, that type of show is not for me, and I don't like that kind of show. But if you don't think this is a good show, like there's a lot of musicians out there. I don't dig their music, but I go, fuck, they're good at what they do.
Well, shit, it's like when I turned a terrestrial radio on for the last time, like 4 years ago, and it was KCLD. You turn it off.
Right.
I mean, come on.
Cream of Green says, speak up, ape. Jeez.
During a phone call? Like, Stevie was clearly there to talk about Aaron's thing he did yesterday. I wasn't part of it. I was listening.
Welch Salty says, you don't know who was talking to Joe behind the scenes either. Shuli and Bob were so mad at Ray. I didn't get that vibe. Shuli liked and retweeted the stuff that I put out there. I think Shuli just likes the madness. I think Shuli likes the madness of the whole thing. Jay Dead says, you guys got to watch the Potatoes and Corn try to explain your interview with Ray to Opie on his live stream. Oh boy. You know what?
Oh gosh.
I might check that out. Derek Chauvinist says, to think that paying cash to make those high school girl super chats was a financial gain for Ray. Ray's brilliant. Ray outplayed everybody in this whole thing because he got the hottest guest there was, apparently, judging by the numbers. He got the hottest guest there was.
Accurate.
He got people to pour money in.
Also accurate.
And his guest was also a professional broadcaster, so his guest didn't leech off the super chats and take half of them. I just want to do a good show.
It's the whole trifecta.
Ray,
big win.
everyone is talking about this like, oh, Steel Toe outdid everybody, and Steel Toe did. No. The winner in this whole thing is Ray Devito. Ray Devito trumped everybody. Derek Chauvinist says, Joe had prepared talking points from Levy and Shuli to sabotage the podcast. I don't agree with that.
You know, a lot of people saying that. I don't know. I usually just go with whatever was simpler.
Yeah. I'm an Occam's razor kind of a guy.
He just didn't like you.
$4.99 from Travis Wayne was deleted by Stevie Lou. He must have wrote something really shitty or personal. Otherwise, I would have kept it up there. Thank you, Travis Wayne. Appreciate that. You were only brought on there to be messed with. Nobody over there was looking for a real interview, says I'm a Richard. Well, I didn't get messed with. And Ray and I had a great time. I know Ray was bringing me in there for a real interview.
Yeah, I think Ray had good intentions. Everyone else obviously didn't, but that's how the internet
Ray
goes.
tried to do a real interview, and every time we got a real interview going, Joe would cut in and interrupt it. And a lot of people are saying that was intentional. Joe had ulterior motives. Joe didn't like that you were looking good in this whole thing. I don't agree. I just want to lay it out there right now. It could be possible. I don't believe it. I don't think Joe was there watching Ray's show and going, God damn it, Ray and Aaron are laughing together and they're making fun of people and they're having a good time. I'm going to step in and stop it.
I do think it took away from the good stuff you two were doing.
No, what I'm saying is he accidentally fucked up the flow of the show. Right. I don't think he did it on purpose.
Sure.
Chevrolet JB, I'm trying to keep up as best I can, guys. This could take a while. Chevrolet JB says, wow, that's a first. Wasn't on the homepage when live. Yeah, I've been hearing that from a lot of people. I think since our suspension, we got buried in the algorithm.
I wonder if I got a notification today. I usually do.
I'm still the clips aren't going out to anybody, which really sucks. But the live show numbers are still holding steady. The Rumble numbers are going up. So I'm happy with all that. And to know that we're doing it kind of against the current of YouTube, that feels really good. Steve L says, Shuli and Bob were both behind it. They had a major fight with Ray hours before. See, I would, here's what I'm doing. I'm giving those two the benefit of the doubt that they're grown-ups and they didn't really spend their precious free time doing that. I don't believe that they did. The intent was to make the show MLC light and Aaron to be the Chad figure. Oh, God. See, I didn't know that. If that was the case, I'm sorry, because I really came in and took a shit on your whole parade then. Let's see. Chuck says, Shuli loves trouble, but when he's involved, he runs to the nearest security guard. God, there's a lot of people that have very aggressive feelings towards things that I think are relatively innocent. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody said, bringing family into this drama is a dog act. I really don't like their drama for Super Chats. Yeah, it's not for me either.
Well, nobody likes that.
I said it yesterday on Ray's show, and I believe it. I don't know why MLC has this obsession with me. I understand why Chad would. We've embarrassed him along with Carl and others.
Yeah, I just got a weird notification I'll mention in a little bit.
But I don't understand the MLC. Do I call it jealousy about Steel Toe?
Yeah.
We don't do the same thing. If Kevin thinks we do the same show, I'm insulted a little bit because we do two completely different genres of broadcasting. His is the equivalent to the Kardashians or Surreal House.
Jersey Shore.
Jersey Shore. It's reality television, all right? Whereas our show is, I don't know, The Daily Show, South Park. Like, it's based on the news and stuff like that, but it's, entertaining and comedic as well. We don't do the same thing. We're certainly not competing for the same audience. I'm not trying to take any of the MLC audience.
There's room for both.
Yeah, I know. So I don't understand this really upset kind of obsession with the Steel Toe show. But all right. Continuing on, Derek Chauvinist says, the saddest thing yesterday was Chad promising all of his Super Chats funds will go to Aaron's ex. Basically, Chad was bribing Aaron's ex for her attention. Beta. Yeah, but that's nothing new from him.
No.
Like, that's the thing. Like, at first you see that bit and you go, what a piece of shit. Like, why would he do that? But now he's been doing it for so long that even us and our fans go, oh, dude, that's just kind of sad.
Look, and these people like Chad don't realize that they are not they're not helping anybody. Like, those people don't want to be involved in this
they
either.
Certainly don't want to.
So that's not going to end well for you.
It hasn't made anybody's life on that end any better.
No.
Don Lemonade, it's breaking news. Baby boy Melty gets no pussy. Back to you in the studio. I guess it upset him. Some of the other messages I got.
Okay.
Was it upset him when I told Ray, I'm like, look, Chad we think about. Like, we'll make Chad references from time to time.
Sure.
But yeah, Melton, we don't. Sorry, again, it's the Don Draper thing. We know why you're doing what you did. You kind of tried to shove your own foot in the door for the algorithm, but we don't really think about anything you do.
You needed some Steel Toe clout.
Yeah. I mean, we understand what that whole gimmick was. Citizen M says, no one wanted to get Aaron. It's not fuck Steel Toe. We love Steel Toe. This is a fuck Ray scenario. He was abysmal, zero preparation. No, Citizen M, I think you don't want to get Steel Toe. There were definitely people there who were trying to get Ray to get me.
Lots and lots of people.
And it didn't work out the way they wanted it to. Thank you, Brandon Can't Lose, for the $20. Appreciate that. Oh, I already put that in there.
Thank you.
265 away from today's goal. Producer Joe didn't save anything. I like Joe, but he was interrupting. says Johnny 1.0. Somebody said they'll cherry pick what you've said and take everything out of context again. I don't think you can. I think that was such a flawless performance. I don't mind. Now that I just, the more I hear it from other people, the more confidence I get in being a dick about it a little bit. Mm-hmm. That was such a flawless performance on our part that I don't think anyone could even take it out of context.
They'll always try.
Ray is not out of line, feeling disrespected by the Shuli network. Yeah, Ray, I can't remember if this was on air or off air, but Ray was yelling about, hey, nobody ever clips my shit on the Shuli channel and puts it up.
It was on air.
And then Joe, this did piss me off because it wasn't about me. I'm weird. I don't know what my thing is for Ray, but if people say shit about me, laugh, ha, whatever. But there was something he did to Ray that really kind of pissed me off a little bit and made me go, this guy's kind of a wiener guy. It was when Joe went, well, Ray, maybe if you did something clip-worthy, then we'd put it up. Fuckhead, that's not how this works. And if your job is producer, then you got to take a class or something, because that line really pissed me off. You clip shit out of his show, you put it up there to get a little promotion for the new show. That's like saying, hey, NBC's got this new sitcom they want to promote. Oh, let's put it on at 11:30 at night instead of right after Friends.
It did seem shady. Like, I was doing my womanly duties. I was doing the dishes while I was listening to this. And yeah, Ray said, yeah, nobody promotes my things. Nobody clips my things and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that is kind of shitty. And then Joe goes, yeah, once you do something clip worthy. And I'm like, I looked at my phone like, holy shit.
Yeah, what a
You're
dick.
the producer and that is your host. What are you doing?
I think they ought to give Joe a show. I want to see how
give
Joe...
him his own show.
Yeah, I want to see how Joe does with a show. And you notice I brought that up during the interview. No. Oh, no. This is as high as I'm going to get. And I'm like, you know what? At least you recognize
Poor Ray, like, really, in 2 or whatever he said, 2 or 3 specials, you got nothing. And Joe couldn't say a nice thing about it.
Yeah. Citizen M says, you keep saying what they don't have the balls to do, but Melton is asking good faith you and April to sit down.
No, he's not.
He wants us to do it on his channel so he can get the views. He can just go away. He had his chance. I asked him when Corey made a quasi... I thought it was an accurate remark.
I don't even remember it.
It wasn't even a big deal. He got very sensitive about something Corey said. I go, well, come on the show and discuss it with Corey. And he decided to do his pro wrestling red bar shtick. And I'm like, all right, well, that was your chance,
I mean, that could have ended a lot differently for him.
You certainly need me. I don't need you. So I gave you a shot. I gave you an offer. You turned your nose up at it. Sorry.
The way he's gone about it, there's nothing good faith about him.
Michael Shergala says, Aaron, you showed class yesterday. I really love the show. Good morning, April.
Good morning, Michael.
Cynically insane. I understand. He probably speaks for a lot of people in the chat when he goes, ugh, more Mad Men.
I know. But he's seen it 3 times. I've seen it 4, and we'll watch it again.
Rocky Paboa says, Steel Toe gives a show. Then e-begs. Exactly. $5 from Rexstart parody account says, Shuli and Bob were busting Ray's balls afterwards. But they said plenty of positive things about the interview and you. I know. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did.
Just a lot of stirring the shit going on.
I think Shuli and Bob are over it, if they ever weren't over it.
That's how the internet goes. They have to be stirring the shit.
Right, exactly. 250 away from knocking it out today. Whitney Chapman with $5 says Chad's heated reaction on MLC tells the story. Expected another oil can incident last night as a distraction. High Road wins again. Congrats. Well, then I get to come on my own show and brag.
Thanks, Whitney.
Cream of Green says, take your victory lap, King. Well, look, we did very well yesterday, and now I got to be humble and High Road yesterday, and then I get to come on my own show and brag about it.
Very good.
Hans says they had a hard out on Ray because Shuli and Bob were watching and waiting to do a recap show. Yeah, they said that. Michael says, I think it's disgusting the way April's been attacked. Keep your chin up, kids. Don't let some dude living in his wife's basement get to you guys. I don't think he gets to us. I think we kind of, we know what he is. I think
we see what's going on.
Yeah, he's pretty see-through.
And while all the things he said are nasty, most are inaccurate and sad.
Rocky Paboa says, I liked when Aaron was like, our show is different, so we don't play with the ones that don't make content. That was it. Like, MLC and us are 2 different genres. It's like
there is room for everyone. Yeah. Like it doesn't need to be jealousy, but I understand the jealousy.
I want to try and get through everybody here. I know we're going long with this segment. We're going to put it up as a clip later. And Shuli Network wants to shit on Compound, says Rocky Paboa. Does he? I think he and Anthony get along just fine.
Those two work together on stuff. I don't think we can be shitting on each other.
I make it my business to hate everyone equally on Wednesdays for balance, says Omega Dreads. Oh, attaboy. Aaron, do you have a link to Sad Chad? Stevie Lou, put your link up in the chat there for these people. Joe's tone with Ray was more disturbing than his tone with Aaron. Yeah, I felt like with me, he came at it with a level of begrudging respect. And there wasn't that same respect to Ray, and that pissed me off a little bit. Because Ray's the host. I don't care if you don't think Ray's talented. I don't care if you don't think Ray's good. You treat the host with some fucking respect on his show.
Right, the producer's working for the host.
Yes.
I mean, he didn't have to respect you.
And he was respectful.
And
he was very honest with his criticism of me.
Yeah.
Mile High High says, MLC was talking about you having Ray on show a week, and if you were to do it, their minds would need a reset.
Like having Ray on our show once a week?
I would have Ray on. We'll put Ray on a Wednesday.
Ray seemed pretty great.
Yeah, Ray was great.
I mean, but they said his brain would need a reset?
No, he said their minds would need a reset. I don't even know what that means. Ray was messaging them at 1 a.m. the night before. Well, I mean, they'd kind of thrown his brain in circles a little bit. Yeah, Pumice Stone says, book. Step 1, shake uncontrollably. Step 2, record yourself. 3, complain. Oh, man, I don't get notifications on my phone anymore for your channel, and you don't always pop up on my YouTube home screen when you go live. Yeah, I know. We're getting...
It's weird.
We're definitely there's something weird going on with YouTube and us.
Always remember to go follow on Rumble, too, for just in caseies.
John Satera says, you're on my homepage, bumped from the top by that swap shop Tradio that was cool with y'all, and I got going live notification. Okay, good. Somebody says, funny sitting here, not know who the fuck any of these people are.
And that's okay.
That is okay. Guys, I'm going to have to skip around in the chat a little bit because there are a lot of people writing in on this. We did the Rexstart parody account one. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with as many of these. Welsh Schulte says, I'm mad at you, so stop making me laugh. Sorry. Fat Andy says, Aaron, nice face pubes. April, nice fun bags, babe.
Thanks.
There you go. Joe admitted he loves Bob. Gay. I kind of wanted to give Joe the Mersh speech. And I did. I did give it. I gave Joe the Mersh speech.
You can kind of tell he didn't like that either.
No.
You're not your friends. Well, I love him. So
yeah, I gave Joe the Mersh speech, and I said, look, these people aren't your fucking friends, all right? These are internet people. Go live a life after your show. And that's what the speech was. I said, go live a life after your show's over.
I would like Mersh's blessing to have his speech on that as our, intro before our show starts.
Fuck Mersh. His cats attacked me. All right?
I like those cats. I'm not beefing like you.
I got scratches all over myself. I got scars right there from 2 tabbies that attacked me in the street, and they said, don't fuck with Clarence. So
what were you doing?
Until Mersh gets those fucking cats under control, there's nothing to talk about as far as I'm concerned. Sorry, I'm upset.
What happened to your groceries?
What happened to the groceries? P. Robbo with $10. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciated. Lots of shit to catch. Excuse me. Oh, my God. What a disgusting pig I am. I can't remember what he looks like, but yeah. I hope you took care of the king, April. Cream of Green does not.
Oh, boy.
I think Cream of Green doesn't like totally how well this went and how much I'm getting to gloat. I don't think he
got taken care of yesterday, I promise.
Good news, everyone. School's canceled. Let's go make snowmen, says Victor. Is that true? School's out today?
Could be. There's blizzard warnings out for part of Minnesota.
Happy Plague Doctor with $5 says the most disappointing part of the interview was Ray DeVito looks nothing like Danny DeVito. $5 from Marquis says NLO is a ghoul. I mean, you're not going to probably get any pushback from us on that one. A little chubbier than a ghoul, though. Rouse Sauce with $5 says, in my opinion, they treat Ray like a whipping boy, but he powers through it. With their success, that network is getting a big head. Look, I think they wanted to turn Ray into like a Beetlejuice type, and he's just not that guy. Wow. He says 340 were watching on Rumble today and you were on the front page. Wow, fucking great.
Oh, that's cool.
Front page of Rumble. That's awesome. Oh, Darren Orson says it's the 10,000 follower area when YouTube starts paying attention and fucking with you. Well, that would explain everything.
Let's cross that threshold.
Oh, man. Yosemite Sambo says Aaron was cut by Louis. Well, Louis have Aaron cat AIDS and Aaron have Louis human AIDS. It all washed out.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. All right. We're good. I think we're all caught up.
No, while we're still on this, I got a funky notification a little bit ago that I have not got before. What does this mean? What does this mean? It's from YouTube.
Oh, he tagged us in his video, the interview.
Okay, that's what that means.
Oh, so Chad's salty because he was the one hyping up the Ray Steel Toe interview.
So you can read what that says.
It says the interview no one was asking for. Well, check this out. So Chad before that, this is how you know. Okay, that's the final confirmation I need that this went great for us.
So he needs our attention now because I've never got this before. So apparently Chad is tagging us in his video now, which he's never done before because I don't get these. And
then this is wonderful. So
he just needs our attention because I don't follow him.
Chad was restreaming the interview because he was so excited about it and he thought it would be the end of days and this Steel Toe guy's going to get it. I already knew it went well. I didn't know it went that well that now Chad is going, and this is
he's actually reaching out now.
This is a thing Chad does a lot, is he sets something up and it fails. And then he acts like he wasn't setting it up and it was gay from the beginning. Right. So he's going, that's the interview nobody wanted or asked for. Then why was it the most watched thing in your universe this week?
And you're still talking about it.
I X you. So yeah, Chad tends to do that a lot. Chad tends to fall flat on his face and then try to pretend like, oh, I meant to do that.
Well, this to me seems like a desperation move to actually tag me in a video now. Yeah. And like, oh, April, come watch my things.
Yeah. Oh God, that's great.
I mean, I'll politely pass.
That is the confirmation that I needed. No offense. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Where are we at? 235? 235 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can knock that out. Halfway through the program, down around 200. Looks good to me. There's Streamlabs. There's PayPal if you guys want to throw in. Perfect. Wait, he tagged you?
That's why I got the notification.
Oh, so
I don't have the Steel Toe channel. He tagged me.
Oh, he didn't tag me, yeah.
Right.
Wow, that's strange.
This literally says, what did it say? It says, I swiped it. But it was from Sit Down Zumach and said something about the interview nobody asked for, and then he mentioned you. Yeah. Meaning me, since I got it. So he's talking about me.
That interview yesterday got into his head quite a bit.
I mean, he misses me, let's be honest.
All right, so that's our coverage on the Ray thing. I think when we put that up as a clip, I'm going to have to put like chapters in there, like our conversation, the Stevie Lou call, listener reaction, so people can kind of jump around. We've kind of busted Matt Walsh's balls on this show. We've kind of made fun of him for, I don't know, he seems to have like that not trolley attitude. What am I looking for? He seems to have that idea that like everything he says is 100% how it needs to be. He's right on the money about everything, but he doesn't understand that he's just as biased as the people he attacks.
Right.
I appreciate people. Like what I like about Tucker is Tucker will tell you 100% I'm biased. Matt Walsh does this thing where he watches a Dylan Mulvaney video and instead of making fun of it, he's like, and the crusade to save the country will go through Dylan Mulvaney and this is why she's terrible. And it's like, Matt, this is low-hanging fruit. We all know why Dylan Mulvaney's terrible. Let's, this is to be clown-pilled and mocked and ridiculed. And he uses these low-lying fruit. I'm using the terminology. That's not a Dylan Mulvaney thing.
You're not talking about Dylan's low-hanging fruit.
They're already burying me in the algorithm on YouTube already. I don't need any more trouble. So he goes with these low-hanging fruit and these straw men. And I don't see Matt Walsh as like this conservative heavyweight that he thinks he is and other people think he is. But I don't think Matt Walsh is a terrible guy who's, evil and needs to be taken down and this, that, and the other thing. He's now getting threats against his family. And anyone who knows me and this show knows that to me, that's about the scummiest thing you can do.
Well, it is. I mean, their family didn't do everything you're mad about.
Yeah, involving people who aren't involved and, all that shit. And that's, Citizen M is like, well, why won't you sit down with the fucking meltdown Melton? I won't because of that shit. If, there's a lot of, I would put up a list of terms that he would have to agree to. I still wouldn't have the stupid fuck on, but I'd want him to agree to that list of terms. I gave him a shot. He missed his shot. Mm-hmm. I granted him the benefit, and he scoffed at it. So no. But if he ever wanted a chance at it, he would have to say, yeah, I disavow this shit I did. This was really dirty. I was just really desperate for your attention. Love me, daddy. Love me, daddy. And I overshot. And one of those things is people who don't ask to be involved in this shit getting involved. This stuff with Matt Walsh, you can hate Matt Walsh. You can think he's the devil. You can think he's this, Nazi guy or whatever. But reading what I read yesterday, if Matt Walsh is being honest about this, and I have no reason to believe he isn't, then it's just another sign that we talked about this on 21 Guns, the Compound Media show that's going to be up at 11 a.m. Central Time today. So less than 3 hours. Go to Compound Media, get a free trial, see if you like it, then get a monthly subscription.
You'll like it.
You'll love it. And on 21 Guns, we talked about this. They asked the question, are we ever going to find middle ground again? Is like the country going to ever come together again?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is.
We're too divided on a lot of things.
Yeah, I just don't think it's coming back together, and mostly because Matt Walsh's family getting brought into this, and then if you bring it up to the people who brought up Matt Walsh's family, they won't apologize.
Nope.
They'll think it's okay. They'll think it's, they've convinced themselves that this guy's an evil Nazi that needs to be stopped, and so by any means necessary. Once one side or both sides of an argument start going to by any means necessary, it's fucked. I don't think it's salvageable.
Well, yeah, somebody else said that yesterday too. Like, they go to these things because they have nothing else, but that's not okay. Like, Matt Walsh's family didn't do these things that you're upset about with Matt Walsh.
Matt Walsh is a douche, not his kids.
Right.
Sadly, I have to postpone my speech at Washington and Lee University due to threats against my family and other serious security concerns in Nashville this week. Hey, I got some advice for everybody. Can we just leave Nashville the fuck alone for a month or two?
I think so.
Haven't they been through enough? Like, can we? I saw that the trans community and the LGBT protesters, and this is getting reported nowhere, they completely had an insurrection. They stormed the Tennessee Capitol building. They went into the chambers. They ran roughshod all over the place protesting that trans rights bill, that anti-trans bill that they don't like about teaching kids trans shit in schools or whatever it is.
Okay.
They had a January 6th. They had a legitimate insurrection. Nobody reported on it. Nobody talked about it. Then you got Madonna saying, I'm going to do a concert in Nashville. I'm going to give all the money to trans rights groups. Then you got Matt Walsh going, I was going to go to Nashville and make a speech. How about we establish a new rule? And this will go, new rule, okay. This will go to establish some goodwill, so maybe someday we can put this thing back together. How about after a mass shooting, we all stay the fuck away from that place for a couple months?
Right. Give them a little peace and time to heal.
Right. Don't turn a bloodbath into a battlefield for your cultural shit that you want to do. I cannot leave my family and fly to another state. I hate to push the event off, but my wife and kids come first. I intend to continue my spring college tour as planned in the coming weeks. The event at Washington and Lee will be rescheduled as soon as possible. The threats to my family only make me more determined to fight this evil. I will not let any harm come to my children or my wife, and I will not let these psychopaths scare me into silence. Neither of those things will ever happen, I promise you. Man, whether it's Trump, whether it's Matt Walsh, whether it's, any of this shit, anytime you decide to go and go to this level because you don't like someone, it may make you feel good in the short term. And in the short term, people may go, oh, wow, that's crazy. You fucking did that good. You should punish that guy.
That's wild.
In the long run, people who do that always lose. Always, for two reasons. One, now you have nowhere to go. Now you've gone to you've dropped your atom bomb. So if you don't eliminate your target, with your atom bomb. Now you just have to keep dropping them into an empty hole over and over and over.
That's kind of how I felt lately. Like, you've said all the nastiest things you could say about us that are both untrue and shitty, but you've got nothing else.
You've shot your shot, is what I always like to say. You shot your shot, and you didn't kill your target. No. So now the people who do this to Matt Walsh, they're going to have to keep doing that. Doing that. And then people are going to start looking at them and going, you're being psychotic. Like, this is madness. You need to stop doing this.
People see that.
And then the last phase of that is you drive yourself insane.
Yeah.
You go nuts.
Why is this working?
You get sick. You degrade yourself. You wear down. You just become toxic sludge. And that's what happens to these people with the purple hair and the septum piercing and all that stuff. They feel their whole identity becomes what they hate. And they just not only break down physically, these people never look good, but they have severe mental illness. And they've done it to themselves by filling themselves with, I have to get Matt Walsh's kids.
And someday, before you die, you're going to realize that you've done that to yourself, and you're going to wonder if it was worth it.
And that's going to be the saddest, loneliest place you get to in your life, is when you get to that point. When you know that line, when you get to know that person, you're not going to be happy. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, awesome interview yesterday, boss. Steel Toe does wonderful interviews. I love going on other people's shows.
You did do a good job.
I think it's great. Also, Stevie Lou put the link up to the Sad Chad episode from Ski Mask yesterday. Be sure to go check that out.
Yes.
Oh, boy, just trying to get here. Alex says, Onion needs Steel Toe, not the other way. I think that's pretty evident.
Yes.
There's one person chasing the other. It ain't the other way around.
Nope.
Fauci's Pangolin says, I'll storm, especially in Molly's chamber, but here I am in prison. I'm here with ball and chain, yeah.
Whiskey in the jar?
Oh, God
Oh,
damn
my
it.
God. Are you kidding me?
I only know baby in the jar now.
But still, where'd baby in the jar?
First I had abortions, then I kept the fetus. I didn't tell my mother, 'cause she's Catholic and she forbids it. I said a goo gaga goo gaga goo.
Yeah.
I killed the embryo. I killed the embryo, and there's a baby in the jar. Oh, that's my song.
That is beautifully horrific.
Thank you. Beautifully horrific is what I go for.
Yeah.
That's what I go for. Yeah, Derek Chauvinist. Now they're all putting lines to Whiskey in the Jarro on the song. I got my own song. I'm doing my own thing. All right, guys, we got a lot of stuff still to get. We're not even through the first hour.
I know.
Worth of shit. I don't like that Matt Walsh stuff. Like,
no,
there's not a lot of things I've watched of Matt Walsh where I go, oh yeah, this fucking guy, he's great. Not really.
No.
But also anyone who like threatens family members and shit like that, go fuck yourself. Right, all the way in.
We're not unique or special in that, like where it's like, oh, don't touch our family and don't touch our kids and stuff like that. I wouldn't want Patrick Melton's family talked about. I don't want to know about his family. I don't want Chad's family out there. If Chad had kids, I don't want his kids talked about. I don't want his exes brought up because those poor things don't need to be reminded of that again.
I mean, I don't want, when people say, oh, he's in his wife's basement, I don't even want people to say his wife. I don't want people to know he's married or he has a girlfriend or anything like that.
This is a little bit of an exception here, and Ray brought that up yesterday too, and I completely agreed listening to him. Like, I am able to be talked about because I'm right here. My kids or my family, no. They're not on screen here, and that they're not the problem.
Yeah,
I'm the problem.
I don't like I don't like any of that shit. I just think if it's people who don't agree to be on, then we don't bring them up. Right. And I would and I'll be honest, it does kind of play into my hands when people do that because I'm an arrogant cunt. And when you do that and I do feel superior to you.
Yes.
I do feel superior to you.
That is taking the high road.
And to respond to Citizen M, I'll respond to Citizen M by saying this. Once you go down that road, you don't get a comeback with me. You get to apologize and move the fuck on. That's the kindness that I grant you. You get to apologize, you get to move on. But once you go to that place, I ain't interested in you anymore. Tubby's back. There he is. Tubby says Steele is right. Now, am I Steele or Toe? I always forget.
You're Toe.
I'm Toe?
Yeah.
So Steele is right. Tubby's a Steele fan. Shouting at Cloud says, didn't Matt Walsh get kicked out of cross politics for being a golem? Jesus.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I don't know much about Matt
Boy,
Walsh's history. I just know he's a commentator for Ben Shapiro's outfit.
That is a very grimy feeling, like insult to call somebody a golem.
The bear Jew is a golem.
Oh, that feels dark.
2:30 away from knocking it out, boys and girls. If you feel like chipping in, please do. Let's see if we can get within striking distance by 9 o'clock. You think we can do that? What do we have here? Do I know this one? Oh, they hung up. Well, God damn it. I was going to see if...
I mean, I don't know the number, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, shit. My buddy wants me... while I was checking that, I saw a text that I got. My buddy wants to respond to that. Today is the day to respond to that bachelor party invitation. Fuck. Son of a bitch.
I mean, nobody's
stopping
you but you.
I got to think about it. Do I need to be doing that? Is that something I need to do?
I know. When it comes to shit like that, though, sometimes, like, if it's like a personal thing like that, I wonder, like, okay, am I going to regret not being there for that? Regardless if I need to be doing that.
I mean, it's your buddy's bachelor party. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Von Kaiser says Matt Walsh really fucked up that field goal for the Vikings in the playoffs. I'll never forgive him for that shit. Never forgive Matt Walsh for missing that field goal in the playoff game against the Seattle Seahawks at TCF Bank Stadium. Hey, here's some red meat to some of our old school conservative listeners. Some of our old school conservative people might like this next story. I know this is like a rallying cry for... Is this a rallying cry for Gen X or boomers? Like, who's the one who says, oh, it all fucked up, who's the one who says, oh, they all fucked up when they started giving all the kids trophies? Is that boomers or Gen X? I think that's a boomer thing.
I don't really know.
All right, then
everyone gets a participation trophy.
I need your guys' help. Like,
Yeah.
is that a boomer thing or a Gen X? Tommy says, Aaron, shame on anyone who doxes you, harasses you, and your loved ones. It shows they cannot debate you. They have to bring a gun to a conversation.
Mm.
Well, you saw yesterday on Ray's show. If you confront me directly, it doesn't usually go well for you. What do you do? So they always end up, Tubby, it's like a flow chart. They come to me the way they came to me yesterday, and I look good. So then they have to go to the dirty gay ops shit because they go, well, fuck, that didn't work. People are saying in the chat it was Gen X. So Gen X is the one that says, fucking everybody gets a trophy.
I kind of thought it was a little of both.
D. Gulag says it's the older side of Gen X. By the way, Gulag said something in the chat I didn't get to about the Ray thing that I thought was accurate. He said there was all this buildup from that side, and the reality of it didn't match the event. I agree with him 100%, but I saw that coming before the interview. That's why you didn't hear me hyping it up. I knew it was just going to be a good time between Ray and I, and it wasn't going to be, Hogan versus Andre.
Sure.
And so I agree with D. Gulag 100%. Rouse Sauce with $10 says, always classy that April refers to them as her kids. Cheers and happy weekend.
Do you want to address that real quick? Because people seem to have a real problem when we say our kids.
Do they?
Oh, yeah.
It's everybody. I mean, look, when you have a family like that, they're everybody's kids.
Yes, in our home, I am mom, stepmom, mom in this house, he's dad. In the other house, she is mom and he is dad. Those are as much my children as they are the stepdad's children.
Right.
This is our family. This is their family.
I think anybody with...
That's how it goes. And if I were to sit here and denounce them as my children, what type of shitty person would I be when I'm raising them?
Yeah, I think anyone who either comes from mixed family, would that be white, black?
Mixed family, blended family.
Anybody who comes from a blended family knows that those kids need every single one of those parents.
All hands on deck.
To be on top of their game. They need to be at their absolute best. So
we don't sit here wishing poorly on the other two parents. We hope that those two parents are on the top of their game at all times for those kids, just as I hope they wish for us.
We need them.
Yes.
They need us. This is, and especially in the outfit that we have, where it's about as 50-50 as you can possibly get. You know, I think when you average it out, we're at like 4 days a week or whatever the fuck it is, 4 or 5 sometimes. But time-wise, it's about as split as you can possibly get. And as parents know, when it's school time, like it's the school gets 50%, you get 25, they get 25. It's all school. Yep. So yeah, you gotta, I mean, if you don't say they're your kids, you're a piece of shit.
Can you imagine if those 3 children who love me dearly, that I've been around for years of their lives now, more than not, like I've been here for more of their life than not. Can you imagine if I went to those kids and they wanted to hug me and tell me they love me and I told them you're not my kids?
Yeah, that would be fucking evil.
Do you know how heartbreaking and evil that is?
I would throw April out of a window for doing that. That
is awful. They have 2 mothers and they have 2 fathers, and that is how it goes.
2:25 away from knocking it out today. Thank you, Rouse Sauce. Appreciate that. Very kind words. So in North Carolina, this will make the Gen Xers in the audience happy, apparently. I thought it was more a boomer thing, but apparently it's Gen X. In North Carolina, they're proposing in the legislature. So this is a thing that has to go through like the House and the Senate, and the governor has to sign it. There has to be a big debate on it. Another example to me of how we're never putting Humpty Dumpty back together again.
Right.
And you can see kind of the slide to idiocracy. The senators in North Carolina are going to debate a bill that would ban participation trophies from youth sports. This shouldn't be a government issue.
No, that should be like a common sense, I guess, item, right?
No, it
or
should
just
be
even like a whoever's doing it.
It should be Babe Ruth or Cal Ripken or whatever league you're doing.
What the hell?
They should decide it, and the government should shut the fuck up and not worry about it. I don't want everyone has this problem when they get too political, where if it's the left or if it's the right, they don't mind if the government does it as long as it's the thing they want done, and they work themselves into a lather over it. And you have to shake some of these people and go, no, you don't want the government doing this.
Right.
But it's a thing I want. It doesn't matter. Even if it's a beautiful thing that you like, they're going to fuck it up. They will not do a good job with this. Somehow, by the end of this, if you let government handle it, the only trophies they'll be handing out are double-sided dildos painted rainbow colors. They're going to fuck it up. So people get to this point where they go, well, this side wants to use the government to do the things I want to do. You're still using a gun to force people to do shit. It's wrong. I'll go down with the ship. If the baseball league that our son wants to play in has participation trophies, then, they have participation trophies. If they ever come to the parents or the coaches for a vote and say, do you want to get rid of participation trophies? I'd vote yes.
Sure.
But until then, it's the league's decision.
You're not going to go to your son and be like, you didn't really earn that one, buddy.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Hand that back. You didn't earn that.
Let's say the Senate passes this and the governor signs it. Are we going to send state government agents to Little League games to make sure nobody gets a participation trophy?
Babysit. Yeah.
Hey, your coach is under arrest. Why? He gave everyone a juice box and not just the best player. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Attica. You don't want this is stupid. The fact that you're using state government time to do this is bad.
Don't they have bigger fish to fry? I always feel that way. Like, I feel like there's more important topics to cover.
Right. I don't need people getting arrested for fucking giving a kid a trophy because, they ground out to short 3 times in a game. I don't think that is an outfit that the government needs to be involved in. Hey, I see that 10-year-old walking around with a trophy. What does it say? Best post-game snack giver. Smash! Fucking arrest this kid, but break his hand first. Teach him a lesson. Fucking kids. Whole thing wrong with this country is they all get participation trophies. I love it. A Senate that's going to use the power of government to ban little leaguers from getting trophies is telling us that the trophies are what's fucked up with this country.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Now look, do I think participation trophies are wholly unnecessary? Sure.
Yes. But it makes everyone feel good and included.
Right.
So.
Do I think that the Senate sitting there in their suits and ties going, all right, now we will extol the virtues and discuss the benefits of perhaps getting rid of said of the $10 plastic trophies they made at the trophy shop that the kids will inevitably bury in the sandbox.
You've
and
got
forget
like a
about.
small one over there.
Oh, yeah, here. I'll get my trophy.
His participation trophy.
Here you go. Here's my trophy. Outlawed. Against the law. He's not any more super than any other dad. He's not the real super dad.
He's got a blue cape. Does that mean he's a Democrat?
Oh, he's a gay homo F word.
I don't know.
Why? Like, the only thing dumber than having participation trophies is having a law about participation trophies.
Hey, I didn't get a super stepmom trophy. Fuck.
Rip out her other ovary, boys. Teach her a lesson.
No kids for her.
Fuck her. Citizen Susan M says, April, I wish you could teach my dad's. Okay, hold on. My dad's new wife your same parenting skills.
I think it's so easy, I guess. Like, you love the kids as your own. You care for them when they're sick, when they're healthy, when they're happy, when they're sad. You do all the same shit you would if you were the normal parent because you hope all four are doing the same thing as you.
Jay Hasty says, Aaron gets a participation.
It's okay.
Aaron gets
Sound
a
it out.
participation challenge. You try to say that 3 times in a row. Participation challenge.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
Participation.
Fucking
really
A right. Fucking A right.
Because I'm anticipating saying chalice.
Right, that's where I fucked up.
Why did I thought it was chalice.
I said chalice one day on the show, and these vermin
Did
won't
you
let
really?
it go. Yes.
Because I felt stupid just now. I'm like, it's chalice, you guys.
Oh, we got to buy our offering plate, too. You have to order stickers today.
Megaphone.
Stickers.
Merch.
Megaphone. Merch order. What was the other
Offering
one?
plate.
And we got to get our offering plate for when we shake the thing. Because
What a fun day.
We're 2:30 away from 2:25 away from our final goal of the week, from nailing it totally to the wall. There's Streamlabs and there's PayPal. But with 5 minutes left in the show, I want to shake out the offering plate from now on.
Big Daddy Dodo says, what if your stepson is a narcissistic asshole? What if he takes after daddy?
But what if that's
That's baked into the cake for me.
yeah, what if that I can't avoid
it's
that?
all about love. Everyone just love them kids, and that's that.
Love them kids. Oh, man. Derek Chauvinist says, Melton, that Super Dad trophy was acquired illegally in a lottery. Get him!
Oh, gross.
Don't let him watch Ski Mask Collective yesterday, guys. He'll blow a fucking gasket. Steve says, a friend of mine's kid won a participation trophy and threw it in the garbage. And there were a couple kids digging in the garbage fighting over his fucking trophy. Oh, shit.
Fun.
Oh, my God. I don't look. I don't like participation trophies any more than the next stupid shithead who cares way too much about kids' sports, apparently. I just don't think the Senate needs to get involved. You know, saying like, hey, someone should call their senator. That's like a joke when something's not that important. Like, why don't you write your congressman? You know, that's not supposed to be a serious thing. Like, hey, these kids are all getting participation trophies. You know what happened? We've lost all ability to detect irony and sarcasm now because
That's
of
true.
texting and the internet.
Yes.
So now what happened?
Context is lost.
Right. What happened was someone said, I'm sick of these fucking kids getting these participation trophies. And then somebody went, well, why don't you write your senator about it? Well, then I will. No, I was kidding, you fool. What are you doing? And now all of a sudden, look, here we are.
You know why I don't like participation trophies like for myself?
Because you never got one?
Oh, I did. I
Nice.
know. I think towards the end of like high school sports, like my junior and senior year, some like team like awards started coming out where just if you were part of the team, you know,
Yeah.
it doesn't, I'll use this word, it doesn't hit the same as when you earned something.
Right.
Like I'm sitting here with this thing, but I'm looking at it like, I didn't do anything for this. That doesn't feel right. That feels like being hired just because you're a woman.
Yeah.
You know, it's a nothing burger. It's like a nothingness.
That's like my first fight. They gave me a medal, and I'm like, I got jacked in the nose, and my nose exploded, and the fight had to be stopped for blood.
I remember that.
And like, you're giving me a medal. I should have got you got fucked in the ass, you got robbed and screwed medal for the second fight. But oh man, yesterday the way I was going yesterday, April, I know I said that I'm done, because, you don't want to get hit in the head and shit like that. The way I was going yesterday, I was like, fuck, I could beat anybody today. Oh, man,
Could be
all
me.
of them. Bring them all. Bring them all. It was just 2 rounds apiece. There were 4 fighters, and it was just 2 rounds. Next, 2 rounds. Next, 2 rounds. After 8 rounds, I'm like, you know what? I could go a couple more. Felt good. No, I can't. I'll tell you why I can't take another fight.
Okay,
One,
let's hear it.
I'm training a guy, and he's getting very, very good, and I can't wait till he can whoop me.
That is true.
Once he can whoop me, I'm going to be really excited. And number 2,
hit me.
I cannot fucking sit there all goddamn day for those fights.
It is obnoxious.
I can't sit there for 6 hours.
Since you're a heavyweight, you don't go until the end either.
Yeah, heavyweights
It's fucking
go in.
awful.
It's terrible.
No,
I'm excited.
Shit.
I'm excited for young Elias to start beating the shit out of his teacher one of these days. That would
That'd be fun.
good.
Yeah, I do remember your first fight when they handed you that fucking medal. You handed it to me, and it's covered in blood. It's got your blood on it because you're bleeding.
Flowing from my
You
nose.
handed it to me, and you're like, fucking go throw this in the garbage. It's stupid.
Exactly.
It is sitting in a drawer upstairs, but he's
Yeah.
like, this is stupid.
I deserved a sorry we got the scoring wrong for the second one. But
You are
that's
very
okay.
mean to yourself after losses. I will say that.
Well, it was frustrating because my plan is always get through the first round, download data about the guy, and then counter.
Yeah.
And when I got popped in the nose and the blood started leaking, I'm like, it was like it's only a matter of time. Like they're not going to let me continue with blood running out of my nose like this. And they didn't. They stopped it.
Obviously, that's not fun for someone like me to watch. And then I'm watching you at the gym the next 3 weeks where you were clearly told by your coaches and everyone, hey, fucking take it easy. No shots to the head. You were bleeding pretty bad.
Yeah.
I come downstairs to fill up my water.
I took
while
a
I'm
right hand to
weightlifting.
the nose.
Fucking his nose is just pouring blood. And it's like, can you just take care of yourself?
Well, the coach at the gym told me you're not ready for your first fight. Don't take it.
and
I
we're
should have-
both like,
I should have listened to him because I'd only been back
Dude.
for a few months.
I will tell you this much. When we were at the event and you were going to be checked out by the doctor and I found out who your opponent was and I looked into him and knowing what I did about him, because I'd seen him before in semi-pro football. I'd seen him. Like, that's a bad guy.
That's not a fair matchup for a guy's. And then, did you see the guy Elias got for his first fight?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, if I would have got that guy for my first fight, I'd be undefeated right now.
I know. But I'm sitting there in line with him waiting for him to get checked out by the doctor, and I'm just like sweating to myself. Like, do I fucking tell him to, maybe wait for the next one or, potentially ruin his mentality?
say-
I don't know what to do.
Where my skills are right now, I still think about that fight. I beat the fucking brakes off that guy today, unfortunately. The guy, honestly,
I don't know.
Where I am now, I have a harder time with the second guy than I do the first guy.
Why the hell would you say that?
First
Just
guy's
'cause
a
the
lot
height
easier
difference?
because the weight. No, he fights like a
I
fucking
know he
idiot.
was flailing, but
Yeah.
he's got like sheer muscle mass.
Doesn't
and shit.
matter.
That guy was a fucking tank.
The way I am now, he doesn't connect with any of that shit. Like, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing that first time. Now,
If you could wait out hit a first round with that first guy, whatever his name was,
we'd walk.
Ronald.
We'd walk him to the ropes and we'd counter.
If
him to
you
death.
were able to get through that first round with him when he's just flailing wild like that and he exhausts himself, maybe. I think so.
No, I'd win the first round. I'd win all 3 rounds.
All right.
The second,
I like your confidence.
The second guy is 6'7". I'm gonna have trouble with his height every time I fight him,
That's just awkward.
and it would be. I think I would still beat him like I did the first time, but I'd lose that first round again.
Even if I'm hitting with you, like you are substantially taller than me.
Substantial.
Like, it is hard.
I'm a big fella.
It's really awkward to try to punch up at you.
Yeah, it's a style thing, and like again, I wasn't ready for that first one. But like last night, the way it was last night, I was like, oh, fucking, who's next? Let's go ahead and do this story. Anytime,
Big Dick Imholt.
look, anytime you're in any sport, anyone who's played a sport for any modicum of time in their life knows there are some times where you're working on yourself, you're getting better, and you just feel like a world beater. It doesn't matter. I got that way in baseball all the time with pitching. I was like, I couldn't wait to get to the middle of the order because I'm like, give me the fucking 3-hitter. Give me the 3-hitter right fucking now. You're just so, like, you have so much belief in yourself. Mm-hmm. And the only thing that beats it out of you is the 3-hitter turning on an inside fastball and jacking it over the fence. And then you go, all right, give me the 7-hitter, please.
Dude, I used to feel that way when I was super jacked up in like warm-ups for my track race. Like I was an anchor in the 4x4, which is like the elite race of the whole meet.
Yeah.
And that used to be like, if my warm-ups went well and I just felt fucking good that night, I would sit there waiting at my post where I'm like, oh, let's fucking go. I got this shit. You know, like none of you can touch me.
Don Lemonzade says, you got the classic boxing honey dicking. I've seen so many people get set up like that. A friend of mine got coaxed into fighting an all-American Golden Gopher wrestler in his first MMA fight. Yeah.
Essentially.
It was a brutal honey dicking, yeah.
This guy, like I said, once I realized who it was, I knew like, oh, fuck, I've seen him before. And his football team he'd played on only took like D1 college students off in the summer.
Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says you should schedule a fight with Union Kane. Rocky Balboa. Rocky Balboa. Pumice Stone says, geez, you have some Chinese food and you become Rocky.
Is that the elixir you need?
Yeah.
That's the one.
Patrick says, very true. My bullpen before the game usually played out into the game. That you just get this confident when you're doing well at something. You feel so good. You're like, I fuck that guy up. I'll fuck that guy up. I'll fuck that guy up.
That is a good feeling.
James J. Weed, we can't call him the brown one. I don't think that's an acceptable term.
Somebody else a little bit ago in the chat too was speculating. Oh, so he was a this. Oh yeah, right at the top there.
So like you guys watch. Next Friday I'll come on the show. I'll have an old man sparring day where my legs aren't working right. I'll come in here with a black eye or something and I'll go, guys, I don't really feel like I should fight anymore.
He ate Chipotle that day instead of Chinese, and he got diarrhea on the mat.
You know how intimidating it would be if you're sitting there getting ready for your fight, you're sitting in the venue, and you look across and you see your opponent, he's just eating Chinese food before the fight. You're like, what the fuck?
What do you know?
Is that crazy asshole just sitting there devouring a Chinese buffet styrofoam meal in front of me?
Full of red corn syrup sauce.
This guy scares the shit out of me. You're not supposed to be doing that within 48 hours of a fight, let alone right before.
You're glaring at him, you fucking slurp up a noodle.
You're sitting there, you grab an egg foo young just as a disc by itself, barehanded.
Was that good?
No, it's fucking terrible.
It didn't look good. It looked like poop. It looked like a cow pie.
Aaron, how did you win the fight? With a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, let's get right into the news.
Hey, so if I don't want to forget this. So if school's out today, does that mean we go earlier today? How does that work?
I don't know. I haven't, I don't know.
I feel like I need to see if school's out.
We'll check it after the show. We'll have a little bit of time. Healthy children and teens likely don't need COVID-19 vaccinations, according to updated guidance posted on the website of the World Health Organization. You know what pisses me off about this? Is that I know people on YouTube who got their channel taken down and got got their video taken down and a strike against their channel because they played the Rand Paul Moderna thing where Rand Paul is saying, hey, your vaccine here, the kids are no more at risk with or without it when it comes to COVID, but they've got this myocarditis issue and they got maybe some of these side effects that are being investigated for this vaccine. So is it really worth it for these kids to be taking the vaccine? I know people who were getting their YouTube suspended for a week because they played that fucking clip, and that was 8 days ago.
And that's not even them saying a thing, and they just played it.
Right.
Come on.
So then, today, the fucking World Health Organization comes out and goes, yeah, it turns out if you're a kid or a teenager, you don't really need the vaccine. The same thing Rand Paul was saying that people were getting their YouTube accounts suspended for, that we had to delete an episode because of.
Oh, yeah. I was still getting messages about that last night. Oh, what happened to the episode?
Yeah.
Well, self-preservation.
We had to take it down. You know, we know we didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
Kind of like the prize shows. We know we didn't do anything wrong, but if people are sitting there brigading and saying, we're going to take this down, then, you know, you take it down yourself. You go, like, oh, we're going to end you. Like, well, then I'm not going to leave it up there. What am I, a fucking dipshit?
I'm going to use my brain cells.
Right. So now the World Health Organization is going, oh, yeah, kids and teens, they don't really need this. And you're like, but 8 days ago, it used to take a year and a half for them to say some shit.
Oh, it's coming quick now.
And then a year and a half later, they go, oh, yeah, it turns out we were full of shit and you guys were right. Now it's a week. It's a week, and they're going, yeah, it turns out you were right.
I swear they just they make it like a ban-worthy offense to talk about that shit for just long enough to get a lot of people in trouble.
Right.
You know, just I'm going to stick it to them before I let them know they're right.
The new roadmap defines 3 priority groups, high, medium, and low, based on the risk of severe disease and death when contracting the virus. Healthy kids between 6 months and 17 years are now deemed low priority. And the saddest thing about this is we've all known them as low priority from the fucking start.
Right.
Before you shut down their schools, before you shut down their daycares, before you shut down their parents' businesses. We knew that these kids weren't a threat. We knew that there was no risk with these 6 month to 17-year-olds, and you fucking closed it. This actually does make me mad. You closed their schools. You slowed their progress. Some of them have permanent learning damage from this shit you've done, because once you fall behind by a year or two, you're always going to be playing catch up.
Kids that already had maybe poor socializing skills, non-existent now.
Right.
Got to work on that.
We knew this, man.
Ew.
And
that was really Midwestern.
Yes.
Jeez.
And now you're going to come by and tell us like it was your fucking idea? Who are you? Me? The agency said that for this group, traditional essential vaccines for illnesses like rotavirus, measles, polio, and pneumococcal conjugate have a greater impact. I believe I had a pneumococcal conjugate at McDonald's the other day. I ordered one with my strawberry phosphate. So the old vaccines, which are not mRNA, Moderna, Pfizer vaccines, those are still good. But these newfangled ones that we've been working on forever, maybe stay away from them.
Great.
In the new roadmap, the agency also released updated guidance on COVID booster doses. Make sure you're boosted. Updated to reflect that much of the population is either vaccinated or previously infected with COVID or both. Oh, okay, so now being previously infected counts, because I remember before it didn't count.
Right. So like our 2 bouts with COVID,
you know,
individually here gave us no immunity.
Eggs are good, eggs are bad. Make a fucking prediction here. Make a call. The updated to reflect that much of the population either vaccinated or has had COVID-19 or both. The revised roadmap reemphasizes the importance of vaccinating those still at risk of severe disease, mostly older adults and those with underlying conditions, including with additional boosters. For healthy adults under 60, a group that is deemed medium priority, SAGE recommends the full vaccine series and 1 booster dose, but does not recommend additional boosters.
What does that mean? The full vaccine series and boosters?
So like the 2 shots and then the first booster.
That doesn't make sense. Wouldn't that be 1 shot and 2 boosters?
No,
Isn't there just 1 initial shot?
No, remember the vaccine, you get 2.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's 2. They got rid of the 1 shot.
Really?
One. Yeah, Johnson & Johnson, the old school vaccine.
Okay.
They fucked them hard.
I didn't know that, actually. I thought everyone past the first one for this one was a booster.
No, you get 2.
So it is kind of like with like when we were in school and had to get hepatitis shots and stuff. It's like 1 this year.
Well, no, April, it is. No, I'm sorry. You got that wrong. It is different.
Okay.
You see, when you get the hepatitis B vaccine, you know what you don't get anymore? Hepatitis B. So there is a difference between the COVID vaccine and the hepatitis vaccine. You see, the hepatitis vaccine stops you from getting the disease you're vaccinated against.
Okay.
Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Yes. You know what I find funny is that Johnson & Johnson got butt-fucked out of existence, their vaccine, because of blood clots. Meanwhile, you see all the stuff with Moderna and Pfizer, which we won't talk about here. Hi, Rumble.
Howdy.
You see all the stuff with them, and they're totally fine. Like, tell me they're not playing favorites. Tell me they're not putting money in their favorites' pockets. That's all. That's hi, Rumble. Nice to see.
I mean, that shit happens everywhere, right?
Balls deep. Remember the filthy traitor?
Ew.
That filthy traitor, balls deep.
What about
becoming a member to the Yeehaw Club? Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that one.
Thank
oh
you.
my God, I thought he turned on us.
God, they all hate us.
Remember, I thought Balls Deep was gone. Sorry, I get to be a dick when people talk stupid. That's just the rules. 2:15. away from today's goal. If you guys feel like chipping in, please do. We got to knock this number down. We've only got 2:15 to go until we're good for the entire week. Thank you guys very, very much. About an hour and 10 minutes until we rattle the old cans, if you will. All right, let's open up our 7 o'clock hour stories here. A lot of good stuff there. Oh, reparations. California's excited about their reparations.
Reparations are good.
So California's doing the reparations thing. I think it's costing them like 3 years worth of revenue or something like that.
How can they afford it, though? We just talked about this with the 21 gun salute guys, too. How do you do it?
It's going to, it's going to triple the state's annual budget. The reparations plan that started in San Francisco and is now, they're going to try and do it statewide in California, will cost $800 billion. $800 billion, which will triple the state's annual budget.
I want to remind everyone this is for people living today that had nothing to do with slavery.
Right. This is for
I don't even know. Was that a thing in California?
Did we
do a lot of that out there?
California became a state when there was that big debate about like how the number of slave states and free states have to stay even. Mm-hmm. So like, I think it was the Kansas Compromise or whatever it was.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
The Pact of Kansas or whatever they call it, Bleeding Kansas. They came to an agreement at one point that said if we add a slave state to the Union, there has to be a free state added to the Union.
Okay.
So I think California got added as a free state.
That's kind of what I'm saying here. This, to me, this type of bill, while I still kind of don't agree with it because it's not happening today,
right,
would make a hell of a lot more sense if it was down south where this shit was thick.
Well, and here's what I also don't understand is that California right now is, I don't know, if we look it up, 40% Latino? So now you're going to take a shitload of Mexicans' taxpayer money and give it to black people because white people, especially a particular brand of white people owned the most, owned slaves. And so you're going to make black people and Mexicans pay for it. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, not every historical wrong has a solution. You can't fix everything.
Some things you should just maybe look at and be like, wow, that was fucking horrific.
Right.
We shouldn't do that again.
Sometimes you just got to look at things like that and you got to go, that was really fucked up. That was evil. That was horrible. Should have never done that.
Yeah.
But now they're going to try and spend $800 billion, take people's money who had nothing to do with slavery and give it to people who had nothing to do with slavery. I mean, you can make the argument that, family-wise, that yes, black families have been denied home ownership and that creates generational wealth. That's how most kids get their inheritance from their parents.
It is wrong.
The sale of the house. That sucks. It put them behind. I don't think printing $800 billion that we don't have is going to fix it. I mean, please show me how printing trillions of dollars to fix COVID alone. Show me how that solved the problem. And then we can talk about reparations.
Look at our economy after that. Look where it got us.
You think inflation's going to be okay in California if they do $800 billion of just printed money?
Their gas out there is already between like $6 and $7 a gallon sometimes.
And it's been brutal for a long time. Sage, let's give him his...
Sage Retard, PhD, KF.
Says, thanks for the levity this week. My kid's school has gotten its second fake school shooting phone call today, and they are locked down. God damn it.
I'm sorry, dude.
That's a bunch of horse
shit. That is just shitty.
$200 away from knocking it out, buddy. Thank you very much. Ricky Garcia, 199, says, I'm an Afro-Cuban from Downey, California. Don't count. So, there's
stipulations. We talked about that too. Like the stipulations to get that money.
Yeah.
They're pretty tight.
Familiar Human says, who knew a Chappelle skit would become real? We actually talked about this with the guys at 21 Guns. Again, that's going to be on.
Bringing them up a lot. Today.
Yeah, 11 o'clock Central on Compound Media. We did another Compound show. Please go subscribe. If someone wants to put a Compound Media link in the chat, I'd appreciate that. CompoundMedia.com. Get a free trial and then get a membership. Search around. Gino's show is great. Kumia's show is awesome. Our show is great on there. Chrissy's show is very good. 21 Guns is awesome. Unfortunately, I'd never watched their show before. And now I sat down and did the show with them, and it was a blast. was great. Frank and
Frank
Kevin
is my favorite for sure,
and,
but they're all great.
Jeremy, they're all very funny.
Yeah.
But as far as the reparations thing goes, there's no way to do it properly. I mean, what was it? Was it Frank or Kevin were saying on 21 Guns when we talked about it? They said, what if we can trace your black heritage back to the people who sold slaves in Africa? Do we take money away from you for that?
Right. Do you have to pay?
It's just, again, some things can't fix a historical wrong. You're never going to fix slavery. There's no check that fixes, hey, we stole you from your home, brought you over here on a boat, worked you half to death, and then the kids you had got put into slavery as well. We bought and sold you as human beings. Hey, you know what? I think, $5 million ought to cover it. I just don't.
The line of thinking is weird.
When is April in the Morning coming to Compound Media, says Zen Rhino. I hope one day we perform. I hope we perform well enough one day that there is a Compound Media show, but that is not up to us.
I share that with you.
Got to make sure. Okay, Charles just became a VIP.
Wow.
He says, congrats on getting your own show at Rockin' 101. Sorry, behind in the chat. Charles, please get in touch with April and get her your information so we can send you all
Thank you, sir.
of your VIP stuff. And take $100 off for the VIP. That's $150. That means $50 away from today's goal.
Thank you, guys. And I know a hell of a lot of you have sent me messages since Surprise Night. Those will be... I did get them all. They're going to be gone through starting this weekend.
Yes, and we're going to get all the merch orders and all the sticker orders in.
Luckily, I promise I didn't forget about you.
Luckily, there's really quick turnaround on the stickers. We get those in days, right?
Pretty quick, yeah.
So I'm thinking next week we should have all those sent out from the prize show.
Yes, Mike at Affordable Signs does the Lord's work for me.
MSO says, no goal, says Joe. Joe, why would you say that?
What?
$50 away. We're going to knock that out. No problem, buddy. $50 away from knocking out today. If you feel like contributing, there you go. Looks like, by the way, inside of $50, no super chat music today.
Aw.
We've barely played it all week.
I know.
Thank you guys for being so awesome and keeping this show on the air. You know, I was thinking about that too during the Ray Devito interview, or after the Ray Devito interview. I was like the people who don't like us from that world, they'll bring up the, rattling the cans and playing the music and asking for money that way. I'm going to, apologize to anybody this offends, and you guys can disagree with me if you'd like, and April, you too. I think the way we do it on our show is a lot more cleaner and entertaining than the way it was done on Ray's show yesterday. Like Ray's show, you interrupt the show, boom, knock out whatever's going on and say, let's show all the people who gave us money and read their shit no matter how dumb it is. And then that's that's a form of begging. Like, hey, look, we put it up, we read it, blah, blah, blah. Versus what we do, which is do a story, have some laughs, make some commentary, whatever it is. And then there's the link in the chat. We're that far away. If you feel like chipping in, do it that way, super chats, memberships, this, that. If we knock it out, 30 minutes of overtime, it's how we stay afloat. That little 10 to 15 second plug in between a story versus, hey, stop everything you're doing on your show, bring it to a halt. We got to put all these super chats up.
Yeah.
I find the way we do it to be far less intrusive.
I do believe, though, that the naysayers out there would say, oh, but they're not asking. They don't ask people to hit their goals for them. They just get the super chats.
Yeah,
well,
and I will say this. We do.
I mean, I think you're sitting there shitting on people for having goals. Like, having a goal is a good thing that keeps the thing going.
Citizen M says, I know April hates me, but I do want my sticker, so thank you. Do you hate Citizen M?
I think anyone who says that I hate is giving me a lot more credit than I deserve. Hate is a very strong word, and there are very few people that I hate. And I will get you your stickers.
That was a long way of her saying, I'll get you your sticker.
Right.
Castron says we should give... Did somebody say more cleaner? Skeezy says it's more cleaner.
Did
I say more
too.
cleaner?
You did. It's more clean.
Motherfucker.
I'm always in this position where it's like I don't want to correct you because then I look like a cunt. But
no, I love correcting people when they fuck up speech wise. You did say
it's more cleaner.
I said it's more cleaner. Oh, I should be hog-tied and
we'll get to it later.
Had lit cigarettes burnt out on me. Fuck, I can't talk.
You're old. It's falling apart.
I understand. Unquenchable Fire with 750 says, I love you. You're supposed to say welcome to Costco first.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
K-Man says, you're worse than PBS. I mean, like I'm a sausage? I'm worst?
You're worse.
Derek Chauvinist says, super chat interruptions on Ray's show is like Opie going to the phones when Patrice is killing in studio. See, that's my position on all that stuff is if you have to do money stuff, do it in between stories, make it, 10 to 15 seconds, get out. Brian says that's Aaron's clam radio moment.
Clam radio?
There you go.
Can you say it like that, though? More cleaner.
Oh, by the way, Victor did get us some new drops. I wanted to play them for you guys.
The monkeys were determined to rummage through our bags and take whatever they could.
Oh, my God.
And then Victor got us this one.
I've been in a punch-up with a dozen monkeys.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
Oh, man. I got to catch up with the chat here a little bit, then we'll jump to our next thing. I'm done with... Oh, no, we're not done with reparations, but we got to go to another part of it. Von Kaiser says, you will reach your goal and achieve complete serenity. Aim high. Holy shit.
That is the goal in life, isn't it?
Fauci's Pangolin, fuck you guys for trying to do a good job. Twisted Effin' Joker says, that was distracting as hell. That totally screwed with the flow of an interview. I thought so, too.
Yes.
But it's not my show. It wasn't Joe's show either, but it didn't stop him.
He just works on it.
That Suave Banana says, Aaron especially likes to correct how black people speak, and I'm here for it. Do I correct how black people speak?
I don't know. Why don't you axe it again?
I axe you. I like Celsius withdrawals, Aaron. Is that what I am now? I'm on Celsius.
Why haven't you gotten any of those?
Because I fucking tweak out when I take them.
Do you want
when
me
I take them, when I drink them.
Do you want me to find you something else to try out next week?
I know I like them. That's the problem. I would go halvesies, maybe half.
Well, you want to go halvesies? That is more gayer than anything I've ever heard.
You're the more gayest. One thing I miss about Rumble, gay F word.
Oh, really? See, to me, I've told you this in the truck before. I kind of don't like being able to say it. It's not special anymore.
Kyler with $2 says this show is more gooder. God, fuck you guys. All right.
Thanks, Kyle.
How about this? Yeah, go fuck your mother. $45 away from knocking it out today, guys.
Why don't you fuck her more harder for him?
Oh, good. 45 away from knocking it out. Thank you very much for your generosity.
This house sure is more cleaner since I've been around.
You can more sucker my cocker. How's that?
I'm not into your dog.
All right, guys. Somebody says Aaron's a lightweight with caffeine like he is with booze.
Get caught up. I have to pee.
By all means. Do whatever you'd like. Your show. Let's everybody shit on her while she's gone. Mike Erb says, I like April. She's more funnier. Shaft says, I like April more better. Chevrolet JB says, got the link for the bags tournament. No, not that piece of shit. No. I'm just kidding. Chevrolet JB, could you do me a favor and put that link in the chat for everybody else so they can go to Eventbrite and get their tickets for the Steel Toe anniversary show Saturday, August 12th with Gino and Keanu and April and Johnny and me and Oz. And people have asked, is Corey coming? I don't know. If Corey wants to, he can absolutely come. Corey is invited to the anniversary show 100%. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's, I need it, would if I had it. Oh, if could one of our mods go to our Eventbrite, copy the link to get tickets to the anniversary show and throw it in the chat there. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's, of course, live music every single weekend. I'm just looking at all the grammatical shit right now. I gotta look away. I'm sorry. Look away, Dixieland. Shut the fuck up back there and take your shit. Stoney's Bar with great pizzas, live music on the weekends, and, of course, the best biker bar in town, the best dive in town, the best party in town. That is Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our pals at Midland Armory have a great selection of tactical gear, of shotguns, handguns, rifles, you name it. Midland Armory also has optics, parts, and gear. Order it online, use the promo code SteelToe, and you'll get a huge discount on your order. Holy fucking ballsack asshole shit. Look at that awesome thing. The Maxim Defense Industries PDX semi-automatic SBR 300 blackout 5.5 inch. Is that right? 5.5 inch barrel. It's $2,065, but that thing looks like a dream. Holy ball sacks. Look at that thing. That is a work of art. That doesn't look too much different than my DP12. I love it. Black finish, Maxim Defense, hate brake, SCW stock system. Oh, that 20 rounds. What a lovely, lovely piece of machinery. Anyway, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Derek and Tracy know their stuff. Go to midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com. Derek says Maxim is a St. Cloud company as well. Well, there you go. Send Rhino. Aaron wishes he had a 5.5 inch barrel. You see, guys, he's talking about my cock. Veldrain with $2 says this show is bester than other shows I watch. Thanks. T. Jefferson says this show should be called Mo Betta Foos. Familiar Human. Most Besterest. John Hahn says I like April. She has better tits, though in fairness, doesn't not wear the breast binder. There we go. I had to read that one. We're all fucking up our words today. That was funny. On Ray's show yesterday, there were people super chatting who the joke about the breast binder thing, they actually believed it. They actually, it's just, you don't know how sorry to feel for some of these people.
What, there's no breast binder in here?
There is no, I don't even know what a breast binder is.
That's not a real thing.
Yes.
They're talking about like a corset or something.
Yeah, and they think it's real, and you're like, guys.
As if a man cares enough to do such a thing.
Guys, there's nothing worse than not getting your own joke. All right, Aaron just had a gungasm. I certainly did. Also,
ooh, what are we buying me?
This.
Show me. I missed it.
This beautiful thing.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, but my DP12 is gay. It looks almost just like it.
I do think your DP12 is gay.
It's almost just like it.
I do believe your DP12 is gay. No, there's a nice Sig Sauer setup that I want to get from Derek and Tracy this year.
Eat my ass. My DP12 is gay. Look at that. Look at that beautiful. Look at that pretty boy. Who's a pretty girl? Who's a pretty girl?
Everyone locally this weekend, I all suggest you take a nice little trip on over to Midland Armory and hold some of their nice products there. It's really fun.
Or just go to midlandarmory.com and do it that way, too.
It feels good to have it in your hands, though.
That's what I always hear. Let's continue on here. I want to catch up with some of you guys, then on to other things. Dumbtown says maybe you should use it on yourself. My God, man.
That's not very nice.
That is
That's actually promoting violence, and we don't do that here on Steel Toe.
Jesus.
I would
holy fuck,
reevaluate.
Dude. Relax a little. Have some fun in your life. Creeper Gaming TV with $9.99 says, what are your thoughts on the Data Act, precisely HR 1153? Here's what I'm going to do. Because that guy is generous and he threw in $10, I'm going to actually look that up for him. Bill Oney says Midland Armory was great to deal with. Awesome. That is great to hear.
Wonderful people.
Let's see. Data Act.
I actually need to get to them so I can get the certificates.
Yes,
we need a trip to Midland.
2023, 2024. I'm looking this up for this guy.
Okay.
What the fuck is in here? I don't want to read it, though.
Your butt.
My butt?
Your butt.
GOP rams through TikTok ban bill over Democratic objections. Oh, that's HR 1153? Banning TikTok?
I think it's okay at this point.
I wish this country would stop using TikTok. I don't like the government banning and doing anything like that.
Right. I will amend my statement. Be nice if we could just decide to not use it once we hear it's a Chinese spy app. I don't want the government to have to ban it for people to decide that it's probably not the best to be on.
I don't want the government having to ban TikTok. I wish as a country we would be able to go, hey, this is shit. Let's not use this anymore. But we won't do. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm pulling my shirt up.
Oh.
And I didn't like where it was.
I was watching April. I'm getting on a rant.
I'm not doing this. I was doing this.
I'm getting on a rant about HR 1153.
You're not
and all
supposed
of a
to look
sudden,
over here.
I just see this shit going on, and I'm like, is this like when a guy stretches out his wiener when it's
No. I was pulling the shirt together, not away.
Yeah, Victor says it's worse than just banning TikTok. Oh, this was the bill we were talking about on 21 Gun Salute. Honorable discharge.
Yes.
Which is going to be on Compound Media at 11 o'clock.
Sounds disgusting, actually.
11, or no, anyway, 11 o'clock this morning on Compound Media. Go subscribe, watch it. April and I were great. Frank was great. Everybody's great. So HR 1153 is this bill that it bans TikTok, and that's the part they're promoting it as. Okay. Hey, it bans TikTok. The Chinese are our enemy. Aren't they terrible? But it also sets up like commissions, and it can look into social media, and it can look into streaming. It can look into all of, like, it basically becomes this all-encompassing thing where they can name you an enemy of the state, theoretically.
That's not cool.
They can name you an enemy of the state through this commission. Like it almost looks like they're setting up like a McCarthy commission for the internet and for social media. So I don't like that, but I think because they're pitching it as banning TikTok, they're going to pass it. But if Biden's as good a buddy, if Biden's as good of a buddy to China as we think he is, he'll probably veto it.
Sure.
But I don't know. I don't like anything that sets up an extra government commission. I don't like any of that stuff.
Right.
Not at all.
That's a negative for sure.
Yeah. Gray of PTA says basically the bill is the Patriot Act on steroids. Yeah, I don't like that. Kane J says it's not banning TikTok. It has vague language that can be used against others. Lark Bark says Steel Toe wants more views. Yes, why wouldn't?
No, I think he's making a joke about my shirt. It was really an innocent moment that I didn't realize you were going to talk about.
I didn't know what that meant.
I was adjusting my shirt, and Aaron's like, oh, is she pumping them puppies up or what?
Gary Crouch says, thing is, they will call it ban TikTok, Bill, but they will backdoor a way to censor all social media. Yeah, we talked about it on 21 Gun Salute, and that's absolutely what it is. It's insane. I mean, Jeremy was reading to us what it was, and it was fucked up. I mean, it targets people using VPNs. It targets people paying for shit
that
with
I
crypto.
Don't like VPNs is like people's last stance against privacy.
Yes.
Or for privacy.
Yeah, it goes after the VPN stuff. It sets up a commission where they can investigate just about anything internet related. It's the death of freedom of speech on the internet if we, at least our freedom of speech on the internet before was limited by private companies.
Yeah.
This is the government directly tearing apart your free speech in real time. So, yeah, it's bad news. Thank you for asking me about that, whoever sent that super chat. Yeah. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Because we did talk about that on 21 Guns. I just didn't know it was called HR 1153. It's a bad deal.
That's also the next flu coming out.
Yeah, HR 1153 will also be a deadly contagion, believe it or not. You know what I've been thinking about quite a bit before I finally wrap up this reparations thing. There's a second part to it.
Yummy dicks.
I've been thinking a lot about dicks lately, and I've been thinking, maybe no. No. I've been thinking about this Lamar Jackson and how
I was close.
Big throbbing veiny purple ones.
Okay.
So Lamar Jackson wants out of Baltimore.
Yes.
And he wants to be traded. And you know me, I am a big Kirk Cousins guy. I love Kirk Cousins. I think he's a good quarterback, very good quarterback, one of the best we've ever had. I will acknowledge there's probably a ceiling with Kirk Cousins with as bad of a defense as we have. Kirk can't do it by himself.
Right.
Kirk needs a good receiver. Kirk needs a solid offensive line. Kirk can't do it alone.
And he's getting older, right? Yeah.
And he's getting older, and he's only got 1 year on his contract.
Sure.
Guys, get ready. You've heard me defend Kirk Cousins to the hilt.
It's a big moment.
If we could deal Kirk, if we could deal Dalvin Cook, if we could deal Zadarius Smith.
Or Dill.
Or Dill. If we could deal Zadarius, God damn it. If we could deal all three of those guys, clear the cap space, not trade more than one first-round pick. I don't want to trade more than one first-round pick to get this fucking guy.
All right.
I would trade a couple 2s. I'd trade a couple 3s, but I wouldn't trade 2 1s. If you can move all of that and you can trade one first-round pick or less, I would trade for Lamar Jackson. I want to see what he and Hawkinson and Jefferson and all these guys can do together. I want to see what that would look like. And believe me, it would be one contract with Lamar Jackson, and that would be it, because quarterbacks like Lamar don't make it into their 30s. He's 26 right now. Sign him to a 4 or 5 year deal. Sign Jefferson to a 5-year deal, because after that 5-year deal, Jefferson probably won't be, what he is now. Sign them to that 5-year deal. You built yourself a 5-year window with a killer quarterback and a killer receiver, and let's make a run.
I think that would be a fucking fun matchup between Jackson and Jefferson. I really think that'd be fun.
Here's the thing that makes me squeamish about that.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson gets hurt a lot. And what's the point of having a potentially $50 million a year quarterback if he's banged up all the time? That's my only worry.
That's how I always feel about Dalvin Cook. I feel like the guy's really good when he's good, and then he's hurt when he's not being good.
Right.
He's always hurt. I don't know.
So, yeah, my take on the Lamar Jackson thing would be, if you can deal Kirk, if you can deal Za'Darius, if you can deal Dalvin Cook, if you can get some picks back for some of those guys, and you can trade less, one first-round pick or less for Lamar Jackson, get the deal done. Let's make a run. Let's see what happens. I'm kind of tired of going to the first round. I'm kind of tired of going to the second round. Let's make an all-or-nothing move. We'll create ourselves a 5-year window. We'll see what we can do with it.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind it.
I don't hate it.
Bill Loney with $5 says, nothing to say, just trying to chip away at the goal. Well, it's only 35 away, so thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Loney.
See, Kane J says, Jackson will only give you 8 games a year before getting hurt. I get it.
See, now that makes me nervous. Now I don't want him.
Yeah, see, it's...
I'm that, swayable on it. I don't know.
Delco Lou says, Lamar Jackson gives up every year at the end of the season. He's not worth it. Need Trump says, anybody that is a quarterback needs a good receiver. Otherwise, the quarterback needs a good receiver. Otherwise, the quarterback is worthless, and vice versa. There were guys like Brett Favre who would just make guys, and then they would go other places and not be as good. Lamar will be in Atlanta guaranteed, says Dumbtown. Well, I mean, you also told me to use a shotgun on myself, so I don't think I want to take your opinion seriously. Posterior Attention says, no, fuck that. Lamar only plays 10 to 11 games and is hurt. Spicy Mustard says, if Jackson goes to Minnesota, I'll cheer for the Vikings to win the Super Bowl just to spite my Ravens. Amanda Hugginkiss, Jackson wants $260 million. He wants more than Watson.
Ooh.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Oh, boy.
I can't do that.
It's a bit rich.
He wants $250 million guaranteed. Oh, and what a fucking bust that Deshaun Watson thing is starting to look like. He'd better. I know he only played less than half the year last year, but they gave up the house for him and paid him a shitload of money. That's kind of like Denver and Russell Wilson. If that doesn't shake out this year, oh boy.
I don't see that getting better. I don't know what they need over there. He wasn't horrible.
Yeah, he was. He was horrible.
Was he
last
horrible?
Year.
No, this last year, but I mean in Seattle.
Oh, he's fantastic. He was fantastic. Unbelievable.
So what does he need in Denver to be better? Because everything was dog shit this year.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the Saints coach coming there is going to help him. Peyton.
God, you hope so.
Maybe Peyton will fix it.
Okay, so let's say we don't go for Jackson because he does get injured all the time and he wants too much money.
Oh, and you know what? As John Rio points out, I forgot about this. If Lamar were to come to the Vikings, they automatically have to give up 2 first-round picks because they franchise tagged him. Fuck, you're right. You're right.
Okay, well, now what? Okay, so what do we do?
Fuck Lamar Jackson. We're going to draft Anthony Richardson, or we're going to draft Will Levis. Those are the 2 guys I want.
I don't like those names. I wish it was sexier.
Isn't that weird? I always judge players when we draft them. I'm like, do they have a name that sounds like a star?
Right.
Justin Jefferson.
Lamar Jackson sounds like a star.
Like the guy we drafted last year, who we're going to get to see now this year because he broke his leg last year. Yeah. Lewis Cine. It doesn't sound like a star name.
No, it's weak sauce.
Ray Lewis.
Ray Lewis is solid.
Brian Urlacher doesn't sound like a star's name, and he was one of the best. So, But like Russell Wilson.
Devontae Adams.
That doesn't sound like a star name to me.
Oh, really? See, I like that one. I like
that
Devontae.
That's too weird. Talks of Vikings getting DeAndre Hopkins.
Tom Brady sounds like a stud to me.
Sign me up.
I mean,
Balls and Wiener says, I judge them by their skin color. Oh, okay. Well, tomato.
How does their ass cheeks look in them pants?
Is that how you judge them?
Of course.
Yeah, here's a star name.
What them cheeks do.
Here's a star name. Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, that's sexy.
That's a star. Let's take it easy. All right.
What is the difference between studly and sexy?
You know what? Now I'm not going to Wendy's. You know why? I don't feel sexy.
I don't make you feel sexy. You didn't feel sexy last night?
Well.
We are at work here, sir.
I did feel sexy. Why don't you pull at your tits some more? Flashed Coffee with $9.99 says chipping at the goal too. Have a good weekend, guys. Thank you. You got it down to 25. So anyway, I haven't told you guys yet for overtime today. It's Friday. We've got like an hour left.
You're letting your hair down?
I'm getting squirrely. I'm getting a little squirrely. If I had a Celsius, I'd drink it with you fine folks. So anyway.
Would you like some green juice with me?
Well, let me try your green juice. Give me some of your... Oh, and a metal straw.
I like the metal straws because they're cold.
That is a tasty beverage.
I know. You mix it with green tea. It's delicious.
All right. So I forgot to tell you guys what we have for overtime. Some of you are going to be very excited about this. Some of you, it may be your first time. Ed and Michelle are back.
Oh.
Fucks yeah.
Is it my birthday? Oh, I
Yeah.
missed them. Did I ever tell you that one of our listeners did go to one of their live streams and said, hey, the guys over at Steel Toe, they really love you.
I've never heard that. Did they say anything about that?
I don't remember, but I told the listener, whoever was messaging me at the time, I just said, hey, make sure you let them really know we like what they do. If they want to come on here or anything, we really like them. I don't remember how it ended.
Oh, Sid Saraf with $10 says, good to see you two. Yeah, so Ed and Michelle do a channel called The Great Indoors. They're just this simple, overweight Midwestern couple that go to shitty buffets and ground rounds and dog shit places.
Bonanza.
But they review it like it's a 5-star restaurant and cuisine, and they're so simple and so innocent. And we just love Ed and Michelle. I feel bad when we have to make fun of them, but sometimes
it's in good spirit.
But sometimes they do things that are so dripping barbecue sauce all over yourself. It's funny.
We got to have them wingdings and
yes.
What else do they need? I don't know.
So Ed and Michelle have a video now where they they go over with us how to properly pronounce the word pasta.
Oh, thank God.
Honestly,
Christ. You brought a tear to my eye when you said Ed and Michelle. That is what this week needed.
Ed and Michelle.
That is a perfect bow on the week.
Ed and Michelle are back for overtime. I've been breaking the triumvirate with the Ray DeVito interview. That could not have gone better for Steel Toe.
How dare you?
Numbers are up from last week, Rumble and YouTube. And sub count is at an all-time high. I would say, and then also the 2 shows with Johnny, the Farewell to Corey, yesterday's show, today's show. Fucking hell of a week.
Real banger of a week, yeah.
For Steel Toe. Holy shit, guys. Thank you very much. All right.
21 Guns thing.
Oh, yeah, we're back on Compound.
God, we're busy.
Yeah. Back on Compound Media again. It's going to be just what an incredible week it's been.
Yeah.
All right, back to black people. That's not the way to say that, I don't think.
Unless By the way, you're saying it excitedly.
Speaking of black people, Frank is on 21 Guns. On Compound Media. That's going to be debuting at 11 a.m. this morning, Central Time. Make sure you get your membership at compoundmedia.com. You can even start with a free trial. That's compoundmedia.com. Watch 21 Guns, April and I live there on today at 11 a.m. Central Time. All right, so this California $5 million reparations plan. It includes $10 houses. It includes financial classes, college tuition, mortgage down payment. It's the whole spiel. It's they say it's valued at $7.6 million per person.
Yeah.
It's going to cost $800 billion. It's going to bankrupt California. It's 3 years worth of revenue. And do you know what activists were saying at hearings yesterday?
What, Aaron?
It's not enough.
See, this is why you don't even bring up the conversation, because it is never enough.
Well, it's
once you try to say sorry, you're not sorry enough.
I'll tell you that it's why you can never make up for slavery. It was bad, it was evil, it was terrible, and there's no amount of money that can fix it, because no matter who you're taking the money from, it's not fair to them. And no matter who you're giving the money to, they were not the ones who had the offense committed against them. So there's no fair way of doing it. There's no righteous way of doing it. It's literally a bunch of powerful white politicians using a bunch of Mexicans' money to cleanse their own soul of their own guilt. That's all it is in California. So let's watch this guy. He says that this reparations package that would make him a multimillionaire, not enough.
I believe that $5 million in reparations is too little for the work that foundational Black Americans have done for this country and as well for other countries. I believe that $7.6 million is a number that can be used very wisely in our foundational Black American communities.
How about the fact that the Black people are being a little Jewish with us? What the hell is this all about?
I mean, that seems pretty ticky-tacky,
right,
to me.
I need an extra $2.6 million. I didn't know. What, were you going to bring in Drew Rosenhaus? Do you have a fucking agent for this, too?
I've got a car picked out.
Yeah. It's a Phantom.
40 acres is also still a good idea, and instead of a mule, we would like a tractor. I also believe that we should know the name of all the companies that participated in the slave trade so we, foundational Black Americans, can start up our own companies.
We would rather you didn't know the companies that were involved in the slave trade. That would be rather disadvantageous.
It's devastating to my case.
I'll give you a hint. Blank Sachs. Blank Morgan.
What?
There
can't be any more.
We don't want you to chase the answers, if you will. No, this guy's driving a hard bargain. He's like, we don't want 40 acres and a mule. I want a tractor. Well, don't you have to have tractor lessons too? I wouldn't know what the fuck to do with a tractor.
I can give tractor lessons.
We should also be allowed to have a choice to learn our mother language other than Spanish or French in our educational classes. We have the Tut language that was started right here in America. During slavery, we have Swahili, Yoruba, Igbo, Zulu, and even Hausa.
Go learn it.
You can do that. There's apps for that so that everybody else who doesn't want to learn that doesn't have to with you. And nobody speaks that here.
Go learn Swahili then.
It's perfectly fine to learn any language on your own time. What is that fucking app called?
I love how you're...
Babbel. It's called Babbel, I'm pretty sure.
Really?
It's so easy. Just go do it.
I thought that was this speech. I'm sorry.
No.
I just love that they're like, hey, guys, how about $5 million? And he's like, actually, no. It's $7.6 million. I'd also like you to teach me Swahili, cook me a meal. I'd like you to give me a tractor. Buy your own fucking tractor. You got $7.6 million.
Go for it.
Community colleges and universities should not raise their tuition prices for the next future generations of each foundational Black American family, and we should be...
No, but he says just for Black American families.
Ass.
Shouldn't pay any more in tuition.
Sounds like ass.
What do you need to go to college for? You got $7 million in your pocket. Fuck school, dopey. Take the money.
Of each foundational Black American family, and we should be able to change our names to our mother land names totally for free.
It costs like $20 to do that. You're going to have $7.5 million.
I'll say it again. We're being kind of ticky-tacky here.
Right.
All types of real estate should not go up in price, but it is our land that was supposed to be for us. But as we all know, it was never given.
So now real estate shouldn't go up in price. So fuck market values. We should not be raising prices on tuition. You can't do that.
I mean, I'll say this shit. Like, nobody's giving me land. I've not been given a tractor, any of this bullshit, and I'm white, right? I haven't been given any of this shit.
Well, this is for April. This is for slavery.
I know. I'm
this
just
would be
saying,
for slavery.
like,
I mean, yes, you're white. That's why you wouldn't
white
get
people are just handed this shit all the time.
Well, no, but what's happening is the coffers are open. They're trying to get what they can. You know, they're trying to respect the hustle.
Where are you going to park a tractor?
Their
Where
new
are you
40,
parking it?
Their new 40 acres that they're getting. What? Absolutely. No, he wants $7.6 million. He wants 40 acres and a tractor, name changes for free, Black language classes, university price controls, and real estate price controls. Yeah, let's...
Every time I pass go, I want $200, and I want to get out of jail free card.
It is important, you know. These things matter to people, and you're just sitting here mocking them. But it's just interesting that you say to people, like, there's always going to be people out there who will go, oh, yeah, we're going to give you $5 million. You'll be like, not enough. While everyone else in the room goes, sounds great. Awesome. And they go, no. You're like, what the fuck? I want to change my name. Then do it after we get the $5 million, fuckface. Susan M. with $10 says, my mom, she passed 16 years ago, but she was in rehab with Brett Favre, and he used to dig his pills out of his puke. How dare you slander the great Brett Favre?
Boy, that is really gross.
God. Big Daddy Dodo's with $4.99 says, for April's beautiful cleavage.
Thank you. You know what? They thank you too.
Digging around in your tits like that is
I was not.
Beneficial. Let's continue on here. Derek Chauvinist says, when Muhammad Ali went to the Congo for the Rumble in the Jungle and a local reporter asked him what he thought of the Congo, Ali replied, thank God my great-granddaddy got on that boat. Fuck. Fucking based, Ali.
Well.
Jesus. Las Vegas Ginger says, this is such a fun racist show. Is it racist?
I don't think anything we just said was racist.
I don't think it was racist.
No.
I believe I said slavery is so fucking evil that there's no $5 million price tag or $7.6 million price tag that's going to fix it. The thing I'm making fun of, and I'm sorry that it made you very sensitive, Las Vegas Ginger, I'm making fun of the ridiculousness of the idea that you think burying a state in debt, causing massive inflation, handing a bunch of people $5 million is going to fix anything. Have we learned nothing from the lottery?
Right. There is a literal show called How Lottery Ruined My Life, is it?
Yeah.
How Lottery Ruined My Life? Yeah.
Right. I mean, the people who win the lottery, they go broke. Why? Because they don't have the financial teachings and the financial education to manage that amount of money. They don't. So sorry if it makes me racist to say I don't believe giving $5 million to the populace in general, most of which are not educated enough on financials to know how to make that money work for them and last a long time. I don't believe in burying a state in debt, causing rapid inflation, only for a good chunk of the people to go broke anyway and be right back where they started from. I don't think that's the I'm sorry for slavery that you think it is. And also, the people paying the taxes are mostly minorities. I believe California is a majority-minority state. State population, California. California. Let's take a look here. White people are 56% of California. Here we go. World Population Review. No, I just want to not be a racist. Let me watch it. And then they want me to whitelist the website. Well, this isn't working.
Oh, no.
So, white, 56.05. Asian, 14.83. Other, 14.29. Two or more races, 7.9. Black or African American, 5.72.
Yeah, they
sound
brought
right.
that up on the 21 Gun podcast. It was somebody said like there's almost no black people out there, and especially have like if you read into the specifics on this bill, like you have to have like residency there and shit.
For
like,
5 years.
It really was almost nobody qualifies for this.
Native American, 0.79. There's no Hispanic on here.
And that's why I said, like, of all places to do this bill, California wasn't the place to do it. Like, if you want to really, if this is how it's going to help, you want to go down south.
No, wait a minute. There's no Hispanic population here.
That would be an other.
Really?
Mm.
That's kind of a fuck you to the Hispanics, isn't it?
I do think that's shitty.
All right. Bearded Trucker with $10 says for April's America's Stepmom Show Fund. Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
That's the Alex Stein gimmick. America's Stepmom. April Imholt. Derek Chauvinist says racist show. Now for the negatives.
Hey.
Ross Dog's Broken Spirit said Aaron is looking forward to the new Mermaid movie starring a black woman. That's how unracist he is. Goddamn right, sir. Wait, what?
Oh, yeah, we're going to go see that in theaters.
Did the Las Vegas Ginger ever get back to us on how racist I am?
I don't know.
I wanted to...
I don't see him.
I wanted to have some fun. Big Daddy Dodo says, how about some reparations for my Mexican people who are still being paid slave wages and being taken advantage of to this day? At least give them some money for tacos and some horchata. Well, to me, that's another part of this reparations thing is, all right, well, then it makes sense that everyone else would come with their hand out and go, well, we did this. The Asians with the railroads, Mexicans with farming and illegal immigration and, people taking advantage of them. Trafficking, shit like this. So, I mean, again, where are you going to stop? You have to have an idea. Las Vegas Ginger wasn't even like a real, new person coming along. That's
do you get it? Like, my mom's a little overweight, so that's where you have to go to because that's what you think is funny and that hurts. Like, I don't know if you think that changes our opinion of my mother and how we love her or not, or how, how she's doing in her life, but I'm glad you find that funny.
I think that's Las Vegas Ginger. I think that's great. I think you're, you know what that's going to do? Shut down Steel Toe and get rid of it forever. I tell you what it's not going to do. I'll tell you what it's not going to do. It's not going to make you look like a piece of shit that everyone looks at and goes, ew, fuck that guy. You're doing fine.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if he's ever looked at himself, but I don't want to know what his mom looks like. No. I don't want to know what any of his followers look like. I'm sure they don't look any better.
Darren Orson says Hispanics are lumped in with whites. Check out the listed race on Texas Most Wanted and then look at the mugshots. Now that was my theory. There's this thing they're doing now where they're calling Hispanics white people, like in racial breakdowns. Because
really?
Yes, because Hispanics
that actually might have a point there.
They have Spanish ancestry. So, like a Mexican looks Native American.
Yeah.
And a what they call like a Caucasian Hispanic looks like Canelo Alvarez, Louis C.K.
Who looks like an Irishman, kind of.
Yeah, well, he's half Hungarian, too. Are you talking about Canelo or Louis C.K.?
Canelo.
Oh, no. Yeah.
I was like...
No, he's not. No, Louis half Hungarian, half Mexican. Yeah. But, they started doing this thing where they started calling Hispanics white. And I don't know if that was like to pump up some numbers. I don't know if that was like Hispanics weren't behaving like progressives want them to, so they're just calling them white. I know the progressives have started doing that with Asians. They've started calling them white supremacists because they've achieved and they don't fit the narrative of minorities in America. So they're like, oh, they've fallen victim to white supremacy.
I don't know.
Gabriel Ruiz, what would you know about what Hispanics think? Says, yeah, Hispanics are thrown into the white category. My nephew is convinced he's white now because they told him. That's wild.
See, that is funny to me where we in some situations are forced to celebrate like the ethnicity of others and stuff like that. But then when it comes to your Mexican heritage, no, throw that away. You're a white now. I don't know. Like, are we all different and special, or are we all just, one or the other?
Celebrate our differences, celebrate our diversity, all of that stuff. And then all of a sudden, Hispanics, Asians, you're white. Stop calling yourself that.
That seems pretty shitty.
Zen Rhino says Royce Lopez is happy that he's white now. The SPLC called him a hardcore white supremacist. That's true, they did.
What?
Royce Lopez is you got to look out for that guy. He's a white supremacist.
Really?
Are they over there on Daywave today? Do they have Daywave on Fridays? I hope so.
Somebody said that, who said that? Kevin on the 21 Gun podcast the other day with us too was talking about how there's no context to people like clipping shit out of shows now, where they could just clip out a bunch of Frank, who is a black man on the 21 Gun podcast. He's one of the hosts. They could clip out everything of him and make him look like a Nazi recruiter.
Yeah.
In his own words, that's what he said.
For sure.
Just because of some of his takes.
All right, Rocky Balboa is right. Let's get those likes up there. Hit the like button. Like. If you're on Rumble, hit the like button as well. Smartass says, nah, there's plenty of other reasons to think you're racist as fuck. Yeah. Thank you, Smartass.
I'm sure somebody's writing a book on it somewhere.
Yeah. And then Smartass says about that Vegas Ginger guy, he goes, LOL, yeah, that's what's going to get Steel Toe shut down.
Yes, my mother being a little overweight is really going to do it for you.
All right, guys, continuing on. We heard this yesterday, but we didn't get a lot of information about it. And thank you to Mike G with $5, says finishing out the goal this morning. There you go. It's been hit. Thank you. Another successful week for the Steel Toe Morning Show. Thank you very, very much.
We appreciate you.
We found out about this yesterday during the show. We finally got some details. They let the Q Shaman out. The Q Shaman is a free man.
And who do we have to thank for this?
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson. Oh, my God.
Tucker Carlson.
Is he partying today?
Yeah, he sprung the Q Shaman from jail.
Oh, God.
He personally went in there with a nail file and just cut loose the bars and let the Q Shaman free. Yeah, Zen Rhino's right. Tucker Carlson by way of Kevin McCarthy, who sent all that footage. So what happened here with the Q Shaman is kind of the falling apart of the January 6th narrative. The idea was, oh my God, these guys stormed the Capitol. They were threatening. Everyone was afraid for their lives. Here's this guy in a goat outfit, and he's just knocking heads off statues and running around like a crazy man, like he's William Wallace in Braveheart. That was the narrative we were pitched. Well, the Republicans get in charge of the House, and they get to look at all the January 6th footage. And they're going, wait a tick.
I've never seen this one.
We're seeing that the cops believe they were set up. We're seeing that there was hardly any security, doors weren't locked, and that these people who were actually inside the Capitol were walking around as though they were on tour, and that this Q Shaman was being escorted by 2 police officers. These police officers are giving him a tour of the Capitol.
Unlocking locked doors for him and praying with him.
And starting a circle and praying with him. We also see in these videos that the Q Shaman goes out to the crowd and says, guys, Trump told us to go home. Let's go home. Let's get out of here. Enough of that. And then you hear the FBI agitators going, no, let's keep going. They didn't really say that. Blah, 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 blah. You see a bunch of people who are like clearly plainclothes detectives in that crowd, pushing people forward, the Epps stuff, all of those things. So there was enough of this video footage that came out that the lawyers for Q Shaman went, hey, hold on a minute. We've got like severe prosecutorial malpractice here. Like, you guys denied us evidence that showed that my client was not guilty of what you accused him of. Now, I don't think Jacob Chansley, the Q Shaman, I don't think he went to trial. He just pled out. So they can't really get the prosecution necessarily because he never took it to trial. Right. But he did. It was enough to get his sentence commuted and get him released early from prison.
People won't forget this either.
No. Jacob Chansley has been moved to a facility in Arizona, and official records show that Chansley is scheduled to be released on May 25th, which is more than a year earlier than even the minimum requirement for his conviction with early release. Federal guidelines allow for reduced prison time due to good behavior, but under those guidelines, Chansley would be expected to serve at least 35 months and 22 days of his 41-month sentence. Instead, he was transferred to the halfway house after just 27 months in prison, including the time served prior to his sentencing. Now, this is what's fucking gross, is that this guy spent 2 years in prison.
He can't get that back.
Yeah. He spent 2 years in prison. If there aren't lawsuits over this shit, I'm going to be mad.
I agree. Because this is absolute bullshit. Can you imagine sitting in prison for 2 years knowing that you didn't do shit?
Right. I think those guys who like are on death row and shit and their cases get overturned, I believe those guys should be entitled to millions of dollars.
And then what I don't like about it is they're going to have to waste further years of their life doing the lawsuits.
Right.
Just to get what's right for them.
Well, hopefully the government just settles with them and goes, yeah, we did kind of butt fuck you guys on purpose. I mean, that's all this shows. This shows that this was on purpose. This was an intentional skewing of the facts, skewing of reality. This was not what they said it was, and we have the video evidence now to prove it.
I'm not even sitting here saying that what the QAnon shaman did, like the stance he was trying to take by doing what he did at the Capitol building, was a good one. I don't think we need to be wasting our time doing that shit, but I mean, the guy was done dirty.
3K says, if you think January 6th was just a tour of tourists, you are fucking blind. No, but it shows that what happened to QAnon shaman, he was basically walking around there like a tourist. Yeah, there was the Ashley Babbitt shit and the people getting rowdy and stuff like that. You know, the ones who were put on by government agitators that we've now seen in these videos, or the cops saying we were set up. Like, if you don't see this as an orchestrated thing, at least a partially orchestrated thing, I ain't the blind one.
And what happened to the officers that suddenly are no longer with us shortly after all this happened?
Yeah, they were so stressed out by January 6th that they all just started dropping dead.
No, there's stuff to do before that to deal with stress, if that's the case.
That's what I'm saying. No, they were so stressed that they all just dropped dead.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. No, they died. They were so upset about January 6th.
Passed before our eyes.
That they died. Gussie Bush says, you guys are so delusional. Police were shadowing the asshole, not escorting. Oh, so when they opened doors for him and they tried to pull on locked doors for him, they were just, okay, you're right.
There's been police that came out that said this shit.
Yeah, and when the guy came to that group of police and they all prayed together, that was just, I mean, look, no offense, Gussie, but they let the guy out for a reason. They hid evidence that showed that he wasn't doing what they said he was doing. It was January 6th stupid?
Yes.
It was stupid.
Said that. Mm-hmm.
Should it have happened? No. They should have, first of all, had the proper security, but I believe that was on purpose. I believe they wanted this shit to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I've sat here many times and said I don't think they should have been there doing what they were doing.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, make this right.
And I don't think that this was as big of a deal as the media has made it out to be. And a lot of this video footage that's coming out now is showing that, while this wasn't a good look for America, it was not what they were portraying it as. It was a very one-sided presentation.
They're portraying it as like an Armageddon for democracy in this country, but I don't know.
Yosemite Sambo nails it. Hiding exculpatory evidence is against the law. Yeah,
yes.
These prosecutors broke the law.
Would you want that to be the case if you were him?
You know what? I need to correct myself because Gussie writes back in all caps, wrong.
Well, then tell us.
You got me?
Sit here and tell us what it was then.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm always willing to listen if I'm wrong.
If you saw these new tapes, Gussie says they hid zero evidence.
This footage wasn't shown to anyone.
All right, now, Gussie, wait a minute. You're saying they hid zero evidence.
Oh, my goodness.
Please go ahead and read the articles. Why is the Q shaman being released from jail? Please tell me. Gussie?
Yeah, the people in charge that wrote these things.
Because it's almost word for word they hid evidence. Now, they said they denied exculpatory evidence from being viewed. That's the same as hiding evidence. All it is. Ryan the Garbage Man says Gussie is a Fed. I don't think Gussie is a Fed, but Zen Rhino is correct. 40,000 hours of video, and most of it was hidden.
Yeah.
That is hiding evidence.
Well, and then all Gussie wants to say here is Ryan is a dope. Well, that's not helping us understand how we're wrong.
Yeah.
I always challenge, like, if we're wrong about something, give us what the facts are then.
Yeah. I would absolutely like to know if withholding 40,000 hours worth of footage from different angles is not hiding evidence. I do need you to tell me what that is. Gussie, ignore everybody in the chat. Don't listen to them. Listen to me.
Right.
Let's do a fact, and I want you to address the fact. This is often lost in these political discussions. Now, I'm not a right guy. I'm not a left guy. I hate them all. But the fact is 40,000 hours of evidence and footage was hidden from the American public and people who had their freedom taken away. Please tell me if that's not hiding evidence. Explain to me what that is. I'm going to give you a chance to tell me what that is if it's not hiding evidence, because I believe it is. Tell me what it is aside from that, and maybe we'll figure this whole thing out. Dave Sarah says, Gussie just DM'd me to flood the Capitol. Yeah, Dave doesn't even really like us that much, and so he would never lie to me. Scarface says, you can put all the evidence you want in front of lefties. They stand with their arms crossed and say, what? I don't see anything.
We lefties, righties, anyone in the middle, we'd all be a lot better off if we could just admit when we're wrong.
Admit when we're wrong. That's it.
And it's really not that hard.
I do want to hear from Gussie, though, because I'm not angry at her or anything like that. I just want to know. Whenever I get into these discussions, I always want to kind of bring the excitement down a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I want to go, hey, this happened. This is a fact. Explain to me why that's not what I said it is. Go ahead. Dave says, Gussie, listen to me. Peanut butter is the answer.
Peanut butter fixes a lot of things.
Fucking disgusting, Dave. Jesus Christ. Samuel says, good to see 3 juggernauts in the thumbnail. Trump, Walsh, and DeVito. Attaboy. Unquenchable Fire says, he says, it's not hidden. It's suppressed in the proceedings. It's not like physically hidden. No, I know. They didn't go like into a stash in the ceiling and remove a panel and put 40,000 hours. It was not released there. I like that. Unquenchable Fire's doing a better job of being Gussie than Gussie is.
It's kind of like a lie by omission. Like
Yeah.
He just didn't say the thing.
Dave says, nah, I like you, dummies. Oh, I thought you didn't like me. That's okay. Maybe you just love hard.
You love hard.
Yeah, well, Gussie's gone now. God damn it. I wanted to talk to Gussie about their position on this matter, and now I've scared him off.
I'm going to have to worry all weekend that, God, I'm just wrong about the whole Q shaman guy.
Hey, what are Rumble memberships? Because there's this story coming out. Rumble to give all membership revenue to creators in 2023, targeting YouTube and Switch market share. Maybe you can't be, you might not be able to become a member of Steel Toe yet. We may not have a big enough following over on Rumble.
Okay.
We're at like 1,300 followers on Rumble.
You could probably ask Mersh about that. He might know.
Yeah, I don't know what memberships are on Rumble, but they're doing a great marketing deal. First of all, Rumble's been working on their app a lot. Like you can put links in the chat now. There's mods and there's all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah.
And now they're doing a marketing angle where they're like, hey, we'll let you keep 100% of your membership revenue.
Pretty cool.
And we're going to let you do that the rest of the year. Come on over to Rumble. I honestly think Rumble has the best chance to be the alternative to YouTube that everyone else has tried to be. I don't think there's been a better company in a better position to be the alternative than Rumble's been, in my opinion.
Sure.
Jericho says, rumble it up exclusively, to hell with YouTube. I mean, YouTube's fucking with us in the algorithm. They're choking off our access. They are starting to dick with our channel, but the live streams are still solid. And,
I don't think it's worth like a whole move yet.
No, I don't think so either. But the keyword is yet. Cerberus with $10 says, bit behind Hispanic people who are generally deeply religious, not acting like leftists thought they would. Imagine my shock. Gussie is back. Gussie says, no, I'm not.
No, you're not what?
No, you're not what? You don't think the Tucker tapes were heavily edited? I think they were released.
Wow.
I think they were released when they weren't released before. Again, Gussie, that wasn't my question. I need you to answer my question. You say they didn't hide any evidence. You said they didn't withhold any evidence. I'm telling you that there's 40,000 hours of video that were previously unreleased that now got the Q shaman out of jail. Please tell me what that means.
Dude, I will humor you for a second. Even if they cut out sections of that tape, the parts that they did show us, like, were damning enough. Like, they were clearly being escorted about.
Well, yeah,
like,
Gussie.
You can't edit that.
Gussie, yes. Tucker Carlson did edit those tapes, because there were 40,000 hours worth of them. He couldn't not edit them.
He cherry-picked those parts.
But
he didn't make those parts. He just took them out.
And this is why you got to stop with this left-right shit.
Right.
Because, yeah, Tucker Carlson cherry-picked the parts he wanted to show you. Just like for the last 2 years, Democrats have been cherry-picking the parts of January 6th that they wanted to show you. But at least when Democrats cherry-pick theirs and Republicans cherry pick theirs, at least if we let both of them do that, we get a more complete picture of what happened. So again, Gussie, you have not answered my question. 40,000 hours of video that were not allowed to be used by people to defend themselves from the government, from their charges, from prison time, to the point now where people are being let out of prison early. Please tell me what that is if that's not them hiding video evidence.
I don't think people get let out of jail early for that shit.
No.
Excuse me, prison.
Prison. So Gussie didn't answer. Gussie didn't want to talk about that, unfortunately. Citizen M says January 6th was nothing but domestic terrorists goaded by Trump. That goddamn Epps fella and his goddamn Trump association. I hate it. I will say this in defense of people like Citizen M. Epps can't rile up those people and other people. And he was not the only Epps in the crowd. But they can't rile those people up and get them to storm the Capitol unless deep down those people want to.
Right.
So,
like, Trump can't go to me and tell me I want you to go storm the Capitol and get me to do that because I don't want to.
Gussie says, no, he wasn't. The cops shadowed him, not escorted. Huge difference. That again, you're not answering my question. I'll give you one more chance to answer the question. Then we're going to watch Ed and Michelle. The video footage that came out was not allowed. It was suppressed before McCarthy and Tucker Carlson put it out there. If that's not hiding video because it doesn't go with your narrative, then please tell me what that is. You're avoiding the question. All right. David Chandler says calling that an insurrection is embarrassing. Yeah. Just like that insurrection the trans people just did in Tennessee with storming the Capitol building. Insurrection. You got to stop using these big words where they don't belong.
Anything to sound scary.
Yeah, anything to sound really, really frightening. All right, we got like 5 minutes before we got to go to Ed and Michelle.
We get to go to Ed and Michelle.
We get to go to Ed and Michelle.
How dare you?
I wanted to first do this story here. A woman in California, Jessica Long, bought a goat a while back. And then she had the goat for a while.
Okay.
Her daughter got a little older, didn't really care for the goat anymore.
Oh.
So they decided to sell the goat.
I like goats.
You know who offered to buy the goat?
Who?
Her county and district state fair. That's kind of nice, right? Because they have all the petting zoos and the animals and stuff like that.
Yeah, but
sold them to the fair.
People bring their animals to the fair. The fair doesn't own animals, do they?
Oh, sure.
Really?
Some of them, yeah. So she sold the goat to the fair, and she's like, oh, he'll have a nice life. He'll be fed. He'll be taken care of. He'll get to be around people, all these other things.
Okay.
Except for the fact that she's suing them now because she alleges that they slaughtered and barbecued her goat.
Oh, my God. They literally got her goat.
They kind of went the other way with that one. Jessica Long purchased Cedar, the beloved pet goat, Sam Cedar, actually. She purchased Sam Cedar. She thought he was a goat.
We're not supposed to do that anymore.
You're not supposed to. But he was so obnoxious that people were like, we'll make an exception.
Okay.
In April 22nd, for her 9-year-old daughter, who cared for the farm animal every day. After deciding to enter Cedar into the Shasta District Fair's livestock auction, the daughter desperately wanted him back, leading Long to steal the goat. What the fuck?
What is so special about this goat?
In the process, it prompted a frenzy involving local officials and sent sheriffs on a 200-mile wild goose chase to find and retrieve the pet.
You didn't want to say that part?
No, I'm not going to read the make that goat chase. I'm not doing it.
You just did.
But Long's attorney called the events an abuse of power and a sham. Oh, the little girl with
such a cute picture.
Little girl with Sam Cedar.
Cedar is adorable. I would have taken him in.
But then she says, how are you doing today, Sam Cedar? And then the goat just started whining about unions and the Republicans, and it was just so obnoxious.
Gordy could have ridden on his back.
Long is now suing the Shasta sheriff's officials. See, I prefer Coca-Cola.
I like Fanta.
Okay, fair enough. Anytime I hear Fanta, I just think of God damn it. Hannibal Buress doing his Drake impression.
Yeah.
You want to hear my Drake impression? I went from Canada then to Atlanta. I used to drink Pepsi and now I drink Fanta. I don't know. It's what Fanta makes it. I didn't say it was funny. Long is now suing the Shasta sheriff's officials, Shasta County, the Shasta District Fair, and of course, Sam's Choice gets off scot-free again. The dirty fuckers.
Come on.
And other defendants they believe are involved and is asking for actual general and punitive damages, according to court documents. So this woman she got the goat, she gave the goat, she went back, she stole the goat.
Okay.
And then they went and got the goat, and then they cooked and ate the goat.
Do you understand how much shit that's going to do to a little kid's brain?
Yeah.
That's traumatic.
How about your mom is a dirty goat thief? How about that? How about you broke your kid's heart by giving the goat away in the first place? How about you stop being a shitty mom to begin with, and then we don't have to talk about stealing the goat?
This is like if my parents had sold my horses into like the glue company.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, in fairness, you never would have been kicked in the head if that had happened.
No, I meant when I went off to college and shit, dummy.
Was that the horse that kicked you in the head, though?
They all had to go after I left. I was the horse guy.
You were the horse guy. Okay.
Yeah.
All just sitting there. They had big hard cocks and just nobody there to whack them off.
Not just one of them. The others are bitches.
You whacked off a horse?
No.
Wait a minute. Let's talk about this. No. Did you have to whack off your horse?
I never have touched any part of a horse's genitals.
Okay.
Never.
You've never touched a horse stick?
No.
Like not even out of curiosity? You're like, what?
No. I mean, when the vet came out, I helped him turn our little gelding into a colt into a gelding. But
why? Why you
that's what you do to prevent like accidental breedings. That's a responsible thing to do.
Jesus. Can't you sell the baby horses though?
Do you understand how much money it is to care for these things?
Nope. I have no idea. That's why I'm asking these questions.
Time and money and
why
space.
I'm asking.
My God.
Space.
No idea.
You never, like, I just imagine.
The term hay burner while insulting is accurate.
Whoa, hay burner? Oh my God, is that what happens when you fuck a farm kid? You're a hay burner? Because there's some other terms they use for other different groups.
You're a bad person.
You never even, like, I just imagine this like a farmer. I imagine all farmers have done this.
What the fuck is going on?
Like when they see a hard horse stick, like I just imagine farmers at one point just like cat pawed it.
Nope. I think it's okay if you stop talking.
You never touched a horse.
Farmers do not just go touch horse penises.
It's just weird to
I've
see.
never felt the urge. I'm not into that.
Scott Alicia says April hates you right now.
I'm a little concerned that he's sitting here thinking that we just all
I just think farm people touch horse stick.
dabbled in horse penises, and that's pretty much not true.
Buddy Travis says April is a moil for horses. Oh my God, you are. You're a moil. Did you ever like suck the blood clot like the moils do?
What the fuck?
To bless it?
No, you cauterize it.
Oh, well, Jesus.
What is wrong with you people?
Holy shit, you guys. Oh, yeah, what's wrong with us? You're talking about tying a rubber band around a horse's nuts till they fall off and then burning
what happened.
It. What do? And then you burn it. You burn the poor
it's a medical procedure, okay? It is a medical procedure where an actual veterinarian, not just some hick like myself with the horse, the veterinarian comes out. The horse is medicated. They're sedated so it doesn't bother them so much.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, it's going to bother them after.
They lie down and, you got a nice set of tools on you that'll do the snippage and cauterize everything.
And then
you're good.
Burn the horse. So you chop off his balls.
It's not what you're picturing. There's not a bonfire in his crotchal
No,
region.
you take like a brand and you...
No, that's not it either. It's just like anything else. Like, do you think people mangled your balls when they snipped you?
No, I was awake for the whole thing.
Okay, then.
They went in and
my horse was awake too. It's just they're a little loopy. Like, oh, lie.
Nobody lopped off my testicles. Everything they did is reversible. I can have it undone at any moment, and I can start shooting big old chunky spermy loads again. That horse, you didn't give that horse that same luxury.
The horse doesn't know the difference.
Oh, then it's fine.
Horses, believe it or not, do not live their life to get married and have children. They don't know what that is.
They do get mare-eed, though. They get mare-eed.
Oh, see, now that's,
So let's not let you get away with the fucking brutal Mengele-like act you performed on a poor equestrian.
Your dog is neutered. What do you think they've done to him?
I had nothing to do with that. He came that way.
Somebody had something to do with it.
And you know what?
Do you know why that dog exists upstairs? Because of an accidental breeding. It was a mistake litter.
Well, then clearly the dog that didn't have its nuts cut off is our favorite because it gave us our dog, but they cut our dog's nuts off, so another you and I somewhere aren't going to be as happy.
I can't win.
You you assisted veterinarian Mengele cutting off a horse's nuts, which I imagine can't be small. I imagine they're the size
when
roughly.
When they're that young, they're smaller.
I imagine they're roughly the size of a velvet sack you put coins in.
They're about the size of yours when they're that age.
Oh, so let's demean my testicles. So you help the hacksaw Mengele doc lop off a horse's testicles, and then you take a heavy... hot thing, and
we're not branding his.
You burn
gash.
That.
No,
you burn the hole that you left
works.
behind. Well, what is cauterizing to you?
What is what now?
Isn't it with an R? That word has an R in it.
What was that?
It's not. Isn't it?
I'm not going to.
It's cauterize. It is. I thought there was an R.
Oh.
I said the word wrong.
It
Fuck
is
you. Let's get to the bottom of this.
You take a very hot tool and you kind of...
And you burn him.
It's not like that, and it's very quick. It's not like the horse is sitting here suffering.
I'm sure when slaves were marked with the runaway R, it was really quick.
It is not the same thing.
Right. How do you live with yourself? You cut off a horse's testicles and you burned that man.
That literally, when you're the owner of a pet, and horses are pets in this case, we didn't eat them, of course, they're our pets.
Oh, of course. You don't want to treat them unfairly.
If you don't want to cause extra animals, like by an accidental breeding that you didn't want, and then you got to spend money on it and all this other shit, you just prevent that from happening so there's not unwanted animals out there. I think that's a lot more irresponsible than getting your fucking colt gelded.
Look, if I cut off a horse's balls against his will and then burned him, I would be figuring out ways to make it a nice thing too. Because I wouldn't want to live
I held his head in my lap while he's just laying there.
So you comforted him and you did nothing to stop the bad man from hurting him. You were that horse's protector. And you failed. You let him lose his balls. He went to bed on your lap with balls. And when he came to, he had an empty space. Take a look at him now.
At that age, he does not know
There's just an empty space. There's nothing left in his balls to remind him. Just the memory of your face.
Would it make you feel better if I said that he still gets to keep his dangle, his hang down, and he still gets to fuck?
And what does he shoot out of it? Dust?
What do you shoot? Dust?
Nectar of the gods.
Yeah, exactly.
The tastiest shit you've ever had, Dingleberry.
Sounds a little hypocritical to me.
Well, look, I understand why you need to turn this on me. I do. And you can do that.
I don't know where this conversation came from.
It was mostly all the LOLs in the chat, and the people really enjoyed it, so I just kept going.
Where did it start?
There's the goat. It was the goat.
If you have ever seen, watch the fucking Price is Right. What does Drew say? The very last sentence.
Doesn't say go cut a horse's balls off.
We're not sitting here with a fucking serrated knife.
Don't put this responsibility on Drew Carey. He's a goddamn model American.
Drew Carey goes out and says, get your pets spayed and neutered. Do you know why he says that? It's to prevent unwanted animals so that there aren't animals without homes.
He means cats because they're not real pets. He's not saying cradle a horse's trusting medicated head in your hands while a bad man rips his testicles off and then burns him in the groin wound.
That is not what happens.
But that's not what Drew Carey is talking about. It is so much cleaner
and quicker than you are putting it sound.
Can you believe that April? Can you believe that April tried to throw the responsibility of this onto innocent Drew Carey?
Oh my God!
You tried. You got backed into a corner.
You are no better
and you
than
threw
a troll
Drew
at this
Carey
point.
under the goddamn
We did the
bus.
responsible thing, so there weren't unwanted ponies running around everywhere. And you know what? They're a lot more docile when they're that way too. Have you ever met a stallion? They're a little bitchy.
Only an Italian one.
I hate you.
He's made 8 movies so far.
Oh, God.
It's horse talks like this. If you don't get his balls cut off, he talks like this. And he's like, I don't fight so good. That's the Italian stallion. Rocky Balboa. You see, he fought Apollo Creed.
You are severely cutting into my Etta Michelle time.
Well, you're cutting into a horse's balls, so I guess we're even.
Oh, you are the worst.
I guess we're even.
You know what? And you know what else led us to geld our yearling at that time? One of our horses that we had, a mare. She was a mare.
Chrissy?
Her name was Cher, actually.
Cher the
ironically.
mare. Is that what you did with the doctor? Shared her so he could mutilate her and use her for operations? Go ahead.
You're a bad person.
I don't know. Did you rip her baby out from the womb?
No. We rescued her from a farm. Honest to God. We rescued her from a farm that was overrun by horses because they had let them just breed all the time. There's too many, and they actually couldn't feed their horses. When we took Cher in, she was skin and bones, and she was 5 months pregnant with a foal at the time. You couldn't tell. And we heard that she was 5 months pregnant with a foal and couldn't
Wait a
tell,
minute.
so we took her home and fattened her
Your
up.
female horse gave birth to Lex Luger?
I'm just saying,
His name is.
do those things
Just
to
so people-
prevent the bad things.
Yeah, but just so people understand, his name is Larry Foal. So it was Lex Luger. Well, that horse must have been the total package. Anyway, this is taking a really ugly turn.
You're a bad person.
Taking a really ugly turn. Yosemite Sambo says, Aaron, you should take April to the zoo for a date. Do you know why that's funny?
I don't.
It's a Rocky reference.
Oh, because of the tiger?
No. Hey, Rock, take her to the zoo. Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Oh, I know.
Retards love the zoo.
Why am I a retard here? Why am I the retard?
You're not. I wouldn't fuck with you. You cut things balls off against their will. Oh, man. Yes, we do have Ed and Michelle waiting in the wings, by the way.
I don't know where this
People are
conversation
upset with you.
started.
Levi says, April, you should be ashamed of yourself. Drew Carey is a saint.
I love Drew Carey. I watch his every time our show ends, I go upstairs, turn on The Price is Right so I can see the showcase round. Okay?
All right. I mean, just if Drew knew what you implicated him in is all. All right, guys, let's solve the pasta.
You know what? No, you've tainted this for me now. You do it alone. I'm taking the day
Wow,
off.
you don't want to do an Ed and Michelle segment? What a quitter.
Not with that shit on me.
How do you what do you think the horse had on him?
I think you should apologize.
I can't take a backward step. I'm too invested in this position. Ed and Michelle did a video recently called The Pasta Question. This was uploaded yesterday. Now, if you're not familiar with Ed and Michelle, Ed and Michelle are a simple Midwestern couple is the best way I can describe them. And they go to really janky, shitty restaurants, but they review, and a lot of buffets, and they review them like they're 5-star cuisine. Ed and Michelle give the Bobby Flay treatment to restaurants Bobby Flay would have a penicillin shot before he would walk into. Is that accurate? Oh, somebody's being cunty over the horse issue. All right, guys, let's allow me to cut my... Do you want to cut my nuts off? Would that make you feel better?
I don't want to touch your nuts. I think they're fine the way they are.
Thank you. That's actually very nice and not body shaming. So, Ed and Michelle want to solve something for us, April. How do you say the word pasta?
Pasta.
How have you heard other people say it?
Pasta.
Pasta?
No, nobody fucking says pasta.
I've heard people say pasta.
Oh, don't you even dare.
Absolutely.
Nobody has said pasta.
Yes.
Ever. No.
Well, let's talk to Ed. I don't want you getting mad at him now.
If that's where this is going.
This is Ed from Ed and Michelle with The Pasta Question.
Hey everyone, Ed here from the Great Indoors. Today I'm just about to start eating my rigatoni and meatballs that Michelle made for me. Check it out, everyone.
Aw.
That
Michelle
looks
made Ed
delicious.
some nice meatballs and rigatoni.
Look how cute he is.
That's an adorable portion size. That's a good portion size.
That is. The whole plate's not even full.
Yeah.
Wow, she did
It's
a really
steaming.
good job. And nothing beats some nice pasta that Michelle makes at home. It saves us a lot of money. But here's the thing. The other day, actually just a few moments ago, I was watching a video on YouTube.
What is that?
And this Canadian...
Oh, poor Ed. Poor Ed wanted to bring up a visual aid for everyone, and his fucking tablet wouldn't swoop up.
What's it sitting on? I like that.
Foodie that I watch quite a bit, he was doing a review on the pasta that he was eating up in Canada, and he kept on calling it pasta.
I told you.
God, that is nauseating.
This has set off a controversial uproar in the Ed and Michelle universe. They need to solve this thing. How do we pronounce it? Now, I would personally say pasta. And I think if you say pasta, you should have your... I honestly, I believe you should be treated like McMurphy at the end of Cuckoo's Nest. Just lobotomized. You're not using your brain
God.
anyway. Let's call the whole thing
To
off.
me, it's kind of like people say, ooh, tomato, tomato. Nobody says tomato. I'm sorry. It's tomato.
Right.
It's not tomato.
And I started wondering to myself, am I pronouncing it incorrectly?
That gaslighting bullshit on food is ridiculous. I hate that shit. You say some food a really dumb way, and then other people have to go. It's like when I hear people say Illinois.
Ew. Oh.
I go, are we supposed to pronounce the S?
Hey, check it out. Arkansas.
Nobody says Arkansas. But Illinois, I've heard people say, oh, Illinois. And I'm like, am I supposed to have been? No, have some confidence in yourself. You were saying it right the whole time. The person you're listening to is a fucking idiot. I don't like that this person is making my boy Ed here question himself.
I feel like the only time we should be thinking like this is when we go to a French restaurant. We can't read anything.
Exactly.
Okay.
Am I supposed to be calling it pasta?
No.
And I don't know. It just seems to me that I've always thought it was pasta. So I had to do a little bit of research.
I love that fucking Ed is now the Seinfeld of food. Like, what's the deal with pronouncing it pasta?
I had to do a little research.
Hey, do I have to do a Google search? Am I saying it wrong? Is pasta the way it's always? Or is it pasta? I don't know, but I'm getting hungry. Actually, I was just reading here a second ago.
Yeah.
You actually do call it pasta when you've already eaten it previously in the day.
Oh, you are sick. You are a sick man.
And then when you're going to eat it in the future, you call it Futura.
Oh, I have never
I wouldn't want
quite felt this way before.
I wouldn't want to fuck me either.
And this is what I was able to come up with.
You came up with an old Jewish woman?
Why?
What the fuck?
That was really scary.
Ed, you gotta warn us when you do shit like that.
There's a grape on the wall. What is this?
I didn't know if it was pasta or pasta, so what I came up with was a scary old Jewish chick. Thanks, Ed.
Why did we do this?
I don't know, because Ed hates us.
And this is what I was able to come up with. Okay, we are here with Jean Straffi, and she's Italian, and she's also 99 years old. And you know, you don't even look it. You look, but anyway,
I'm sorry, Ed. You're a very nice man. She looks every bit of 99 years old.
You're saying that's not her natural hair color?
That is a 99-year-old woman. Look at her gray roots. I mean, God, can we get her a better dye job? She's 99, for Christ's sake. Help her out. Aww. So, no, Ed.
She looks, strapping and
why do
beautiful.
Italians and Jews always end up looking identical when they get old?
How about just old people?
No. Old Germans are full of character.
He's cooked probably more Italian food than I could probably count to. Gene, tell me now.
Mean, that's hard. Everybody's done that. Ed, how high are you going to count to before you go, I'm fucking bored? You've made a lot of Italian food.
Thought he said cow too.
I'm not going to say it.
Oh, how do you pronounce it? Is it pasta or is it pasta?
It's pasta.
Are you sure now?
I'm positive.
It's pasta.
I'm positive.
That's the way your A is pronounced.
Okay. So it is pasta.
Yes.
And you are Italian.
Yes.
And that's the way. Okay, well,
Show me your fucking ID. Show me a picture of you from the old... Ed's really grilling the shit out of this old lady. Is it pasta? Yes. Are you sure? You're old and stupid. Yes, that's what it is. You're positive. Yes.
Really bringing her to a boil.
Yeah. Well, he's really noodling her.
Oh, ew.
I appreciate you letting us get...
She's a saucy old broad. I'm sorry, I'm being a meatball.
This straight. Okay, it is pasta. All right, Gene, thank you very much.
That's just like the letter E and I. That's interchangeable.
Right.
Straffi ends with an I.
Yeah.
It's pronounced E.
Right.
The letter E is pronounced I.
Straffi.
Ed, you can just say shut the fuck up and cut.
Or you could have just cut this out because you clearly cut to this.
It would have been very funny if Ed would have turned away, like with the camera, and just started walking away while she's doing the Straffi bit. He's like, I didn't need you for that part.
I'm gonna go eat.
I know that you're alone at 90-some years old, and I know that you just want to talk to some people, but I ain't that motherfucker. You understand?
Yeah.
This better be fucking good to interrupt Ed and Michelle. Oh, Ryan the garbage man, you got a lot of heat right now. What's going on?
You know, this is not about pasta. This just goes to show you how fucked up Canadians are. How do you pronounce Mazda?
Mazda?
Yeah. Canadians pronounce it Mazda.
Wow, they say we're bad with A's. No, get that off the screen, asshole.
Sorry.
We don't do that here. YouTube, sorry.
Anyway, Ryan.
Is it Wilmer or is it Wilmar?
Oh, gross. Either way, it's not good.
Okay, look, it's Bill Maher. Okay. Can I go back to Ed and Michelle, please? You are not the star of this show.
Okay,
all right.
Have a good weekend.
The fucking gall of somebody during an Ed and Michelle segment to go, I'm going to call and I'm going to talk about Mazda and Wilmer.
But is it gall or gal?
Let's listen to this old bitch rant about Straffy.
What is that?
B. Right. Okay, great. All right, thank you, Gene Straffy. I found out that a lot of actors from Canada, when they're in America doing movies, they are told to not pronounce it pasta. That's one of their words that they are used to saying pasta. Or even if Americans come up to Canada to...
Ed, this has officially become autistic, buddy. We've answered the question. You got an old bitch from the old country... And she answered and by the way...
Did you steal her?
Did you just find an old person? And did you go into a nursing home just for your day and go, look, man, I'm going to have like 100 or 200 people watching this on YouTube.
It's like the Gallaghers and Shameless. They stole an old lady from a nursing home and kept her.
Like, did you just go into a nursing home and just start filming some old lady and like demand that she answer your noodle questions?
This is our Aunt Ginger.
God damn, Ed. You have really... That. Look, the guy goes all out for his craft. I get it.
To do a movie that's filmed supposedly in the setting of America, they want the Canadians to also call it pasta. And like actors like Michael Myers and Seth Rogen, they both have pretty thick Canadian accents. And they had to learn
he has a drippy sink.
To pronounce it pasta.
Oh, is it now? I'm not going to be able to stop looking at it, guys. Let's take a look at Ed's drippy sink.
It takes about 10 seconds, but it drips.
Because honestly, he's been going on for 3 minutes now. I think we answered the pasta question in the first minute, and his
sink is crying.
Bound and determined. The sink is telling you, dude, it's time to go. Like we got it. Pasta.
Come fix me.
Instead of pasta. Well, anyway. As I put in the clip of Mrs. Straffy.
There it is.
Oh, it's dripping.
You know, what she says to me goes because she's Italian and...
I always trust the ramblings of a 99-year-old Italian woman in a nursing home. That's
when is the star of the show going to get here?
The sink.
She's been around for a while.
Oh, a hair.
I did some searching and...
a hair just fell into Ed's food. Holy Christ. Guys, watch this again. I don't know where this hair came from. I don't know where it fell out of, but you will watch a hair come from the left side of the screen down into Ed's food. Ed, don't eat that pasta. Get Jean in here. She'll tell you how to say it.
I hope it's an ear hair.
Italian.
Watch.
And she's been around for a while. And
Look.
I did some searching.
Ed!
Oh, it's curly!
Ed, there's like a guy... sprinkling pubes over top of you.
Dude, you're not shitting me. That whole thing came floating in and it was curly.
Right into Ed's food.
She's been around for a while.
Look, there it is.
I did some searching on Google.
That's like, Ed, that's right on your fork, brother.
Dude, you can't eat that.
Ed, don't eat that rigatoni. You're going to choke.
Michelle, save him. Where's
and
Michelle?
Google even, let's check it out.
She's
now
there.
And
she
see
cooked.
What Google has to say. All right, let's get out of this.
Why are you Googling if you already asked?
Watch him aimlessly swipe through screens.
It's like you see porn. Like Ed's like swiping through and there's like an aggressive like DP MILF porn on there. And it's like, he's into like, what do you call him? The, oh God, the gag.
You got
he's
it.
into like the gagging videos.
Okay.
Like we just see a woman with spittle
like
falling out of her mouth,
throating,
a giant cock.
The throat fucking.
Yeah, like Ed's just into really aggressive shit. Because he's like older and he's been watching it forever and like it takes more and more.
He'll be at hentai in no time.
Oh God, octopuses fucking 8 women at a time.
Ew.
You got Google and then we go.
Ed, there's a hair in your food. Don't take a bite of this at the end.
Pronounce.
Your rigatoni's getting cold.
Pasta. Okay. Let's hear what the Google has to say on this one here.
Oh.
All right.
Pasta.
Hear that?
Nope.
One more time.
Oh, we are up close.
Pasta.
Google.
There you go, guys. It's been solved. A question none of us were asking.
How do we say jackass in Canada? I mean.
And Ed's still got 2 minutes to lecture us on pasta here.
Says it's pasta. So I wanted to figure out, how did Canada come to start calling it pasta?
How do you still have thoughts about this? How are you still wondering?
He is so fucking cute. Look at him. He's so innocent.
Honestly, if Ed had spent this much time thinking about pancreatic cancer, we'd have a cure by now. And instead, Ed decided to go, how did the Canadians end up talking so funny, eh?
Well, it turns out that the English in England, their way of pronouncing it is pasta.
Oh, God.
Get the fuck out of here.
Do you know what else the English do?
No. I mean it. Get the fuck out of here. What do they do?
Fucking English. So you know how when I make a cup of tea here, I have a cup of tea.
Yes.
Right? I call it that?
Yes.
Would you like a cup of tea? Okay.
Yes.
Do you know what they call it?
I don't like it. I'm going to let you say it.
Cuppa.
April almost killed our TV yesterday.
Cuppa. Cuppa.
April almost murdered our television.
They don't even say tea. It's just cuppa.
She hates it.
I want a cuppa.
Can't stand it.
Fucking gross.
I said, okay, that's England.
You want to do a 5-minute, 38-second video
on why
on
we
it?
hate the English?
Yeah. We'll find a 100-year-old English broad in a nursing home and we'll just ask her questions.
I will take her in.
America says pasta. Let's find out. Let's go to the source. Let's see what Italy has to say. And I did another search.
Well, you already asked the old lady, so now she doesn't count? You got to do another search?
She's an Italian transplant.
Yeah.
Another YouTube channel that's out of Italy, and they also say it's pasta, not pasta, pasta. So the Americans say it's pasta, the Italians say it's...
Ed, we've been over this.
What does South Africa call it?
Your rigatoni is getting cold. There is a hair in your food, and you're losing your mind over this topic.
What do the tribesmen in the Amazon rainforest call it?
We need to know what the Lingawa say about this whole issue.
The Lingawa?
I think it should be pasta. What do you guys think? Put it in the comments.
I think it's time to end the video.
It's the hard-hitting questions from Ed.
Ed doesn't take any shit from anybody.
I'm most pissed, though, that Michelle is clearly here because she cooked that goddamn food and she won't put her face
And
on
her
camera.
hair is in the food.
Do you think it's say number one for the American way of saying pasta, or number two if you like to say pasta? I want to hear what you guys have to say on this issue, because I know that I screw up quite a bit in my videos.
Oh,
No.
that you can do no wrong.
Not at all, Ed.
Stop
Don't
it.
listen to him. You're only 4 minutes and 40 seconds into your, how do you say it, pasta or pasta video. There's still a minute left, buddy. You have confidence. You're not doing anything wrong.
Keep that confidence.
We're listening wrong.
When it comes to like ravioli, that's wrong. You're supposed to say ravioli. Everything.
Do you see why we love these two?
They're cute. They're endearing.
With an R in Italian, it's supposed to be, you're supposed to twist your tongue and
roll your
R. You know
R,
how horrible
you
I am
mean?
when it comes to Mexican food. I can't pronounce anything to save my life. So I'm guilty just as...
It's called chimichanga, Ed. You
Is
got
it,
this.
Is it tortilla or tortilla? Which one is it?
We have a 19-minute hard-hitting expose on Ed and Michelle's The Great Indoors.
Chimichanga or chimichanga?
Yes.
Comment below.
Taco Bell, real Mexican food? Check out the 3-hour special on Ed and Michelle's The Great Indoors.
Excuse me, it's Taco Bell.
as much as anyone else, but I'm trying. So if there's the right way to pronounce it and I'm mispronouncing it, let me know so that I could clean it up for you guys. Anyway, thank you for watching. I want to hear from you. Let me know how you guys pronounce
Comment below.
Pasta. Or is it
Don't
pasta?
eat it. Don't take a bite.
Put
There's
it in the
hair in there.
comments. Stay
Ed,
safe, everyone.
No, Ed,
Have
don't
a
take a
great
bite.
If you back it up, can we see it?
No,
Bye-bye.
don't. Ed, don't take a bite. Don't take a bite, Ed.
If
Don't-
you
oh, thank
if
God.
you backed
Okay.
it up to the plate up close, could you see it?
No, I don't think
Oh,
so.
God damn
It's
it,
a little
Aaron.
tiny hair fella. Well, there you go, guys. The Great Indoors. I got to leave a like
You have
for Ed and Michelle.
You have to like it.
And then I will say, my grandfather, a Nazi captain.
No, don't you put that in here. This is Ed and Michelle, you piece of shit.
Sorry. My grandfather
God,
called
I
it.
don't want to be mad at you.
My grandfather called it guinea salad. Can I leave that one?
You know what? By all means.
My grandfather called
Do
it
what you
wop
want.
lettuce. Can I please write that?
Don't ask my permission.
their
You're
video.
clearly your own soul.
I just left the comment on
my
Ed and Michelle's
God.
channel. My grandfather called it guinea salad. Here we go.
What does it say about me?
Hold on. $2
Why?
from Bill Loney. Aaron pronounces vague weird. Let's do a video. You got 5.5 minutes?
Vague.
Oh.
What is it? Somebody tell me how vague is supposed to sound.
I think you pronounce it with more of an F sound at the beginning. Yeah. So there we go. So I helped Ed. He did a 5-minute, 38-second video on how to pronounce pasta, and I said it's guinea salad.
Is it bad that when I hear guinea salad, I think of a bunch of chopped up guinea pigs, like sauteed guinea
It's actually disgusting that you would think of it that way.
Do people eat those?
Dago noodles, says Von Kaiser. Dago dumplings, says another person. All right. $1.99 from Good Riddance Corey. That's disgusting. I would definitely say that guy's a piece of shit if that's the case.
I missed it.
I think we're all caught up. All right, so we're good on all of that stuff.
What did he say?
Nothing. It's not important. Wheat Diff already calling you April Mengele. Of course, they haven't forgotten.
Oh, come on now.
People don't forget. We got about a minute left in today's show. Ed and Michelle, you know what? I'm going to write them down, too. They're going in the best of this weekend.
I hope they really do know that we like them.
I did leave a racial slur on their page. So
I was against it, but...
There is that. Well, you can go on your page, and you can go comment on theirs, and you can talk about how,
how wonderful I think they are.
You disavow that.
I disavow that previous comment.
I want to thank you to Max and for the Jim Cornette t-shirt and the Jim Cornette photo, which is getting a frame this weekend. That it's very cool. Thank you, buddy, very much. Thank you to Ray DeVito for having me on. Guys, remember, in a half hour, 21 Guns on Compound Media. They had us on as guests. It was a great time. Be sure to go check that out, compoundmedia.com. And have a great rest of your weekend. Hope you're doing something fun. Hope you don't live in Minnesota where we're under a winter storm warning.
It's ugly.
At the moment. April, thank you as well.
Thank you.
And we will talk to you all again Sunday night at 7 o'clock p.m. for the members only show. And then, of course, the morning show returns at 6 a.m. Central Time on Monday with Johnny and I. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your weekend. Goodbye, everybody.